L'audience de la Cour pénale internationale est ouverte. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning to all. I would like to welcome all those inside and outside of this courtroom. Madam Courtroom Officer, could you please call the case?
Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. Situation in the Republic of the Philippines in the case of the prosecutor versus Rodrigo Roa Duterte, case reference ICC 0121-0125, and for the record, we are in open session.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I am now going to ask the parties and participants to introduce themselves. Starting by Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Could I please ask you to introduce yourself and to confirm to me whether the list of your team members that I received before the hearing is correct? Thank you, Madam President. Your Honours. The Office of the Prosecutor is represented today by myself, I'm Niai, Deputy Prosecutor. By my side, I have James Mirity, Case Manager. I have Mr. Julian Nichols, Senior Trial Lawyer. And behind us, we have Mr. Edward Jeremy, Trial Lawyer, Madam Robin Croft, Trial Lawyer, Madam Maria Berdenikova, Trial Lawyer, and lastly, Hannah Allen, Associate Trial Lawyer. These are the individuals comprising our team today, and I thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Now, before moving on to the defence, I note that Mr. Duterte is not present in the courtroom today. Indeed, on the 20th of February 2026, the Chamber granted Mr. Duterte's request to waive his rights to be present at the confirmation of charges hearing. Pursuant to Article 61(2)(a) of the Rome Statute and Rule 124 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence. In this decision, number 387, the Chamber concluded that the conditions contained in the provisions were fulfilled, namely that Mr. Duterte has the right and knows he has the right to be present at the confirmation of charges hearing and knows the consequences of waiving this right. However, Mr. Duterte's counsel is present today to represent him. Counsel, could you please introduce yourself and confirm to me that the list of your team members that I received before the hearing is indeed correct?
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, Your Honours. Indeed, the list before you is correct. May I introduce my team? To my left, I have Dr. Dov Jacobs. To my right, I have Ms. Havnit Sethi. Sitting next to her is Maître Alexandre Dezev-Davy. Behind him, Attorney David Rancati. Sitting next to him, Maître Sandrine de Sena. And our two further lawyers, we have Nicolas Rousseau and also Kaylin Chen. And if Your Honour will permit me, there are also Filipino attorneys who are attending and supporting us today, and I'll briefly mention their names. Maître Salvador Mediadea, who Your Honours are familiar with from the initial appearance, Attorney Martin Delgras, Attorney Silvestre Bello, Attorney Alfredo Lim, Attorney César Doulay, and of course, Attorney Salvador Panello. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Maître. J'ai envie de...
Thank you very much, Counsel. I would like to now call upon the legal representatives of victims to introduce themselves and confirm to me that the list of your team members I received before is correct.
Proceedings are represented today by Mr. Joel Butuyan, Mr. Gilbert Andres, myself, Paulina Masida, and I confirm the list of our jurists who assist us today as provided to the court officer. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Maître Mas.
Thank you very much, Maître Masida. Thank you. On my right, I have Judge Rain Adelaide, and I have Judge Adelaide Sophie Alapina Gansu, and to my right I have Maria del Socorro Flores Liera. And I am Julia Antonuela Motok, and I am the presiding judge in Pretrial Chamber 1 of the court. This hearing concerns the confirmation of charges by the prosecution against Mr. Duterte. At this stage of pretrial proceedings, the OTP alleges that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes that the course officers shall read out shortly. The Chamber shall not take any decision with regard to the guilt or innocence of Mr. Duterte during this hearing. Indeed, the role of the Chamber is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to establish substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed the crimes with which he is charged. If all or part of the charges are confirmed, the Chamber will refer the case to trial, where the trial chamber will decide upon the innocence or guilt of Mr. Duterte. The general principles to be applied at the hearing are as follows. The suspect, in accordance with Article 66 of the Rome Statute, the suspect is considered to be innocent until his guilt has been proven by the court. The burden of proof is upon the OTP, which must produce sufficient evidence to prove the charges against Mr. Duterte at the required standard of proof, at Article 61, paragraph 7 of the Rome Statute. Finally, the defence enjoys, or the suspect enjoys, all the rights listed at Article 61, paragraphs 6 and 67 of the Rome Statute. The hearing shall take place according to the schedule contained in the order dated the 26th of January 2026, document number 359. The parties and participants must respect the allocated speaking times indicated in this order. I would like to remind the parties and participants that oral remarks must be concise and that repetition of previously presented arguments should be avoided. In addition, in order to facilitate the work of the interpreters and ensure the proper transcription of discussions, please make sure that your microphone is on every time you address the court. And please speak slowly and mark pauses between each sentence. Generally speaking, the hearing will be held in open session, and parties and participants will refrain from mentioning the names of victims and witnesses. They will only refer to them by their pseudonym or their code. In order to avoid the disclosure of any confidential information, notably with regard to witnesses and victims, the parties and participants will clearly indicate whether their submissions can be presented in public or whether they deem it necessary to move into private session, notably when referring to items of evidence. The parties and participants will clearly indicate when it is no longer necessary to remain in private session. With these rules in place, we can now move to the reading of the charges in its shortened form, indicating the charges against Mr. Duterte. The full version is available publicly on the internet site of the court. The defense has not raised any objections in this regard. I would like to remind the public that the charges that shall be read out in a few seconds comprise allegations raised by the Office of the Prosecutor that the Chamber shall analyse in order to decide whether the evidence presented by the Office of the Prosecutor is sufficient in order for these charges to be confirmed. Madam Courtroom Officer, would you please read the charges?
The prosecution charges Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte with 2 counts of murder and 1 count of murder and attempted murder as a crimes against humanity committed between 2013 and around June 2016 and between around July 2016 and September 2018 in the Republic of the Philippines as follows. Count 1. Murder of 19 victims alleged to be criminals, including 3 children, who were killed in or around Davao City in the Philippines between 2013 and around 2016 by members of the Davao Death Squad, while Mr. Duterte was the mayor of the Davao City pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. Count 2. Murder of 14 victims labeled as high-value targets for their alleged criminality, who were killed in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and July 2017 by a network of perpetrators comprising state actors and others, referred to as the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. And count 3. Murder and attempted murder of 45 victims, comprising 43 murders and 2 attempted murders of persons alleged to be criminals, including 3 children who were targeted in barangay clearance operations in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and September 2018 by members of the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Articles 71A and 25(3)(f in respect of the attempted murder of the Rome Statute. The prosecution alleges that Mr. Duterte is individually criminally responsible for all 3 of the above counts as follows. First, as an indirect co-perpetrator pursuant to Article 25(3)(a of the Rome Statute. At least between 1st November 2011 and 16 March 2019, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators shared a common plan to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including individuals perceived or alleged to be associated with drug use, sale, or production, through violent crimes including murder. Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators implemented this common plan through the hierarchically organized structures of the Davao City, police and Davao Death Squad, and then the national network. Within the framework of the common plan, Mr. Duterte made essential contributions to the crimes in counts 1 to 3 by A. Designing and disseminating the police to neutralize alleged criminals, both in his role as a mayor of the Davao City and also during his presidential campaign and as a president, including by endorsing the anti-illegal drugs campaign Double Barrel. B. Establishing and overseeing the DDS. C. Instructing and authorizing violent acts, including murder, to be committed against alleged criminals, including alleged drug dealers and users. D. Providing personnel and other necessary logistic resources such as weapons, including those to be used in the execution of the crimes. E. Appointing key personnel to positions which were crucial to the execution of the crimes. F. Offering financial incentives and promotions to police officers and hitmen to kill alleged criminals. G. Creating and maintaining a system in which perpetrators knew they would be protected, including through promises of immunity and shielding perpetrators from investigation and prosecutions. H. Making public statements authorizing, condoning, and encouraging killings of alleged criminals, both as a mayor of the Davao City and as a president of the Philippines. I. Authorizing state actors to take part in the anti-drugs campaign and temporarily revoking such authorization, including to placate public outcry. J. Publicly naming individuals and holding up charts from lists of alleged criminals, including so-called high-value targets, some of whom were subsequently killed. Second, in the alternative, Mr. Duterte is charged with ordering and/or inducing the charged crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(b of the Rome Statute, and/or aiding and abetting these crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(c) of the Rome Statute.
Merci, Madame la greffière.
Thank you, Madam Courtroom Officer. With regard to objections and observations under Rule 122, paragraph 3 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence, the Chamber notes that the defence submitted a number of written observations, and the last of which was on the 16th of February 2026, to which the OTP and the legal representatives of victims responded, respectively, on the 17th and the 18th of February 2026. On the 20th of February 2026, the Chamber dismissed, in its public decision, the defence's objections. In specifying that the defence and the Office of the Prosecutor are not permitted to reiterate the same arguments already presented in the filings mentioned, that they filed to date in this case, I will now ask if the parties wish to make any oral submissions on this point before moving to the opening statements. Mr. Deputy Prosecutor? Mr. Nyang, we do not have any submissions to make in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Counsel?
Merci beaucoup, Maître Kaufmann. Donc, on peut maintenant passer à la phase.
So we can now move on to stage 2. namely the opening statements, and I hand over to the Office of the Prosecutor. Mr. Deputy Prosecutor, please.
Madam President, honorable member of the bench, all those following these proceedings inside the courtroom and outside, and especially those in the Philippines. Today marks an important day for international justice for the people of the Philippines, for the victims, and for this court. The commencement of the confirmation hearing against Mr. Rodrigo Duterte is a reminder of the court's unwavering commitment to its mission to investigate and prosecute individuals for the most serious crimes of concern to the international community and to bring justice to the thousands of victims of the mass crimes and atrocities perpetrated in the Philippines. It is also a reminder that those in power are not above the law. Your Honors, over the course of the next 20 minutes or so, I will provide an overview of the evidence in this case that demonstrates that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the charged crimes. And my team will then develop aspects of this evidence in more details. This case before you today, it is before you today because there are substantial ground to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for those three counts of murder just spelled out and attempted murder as crimes against humanity. These charged crimes were committed during the time within the court jurisdiction, which is between the 1st of November 2011 and the 16th of March 2019. At first, they were committed in and around Davao City, where Mr. Duterte was a mayor, and then expanded across the rest of the Philippines when he became president. Mr. Duterte is charged with 49 incidents of murder and attempted murder of 78 victims, including children. These murders and attempted murders were part of a widespread and systematic attack that overall resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians across the country during the relevant time frame. Thus, the charged incidents are merely a fraction of the overall criminality that resulted from Mr. Duterte's so-called war on drugs. What is Mr. Duterte's core contribution? Your Honors, Mr. Duterte played a pivotal role in the commission of the charged crimes. His contribution was essential, as he was at the very heart of the common plan to use his words, to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including through murders. The victim included individuals associated with or perceived to be associated with drugs. One of the first things Mr. Duterte did when he became the mayor of Davao back in 1988 was to create the infamous Davao Death Squad, otherwise known as DDS. As you will have seen from the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte personally instructed Death Squad members that their mission was to kill criminals and suspected criminals, including drug users and dealers, also referred to as drug pushers. The death squads carried out this mission well into the charge period through 2011 to 2016, perpetrating the crimes charged in count 1. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte's criminal plan and his intent were no secret. He not only shared them with his co-perpetrators and members of the death squad, but also made them abundantly clear to the general public in the numerous public statements that he made time and again. During his presidential campaign, Mr. Duterte explicitly vowed to implement the common plan to neutralize alleged criminal nationwide if elected. This was his program to be elected. He publicly announced his intention to eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs in 3 to 6 months. And this is what he said. I quote, "If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them." That's what he said. And this can be found at tab 12 of the prosecution list of material. Similarly, when speaking about druggies, I quote, in a televised interview in 2015, this is again what he said. "If I become president, you will all get wiped out. I will order your execution within 24 hours. That's what he said. That I quote directly from his word. And this quote can be found at tab 19.2 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 401684, page 003, and lines, these are the lines 82 to 83. And elected he was. And becoming president on 13th of June 2016, this provided him with the opportunity to follow through with his promise and to expand extrajudicial killings of alleged criminals beyond Davao and across the rest of the Philippines. He did this through the implementation of the National Anti-Illegal Drug Campaign, better known as Duterte's War on Drug, and its project, Double Barrel. These were carried out by the national network consisting of law enforcement personnel working together with non-police assets and hitmen. Mr. Duterte authorized murder and personally selected some of the targets. During the mayoral period, when he was mayor, his clearance was required for the DDS to carry out the killings. Essentially, members of the DDS needed Mr. Duterte's green light to murder. And during the presidential period, Mr. Duterte has continued to personally identify some of the targets, including by publicly naming those he claimed were involved in illegal drug trade or in other forms of criminality. He also identified targets by holding up a list containing their name. And if you are on the list, you will be killed. And this was a word of one prosecution witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 54 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 00015 page 0009, and the relevant lines are 260 to 261. Mr. Duterte provided moral and financial support to the direct perpetrators as well. In a 12 December 2016 speech, Mr. Duterte admitted that he used to ride around Davao on a motorcycle looking for trouble, so he could kill. And he said, and this again his own word I'm quoting here, in Davao, I used to do it personally, just to show the guy that if I can do it, why can't you? And these are his own words. And this quote can be found at tab 16.1 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL OTP 0001547 at 0002 lines 7 and 8. And the evidence show that Mr. Duterte's Davao City Mayor office provided some member of the DDS with a regular salary. Financial rewards were also given to direct perpetrators in the form of cash per head of killing. And at a press conference in 2013, Mr. Duterte stated that shoot to kill orders and reward are, and I quote him, are legitimate tools of government to fight lawlessness. This is his own word. And if he surrendered to me or his carcass dead, then I double the price. And again, yeah, and that was what he boasted. This quote can be found at tab 17.2 of the prosecution list of materials, PHL OTP 000094932 at 0002, and the relevant lines are lines 7 to 11. Deaths of drug personalities killed in anti-drug operation were endorsed by Mr. Duterte's administration and listed as official accomplishment in public reporting. Your Honors, as you will have seen from our confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte also provided the direct perpetrators with weapons, ammunition, and logistical support to facilitate the commission of the charged crime. And he also had control, wide control over those crimes. And let me now turn specifically to that control. As mayor of Davao and later as president of the Philippines, Mr. Duterte wielded ultimate influence and authority over the physical perpetrators of the crimes. As mayor, Mr. Duterte was chief executive of the Davao city government, with responsibility for exercising general supervision and control over all its activities. He had formal operational supervision and control over National Police Unit in Davao. As creator and head of the DDS, he also had de facto control over the death squad's members. When Mr. Duterte became president on the 30th of June 2016, he sat at the very apex of the political power structure in the Philippines. He became the head of state, head of government, and commander-in-chief of all armed forces of the Philippines. He also became the leader of the country's police forces. This level of authority allowed him to wield de jure and de facto control over those implementing the common plan nationwide. Mr. Duterte's control over the crime is also apparent from his ability to interrupt their commission when he so chooses. And as outlined in our reconfirmation brief, he successfully suspended police anti-illegal drug operation on 2 occasions following public outcries in response to particularly notorious killings. On both occasions, the number of reported killings dropped significantly during the suspension, showcasing his control. So when he asks people to act, they act. When he asks them to refrain, they do so. So they oblige. So Mr. Duterte was well aware of the authority he had over the perpetrators. In a speech given to the National Bureau of Investigation in November 2016, he expressly acknowledged his position of power. And this is what he said. To the military, I am commander-in-chief. On the civilian side, I am the chief executive of the government. And when talking about the police, this is what he's saying. They are my subordinate, and I am ultimately responsible for their deeds. And these are quotations, and they can be found at tab 131.2 of our prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP-00095-679, page 0004, and the relevant lines are from 131 to 134. And the direct perpetrators complied with Duterte's order and respected his authority. Mr. Duterte was respected by the physical perpetrators. He was feared, and his order and instruction were obeyed. One insider witness explicitly says that the police killed, and I quote, because of the directive of the president. This is what the witness said, an insider. And this quote can be found at tab 120 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL OTP -00088-631-R01 and page 66, and the relevant line are from 2304 to 2306. And this statement is corroborated by other statements we have also provided. And some direct perpetrator complied because of their blind loyalty to Mr. Duterte. Some did it out of fear, and others were encouraged to comply by promises of money and rewards. For some, killings reached the level of a perverse form of competition with effort to attain killing quotas, which in turn would lead to promotions and rewards. Others felt there was no other choice but to comply, with one insider explaining that it was simply not possible to not obey Mr. Duterte's command. And this is also from an insider witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 51 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL-OTP-001-5403 at page 0008 to 0009, and the relevant line here is from 240 to 245. Direct perpetrators were further emboldened to commit crime by Mr. Duterte's repeated promises of immunity. In various public statements, Mr. Duterte vowed to protect the police involved in killing. And this is what he said again. For as long as there is a power to pardon in the Constitution, that's my weapon against crime. If you massacre 100 and there are 100 of you, then you will all be pardoned. Restored to full political and civil rights, plus a promotion to boot. It's like that, especially the high profile. And this quote can be found at tab 130.2 of the prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP and 50336 at page 0010. Such statements reassure the physical perpetrators. One insider described that he felt confident to continue killing people because he knew that he wouldn't be arrested for that. And this evidence can be found at tab 38 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL-OTP-0001-2779 at page 0005, and relevant lines are from 130 to 131. Your Honors, let me now say a few words about the contextual elements. The 78 murders and attempted murders that Mr. Duterte is charged with in this case were not random. These were not random crimes. Nor was they spontaneous or happened in isolation. Rather, the evidence demonstrates that they were part of a widespread and systematic attack directed against the civilians population of the Philippines. The murders and attempted murders were carried out across the Philippines and over a substantial period of time. Overall, Duterte's so-called war on drugs resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians from the 1st of November 2011 to the 16th of March 2019. And many of these victims were...
Excuse me, counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay. Yes, were children. The victim of extrajudicial killing charge in this case were brutally murdered, some after having been abducted and mistreated. Unlike Mr. Duterte, who is represented by his counsel here today, they were deprived of any form of due process. The loss of every single one of these victims had the most profound impact on their families, their friends, and ultimately their communities. Their suffering was met not merely with Mr. Duterte's indifference, but with his mocking. In a 25 July 2016 speech, he expressly made fun of the iconic photograph portraying the partner of an extrajudicial killing victim cradling his body, which now visible on our screen. While the specific incident portrayed in this photograph is not charged in this case, Mr. Duterte's comment on it is demonstrative of his attitude towards the victims. In reference to this photo, Mr. Duterte, this is what he said. Those of you who are still sober, those who haven't tried illegal drugs, if you don't want to die or get hurt, don't rely on the priest, including human rights advocate. They won't be able to prevent death. So, don't do it. And then, there you are, sprawled on the ground, and you are portrayed in a broadsheet like Mother Mary cradling the dead cadaver of Jesus Christ. That's how they are creating dramas here. This is what he said. And this quote can be found at tab 128 of the prosecution list of material at ERN PHL-OTP-50335, page 0008. And of course, the question of whether Mr. Duterte had knowledge and intent, of course, it goes without saying. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte intended and knew that the charged crime were occurring, or that they would occur in the ordinary course of events that he had set in place and put in motion. His intent and knowledge are shown by the multiple statements he made throughout his mayoral and presidential tenure, promising to reduce crimes by killing alleged criminals, promoting the common plan, and urging police and even members of the public to kill alleged criminals. As detailed in the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, and as Your Honor will hear in the course of my team's presentation, Mr. Duterte also made statements directly acknowledging allegation of extrajudicial killings by his subordinates and issued a written order showing he knew about the crimes they committed. Your Honors, the prosecution relies on significant and varied sources of evidence to demonstrate that substantial ground exists to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for the crimes. This evidence includes multiple witness statements, including insider witnesses. It includes many speeches of Mr. Duterte himself, as well as the statement of his co-perpetrators. It also includes orders and other documents signed by himself. The prosecution further relies on official government documents, including material from the Philippine National Police. It relies on drug watch lists, on audio and video material, as well as on forensic and financial evidence. Your Honors, During the prosecution's subsequent presentation, my colleague will elaborate on some of these core evidence in more detail. Mr. Nichols will give a presentation on Mr. Duterte's background, followed by an overview of the evidence demonstrating his responsibility for the crime charged in count 1. This will be followed by the presentation of Mr. Jeremy behind me, who will speak about the evidence demonstrating Mr. Duterte's responsibility as president for the crime charged in count 2 and 3. And Ms. Croft, on my left, will then elaborate on the contextual element of crime against humanity and the mode of liability through which Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes alleged in this case. And to conclude, Madam President, Your Honor, while this court cannot reunite victims with their loved one, it can help reveal the truth about what happened to them and bring a sense of justice to the victim. The charge before you today are serious, and the evidence submitted require their confirmation. And Mr. Duterte must be held to account, and this case should be confirmed for trial. I thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Now we are slightly in advance on our schedule. I will now hand over to the legal representative of victims for her opening statements until 11, and then after that you shall continue. Please proceed, ma'am.
Madam President, Your Honors, by way of an opening statement, we convey the views and concerns of the 497 victims authorized to participate in these proceedings. At the outset, Your Honors, we communicate the very deep disappointment of the victims at the decision allowing Rodrigo Duterte not to be present in this stage of confirmation of charges. The sight of Mr. Duterte being read and being confronted with the grave and horrible charges against him would have constituted a vital component of justice for the victims. This case symbolically represents the last boat that the victims can board to go on a journey in search of justice for their loved ones who were brutally killed upon the orders of Mr. Duterte. If this chamber prevents the boat from sailing by not confirming the charges, the victims will forever be moored in an island where the nights are filled with the screams and cries of their massacred loved ones. There is absolutely no other recourse for the victims. No less than former Philippine Justice Secretary Crispin Remulla admitted just a few months ago that the door to domestic justice is permanently closed for victims of the Duterte extrajudicial killings. Remulla declared, and we quote, "It is difficult to prove the case here and build up the case because those who need to speak are involved in the crime. There's nothing, not even a police report. You don't have a scene of the crime, you don't have ballistics, you don't have DNA." Remulla further declared, and I quote, "Everything that could be erased was erased so that the cases would not push through. That is why this has reached the ICC." Under the Philippine justice system, Your Honors, no criminal case can reach the courts unless they are initiated and filed by the Department of Justice or the Office of the Ombudsman. From Justice Secretary, Remulla has been appointed as Ombudsman. So the two gatekeepers of justice are successively occupied by a ranking official who has declared that there is absolutely no hope for domestic justice for the victims. If the charges are not confirmed in this case, one of the gravest concerns of the victims is that Mr. Duterte will return to the Philippines as a conquering hero. He will resume preaching his gospel of impunity. In fact, if Mr. Duterte could threaten to slap the judges of this court, which he did while he was president, this chamber should imagine the kind of terror-filled threats and the violent actions that can easily be used against the victims if the suspect walks free from this court. If the charges are not confirmed, it is a very serious concern of the victims that Mr. Duterte will be portrayed in history by his multitude of followers as the leader who vanquished the ICC and who cleansed his country of 30,000 rapists, murderers, and dangerous criminals, which were the scornful words he sweepingly used against all those who were killed in his murderous spree. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte has been in detention here in The Hague for almost a year now, but there has been no peace and rest for the victims. From the time their loved ones were killed and continuously up to this time, they lived in constant fear for their lives. The arrest and detention of Mr. Duterte has not stopped impunity in the Philippines. The virus of impunity that he spread all over the country has become a cancer that has metastasized, infecting millions of Filipinos. Mr. Duterte has created clones of himself. He converted millions of peace-loving citizens into bloodthirsty disciples who have become converts to the belief that violence and killings are valid solutions to societal problems. The killings masterminded by Mr. Duterte continue to have consequences for the victims even to this day because of his clones. These mini Dutertes harass, threaten, or commit outright violence against the victims and their families. As shown by the number of victims participating in this proceeding so far, many still fear to come out and tell their stories of how their lives became a living hell as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes, and because they are constantly terrified of being targeted with violence by Duterte fanatics. Many victims have been hesitant to participate in this ICC case because they live in communities that thrive with Duterte clones. They see the halls of power of their country teeming with Duterte disciples. They see and hear senators, congresspersons, mayors, governors, and powerful public figures who are mini Dutertes. The daughter of Mr. Duterte is the vice president, and she has just recently declared that she is running for president in 2028. One Duterte son is a congressman. Another is the Davao City mayor, and his grandchildren occupy positions of power. The plague of impunity has spread not only among Filipinos in the Philippines, but even among expatriate Filipinos in faraway lands like here in The Hague. When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives.
Apologies, counsel, it's 11 o'clock.
When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives who avoid our own countrymen here in The Hague,
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Council. We will now take a half-hour break as provided for in the schedule, and you shall resume your remarks at 11:30. These are the rules that are set in the schedule, which was set in paragraph 18 of the decision.
Po. Ngayon, bibigyan po namin kayo ng mga sa tingin namin kung ano ang maririnig ninyo.
Oo, ayan. Ano ba din?
Sapagkat ang crime against humanity po, hindi ito random crime. Na parang dyan sa labas, may nakitang nagalit ka, pinatay mo. O kaya yung parang road rage, aksidente lang, bigla na lang nagkapatayan. Hindi po. Makikita nyo sa mga nag-uusig, pag-uusapan nila kung bakit ito'y isang state or organizational policy na merong pattern na nangyari sa Pilipinas noon, nakatutok sa isang sektor ng mga civil population, karamihan na mga tinatawag na addict. Di ba, mga drug war na tinatawag, very specific po, at madaming napatay doon by way of an organizational policy. Yan po ang mapapakinggan nyo, yung papaanong naging organizational policy.
And in furtherance, right?
And in furtherance of a state policy. Kaya nga po, sa unang pagkakataon, sa tingin ko, maririnig nyo na dyan ang mga pangalan ng co-perpetrators.
Oh, yes.
Sapagkat basta't sinabi nyong organizational policy, hindi pwedeng gawin ng isang tao yan. Talaga pong ginagawa ng galamay ng mga tao na nagsabwatan para matupad itong war against a crime against humanity. At alam mo ba Jen, na ang crime against humanity ay pinaparusahan hindi lang ang mga actual perpetrators, kundi yung mga taong may alam sa mga pangyayari na nasa loob ng organizational level na yan at walang ginawa.
Yun. Kasama pa rin pala.
Kasama yon. Kasama yon. Kaya diyan natin nakikita yung mga depensa na wala naman akong aktual na ginawa. Yung wala naman akong aktual na ginawa, hindi po ano yon. Hindi po, it will not hold water. Sapagkat nakalagay po sa ICC na kasama rin doon ang mga alam nasa loob ng organizational structure pero walang ginawa. Ikasama rin po yon. So iyon po maririnig natin sa mga prosecutor. Doon naman po sa mga nagdedepensa, baka marinig po natin uulitin nila ang issue ng jurisdiction. Uulitin nila na gawa-gawa lang ito. Uulitin nila na wala naman pong organizational structure na nangyari sa Pilipinas noon. At siyempre, sasabihin nila ang kanilang magiging depensa, yung nanlaban.
For sure.
Oo. So, ayun. So, ayun po ang ating aasahan bukas. At kung may oras pa ho, pasasalitaan ng abogado o representante ng mga biktima. At kung merong representante doon si President Duterte, baka pagsalitain pa rin po. So, iyan lang po ang mangyayari bukas. 3 oras po yan, may gap, 30 minutes every hour. Para makapagpahinga at uulit po hanggat matapos. Tapos, itutuloy sa Martes, 24, magkakaroon po sila ng respite sa 25, tapos 26 at 27 muli. Sa 24 po, diyan po ilalatag ng prosecution ang kanilang mga ebidensya. Doon naman sa 26, doon naman ilalatag ni Kaufman ang mga ebidensya nila. At sa bandang huli, siguro magsasalita sila ng summation nila. Magsasalita sila ng summation nila at pagkatapos po, merong 60 days ang ICC para sabihin confirm. At Jen, ano ang level ng ebidensya dito?
Nako din, sufficient grounds lamang.
Substantial grounds lamang po. Hindi pa po ito proof beyond reasonable doubt. Hindi rin po nga clear. Probable cause. Hindi po clear and convincing. Hindi po preponderance of evidence. Pero ang substantial evidence lang po.
True.
Ano po ba yung ibig sabihin ng substantial evidence?
Ang ibig sige ikaw. Okay, ang ibig sabihin po ng substantial evidence, kung ikaw isang pangkaraniwang reasonabling tao at nilatag sa iyo ang ebidensya ng di umanong paratang doon sa akusado, magkakaroon ka ba ng reasonabling determinasyon na baka nga sila ang gumawa? Emphasis on baka. O maaari ba talagang sila ang gumawa ayon sa ginawang ebidensya? Basta't po ang sagot, oo. Tapos ng storya.
So, hindi moral certainty din, di ba?
Hindi pa, kasi moral certainty, proof beyond reasonable doubt na yon, di ba? Ito yung, may probability ba? Maaari ba? Kung iyan ang ebidensyang nakalatag, nakita natin yung video, halimbawa, na inamin niya. Nakita natin ang video na tinuro niya pa si Bato. O pinalatag pa yung mga newspaper report. Alam mo, Jen, sa newspaper report sa atin maaring hearsay. Pero kasi may judicial notice rin po ang ICC. Ano nga ba yung judicial notice, yung pangkaraniwang pagkakaalam natin, Jen?
Na iyan ay tatanggapin na, 'di ba? Din na admissible as evidence or public knowledge na siya.
O halimbawa, probinsya ng Batangas. Hindi mo na kailangan i-prove
na yan ay probinsya ng Batangas.
Oo, kasi judicial notice na yun. At iyon ay mga nakalista sa ating rules of court. Pero dito po sa ICC, wala pong listahan ng judicial notice. Nakasalalay po sa determinasyon ng ICC kung yung inihain sa kanila ay common knowledge. Yun lang po ang batayan. Kung common knowledge po, pwede na pong i-judicial notice. Anong ibig sabihin? Wala ng ebidensya, kailangan pang ipresenta. Sapagkat iyon ay common knowledge na. Kaya yung mga video, yung mga newspaper account ng EJK na kumalat sa buong mundo, palagay ko, talaga naka-stack na yan.
Oo, Dean. Ang dami pa
Stop na yan.
naman. Ang dami pa namang coverage ng time na yun.
Ito, yung tanong ni Paolo, sabi niya, yung mga pronouncement daw ba niya sa live TV na kill, 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 kasama daw ba yun?
Yes, definitely.
Ako, nakakasigurado ko, kasama yon. Kasama yon. Ito po mga prosecutor, handa na po sila. At sabi nga po nila, handa na yung mga, sabi nila, na handyan na ay yung mga ready na kung tatawagin, yung 500 mga witnesses.
Ang dami.
At saka tatandaan niyo po nag-job opening ang ICC sa mga
For
Tagalog
interpreters.
translators.
Correct.
So baka isa to sa mga pinagamitan.
Alam mo, Jen at Andrew, balikan natin. Ang sabi ng batas ang isang crime against humanity is an attack on the civilian population committing multiple acts. Kung ang issue ay murder of murder. At dinefine na po ng ICC rules and regulation, rules of evidence o kaya ng kanilang mga alituntunin kung ano ang multiple attack. Basta't lampas isa.
Oo. Mali po yung perception na kailangan 1,000 or 100, di ba, Dean?
Oo.
Basta more than one, multiple attacks na yon.
Correct. 2 po kahit na po magkahiwalay na araw.
Opo.
Sapagkat po mapapakita po kasi ang pinaka-importante yung organizational at systematic attack na bakit pa ulit-ulit?
Oo.
Bakit pa ulit-ulit ganun? Bakit parating may nakalathala sa dyaryo na may mga namatay doon, namatay dyan at halos pare-pareho ang modus operandi? Iyan po ang maririnig nyo bukas. At ang kabila naman, sabi ko nga po, baka po yung issue na naman ng jurisdiction ay ihain nila. Ihain nila o tsaka yung issue na baka ang kanilang defense nanlaban.
Oo.
So, yun.
Pero nabasa ko po sa isang artikulo, sinulat ni former President Duterte na sabi niya raw, yung pagsasabi daw na he oversaw the extrajudicial policy is an outrageous lie. So sinasabi niya na parang wala siyang kinalaman doon sa polisiya na gayon na in-oversee. Samantalang talamak po sa TV, sa social media, yung mga videos.
Ngayon, okay, kung iyan ang defense niya, babanggitin rin po yan. Babanggitin po rin ni Kaufman kung iyan ang ebidensya niya. Sapagkat po, pasanin ng dalawang panig na patunayan ang kanilang mga ebidensya.
Tama.
Diba? Pasanin po ng dalawang panig. Kaya titignan po natin ang mangyayari bukas. So ito po ay uulitin ko, pagtatalumpati po at paglalatag ng buod ng mga nag-uusig sa kasong crime against humanity labang kay Presidente Duterte. At ang kabila naman po, papasinungalingan nila at pwedeng yung issue ng jurisdiction ihain ulit nila at baka nga yung affidavit ni Duterte ipresenta nila na wala siyang kinalaman.
Yan. Nako. Tsaka wag po tayong malilito ha. Yung confirmation of charges hearing po na magaganap simula bukas, the chamber will not determine the innocence or guilt of Duterte. Right? It will just determine if i-continue ba nila to trial, di ba po, Dean, yung kaso, or ito-terminate na nila yung proceedings dahil nga walang substantive or sufficient grounds na ituloy sa paglilitis.
3 po ang pwedeng maaring mangyari sa resolusyon ng ICC.
Yan.
Una, sasabihin nila may substantial evidence, ilipat na natin sa trial chamber.
Yan.
Mag-umpisa na kayo magpormal na mag-usig. Pangalawa, sasabihin nila, kulang ang ebidensya pero merong bahid ng pagkatotoo. Pwede nilang sabihin, ititigil natin, maghanap pa kayo ng ebidensya. Kita nyo, ibang-iba po sa Pilipinas. Ibang-iba po dito sa alituntunin dito. Ang pangatlo, walang ebidensya. I-dismiss natin. I-terminate natin. Kung walang-wala pong ebidensya.
At pag ganon, papalayain na nila si former President Duterte.
Doon sa dalawang una, hindi. Pero doon sa pangatlo papalayain po. Kaya yan. Kaya tandaan natin, ang level lang po ng ebidensya bukas ay tinatawag na substantial evidence.
Ayan.
Ito din, sabi kasi ni Jos Jablos, usually daw kasi ang defense naman ng mga followers ni Duterte ay yung mga police naman daw yung gumawa ng krimen at hindi daw si Digong. So ano ba din ang ibig sabihin ng parang systematic na attacks?
Kaya nga malinaw ang ating ang ICC. Sinabi ng ICC, ganito ha, kung alam mo na nangyayari iyon, kahit wala kang aktual na ginawa, pero ikaw ay nasa isang mataas na katungkulan at wala kang ginawa at kasama ka sa organizational level ng mga dapat magpigil nun, sangkot ka na rin.
Oo, kasama ka dun sa common plan.
Oo, sangkot ka na rin. At saka po, kaya nga po, makikita nyo, papakita, bukas yan yung paulit-ulit. Kasi kung ikaw naman paulit-ulit na ang nangyayari at ang mga sangkot pa, mga pulis, di ba? Kaya nga po lalabas dyan yung mga pangalan ng sinasabi nilang co-perpetrators.
At saka, di ba, Diyos Jablos, I mean, common sense, di ba? Hindi naman yun gagawin ng mga pulis kung walang nag-utos na matataas na opisyal. Lalo na, aminin natin, ang dami niyang videos in the past na sinasabi niya na kapag lumaban, patayin nyo, di ba? So, hindi maipagkakaila na may kinalaman.
Oo. Ngayon, although yun, ipapatunayan yun.
Opo,
papatunayan yun. Ang sasabihin nila Duterte ngayon, maaring iyon ay joke-joke lamang o isang salitang na biglang emotional outburst lang. O pwede nilang ihain yun, walang problema. Pero ang kredibilidad ng paghahain na yun, titimbangin po ng ICC. Titimbangin lahat po yan, di ba?
At saka ang kaibahan kasi ng mangyayari bukas is hindi kailangan ng actual proof.
Yes.
Parang idea lang na merong possibility na ginawa niya.
Yes. Pwede
Pasok
nang
na siya.
ituloy.
Pwede na siyang ituloy. Oo.
3 count po yun ang makikita natin. Davao City, yung mga nangyari sa Davao City noong 2011-2016, murders committed in or around Davao City. Count 1. Count 2, high-value targets between 2016 and 2017, murders of individuals labeled as high-value targets. At number 3 po, yung barangay operations from 2016 to 2019, murders and attempted murders committed during clearance operations in neighborhoods throughout the country.
Ayan.
So 3 counts po yun. 3 counts yan.
Ayan, going back lang dun sa kay Jos Jablos. Ito, Jos Jablos, yung sinasabi sa Rome Statute na yung crime against humanity ay part ng widespread or systematic attack.
Yes.
So, not necessarily na yung mga may actual na ano lang, na participation. Oo, may physical participation doon sa ginawa. Systematic attack. Yung tinatawag.
I-address ko lang kanina, may nabasa kasi akong comment, sabi niya, kung hindi pala gumagana yung batas dito sa Pilipinas, bakit dito pa kinasuhan si Bong Revilla? Eto na naman po tayo. Unang-una po, yung kay Senator Bong Revilla po, ibang crime po yung charge sa kanya. Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act po, ang di umano'y vinolate niya. Dito naman po kina Pangulong Duterte, allegedly, ang vinolate naman nila ay a different law. This is Republic Act 9851 na nag-govern sa crimes against humanity. Tama po, dapat talaga dito litisin si Senator Bong Revilla kasi nandito naman talaga yung jurisdiction. Nasa Sandigan Bayan. Pero with respect to international crimes or crimes against humanity, ICC po ang may complementary jurisdiction.
Paliwanag ko ulit po. Sa international law po, may mga krimen na pwedeng dinggin ng anumang bansa. Kahit sa anumang bansa. Ito po yung tinatawag na genocide, mass murder, at isa na rin po yung crime against humanity, denominated as murder. Okay? So iyan po, mga international crime na pwedeng dinggin ng kahit sinong bansa sa buong mundo sapagkat po yan ang essence ng universal jurisdiction, international law. At sa ating constitution po, nakalagay sa ating saligang batas ng international law, nakasama na dyan ang usapin ng crime against humanity, ay nakapaloob rin sa ating constitution by adoption. Sinasabi po ng ating constitution, the generally accepted principles of international law is adopted by the Philippines as part of the law of the land. At ang statutory bridge po dito sa International Law Constitution at para pumapatupad sa Pilipinas ay ang Republic Act 9851 na nagsasabi na in the interest of justice, kung meron na pong nagdidinig na isang international tribunal sa kamukhang kasong crime against humanity, pabayaan na po sila sapagkat ang kanilang mga level ng standard ay probable cause trend, substantial evidence trend, at pwede na rin, hayaan na sila at pwede na sila mag-issue ng warrant of arrest. Kaya nga po na-issue dito ang warrant of arrest. Iyan po ang daloy ng batas diyan. Talaga po may sound basis ang pagdadakip dito ng isang taong di umano'y gumanap ng crime against humanity at pwedeng ipadala doon sa ICC. Sapagkat po sa Section 7 pa rin po, kung makikita nyo, ayun po, nasa last sentence. Instead, the authorities may surrender or extradite suspected or accused persons in the Philippines to the appropriate international court. So, ibig sabihin po, ang sitwasyon na ito hindi paggalang sa ating mga korte, kundi po ito'y pag-obserba ng ating mismong batas. Diba? Ito po'y pag-obserba ng ating mismong batas. Kasi po ang usapin ngayon, global na po ngayon. Ang daling global community na po tayo. We are a part of the community of nations of civilized countries. Diba? And therefore, hindi na po ito a matter of isolationism. Ito po ay legal integration of all nations para po panagutin ang isang taong di umano'y gumanap ng isang kahindik-hindip at karimari-marim na krimen. Crime against humanity.
Ayan, sana malinaw po
Oo.
Kung hindi nyo pa rin maintindihan, talaga na lang.
Ewan ko na.
Kayo na po yata may problema.
Hindi kasi siya hindi paggalang sa jurisdiction ng Pilipinas Ito, yung batas po natin, yung article, yung Republic Act 9851, binigyan tayo ng kalayaan, no? Binigyan tayo ng freedom na mamili kung saan mo siya gustong gawin yung paglilitis. Pwede dito sa Pilipinas or pwede sa ibang bansa kung meron nang nag-iimbestiga na ibang tribunal.
Actually po, tayo ay nagko-comply lamang sa batas. Kung hindi po natin sila actually susundin, we are violating our own law. We are violating RA 9851.
Paliwanag nga natin ulit, Andrew at Jen. Kasi nasabi na natin ang legal basis. Sabihin naman natin ang practical and necessity basis nito. Unang-una, expertise at saka experience at kadulubhusaan. Nakakasigurado po ako sa inyo, nang wala pang isang prosecutor dito at nang wala pang huwes dito sa Pilipinas na nakatapos o duminig man lamang ng isang kasong crime against humanity.
Wala, nada.
Di ba po? Wala tayong experience doon. We have to be humble enough. Kasi po napaka-seryoso ng krimen na ito. Hindi lang po para sa kapakanan ng Estado na pinangangalagaan o at ng biktima, kundi po para sa kapakanan rin po ng akusado para tunay na siyang mabigyan ng due process. Kung makikita nyo nga po, karamihan ng mga mungkahi o motion na ginagawa ngayon sa ICC ay nanggagaling sa kampo ng mga Duterte. Di ba po? Binibigyan sila ng due process. Yun po ang unang reason, yung practical reason na walang kadalubhasaan ang Pilipinas sa mga usaping ganyan. At alam nga namang meron tayong batas. Hindi natin papakinabangan ang batas para sa kapakanan ng mga biktima at para sa kapakanan rin ni Duterte. Di ba po? Baka ibigay niyo yan sa isang judge dito. Sasabihin, ano ba yung systematic? Ano ba yung organizational plan? Ano ba yung multiple commission? Di ba po? Parang kayo at ako, mag-aaral lang po yun. Diba?
Walang expertise
Walang expertise. Pangalawa, Jen, tungkol naman sa political stability.
Ayan.
Ano naman epekto?
Actually, din ang iaano ko rin sana, isisingit ko yung aspeto ng impartiality.
Okay, ano impartiality?
Dahil kung doon po didinggin, makakasiguro actually yung mga biktima at yung kampo ni President Duterte na walang padri-padrino system, walang palakasan, hindi mabubulungan ang mga justices or judges doon.
Walang suhulan.
Walang suhulan. Ayaw ba nila nun?
O yun.
Diba?
Diba?
Kung
Oo.
dito, papayag ba kayo na okay lang saan ba yun din, Muntinlupa, kukulong
Oo,
habang dinidinig?
Kita mo naman sa Muntinlupa, mga nakakulong doon, mga drug lord rin pa pala. Nakakapagmando pa sila sa labas. Hindi niyo po ba nakikita yon, di ba? Tsaka isa pa,
Yung
political instability. Kung gagawin po dito ang paglilitis dyan, tandaan po natin ang mga kasong kadalasan ay sinasampahan dito sa International Criminal Court ay dating mga makapangyarihang tao, malawak ang impluensya at baka, hindi ko po sinasabing si Duterte, normally lang po, baka may private army pa.
Oo. Tsaka tama din, hindi lang dati. Baka hanggang ngayon, kahit after his tenure.
Yes. At yun po. So yun po ang gustong i-prevent nitong batas na ito. Political instability. Di ba po? Huwag natin pong i-confuse ang kapakanan ng ilang mga taong di umano'y akusado sa integridad ng ating country at saka sa national security ng ating country. So iyan po yung mga dahilan, practical reasons dyan.
Ayan, na-diniscuss na ni Dean yung legal reasons, pati practical reasons, pero meron pa rin.
Sabi ni Roy Cubes, yung batas mo bias dahil anti-Duterte. Tatandaan po natin na itong batas na RA 9851 ay ipinasa po noong 2009. Sino ang presidente ng 2009?
Si GMA.
Best friend yan, isa sa best friend ni President Duterte. Ang sisihin niya po, si President GMA. Wala naman po kaming kinalaman dyan sa batas na yan
Hindi naman po kami congressman and senator, hindi po kami yung gumawa ng batas.
Hulaan mo kung sino Senate President nun.
Sino din?
Si Juan Ponce Enrile.
Kita nyo na.
Kita mo
Sumalangit
yan?
nawa ang kanyang kaluluwa.
Hindi po mga simpleng mga taong gumawa ng batas na yan noong 2009. At Andrew, sino nauna? Republic Act 9851 o yung ICC na yan?
Nauna to din kasi ang RI ang sa ICC, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, 2011 or 2012.
Yes, ni-ratify 2011.
Ito 2000
So nauna to bago tayo pumirma sa ICC.
Yes.
So ibig sabihin, kahit wala yung ICC, kung mag-imbestiga ang ICC dito, papayagan ng 9851.
Correct ka dyan, Andrew. Kahit wala po yung ICC yan, meron pala tayong 9851 na binalangkas ng ating mga congressman at pinirma ng presidente nung araw ni GMA.
Kaya
sisihin nyo si GMA.
Kaya Roy, wag kami sisihin mo.
Hindi kami bias.
Bias si GMA kasi hindi pa niya alam na magkakaroon ng gantong kaso si Duterte, pinasa na niya yan. So kasalanan niya yan.
Kasalanan ng batas. Alangan namang hindi natin sundin ang batas, Roy.
Paano yan, Roy? Anong gagawin mo? Bakit mo sinasabi kaming bias? Baka ikaw ang bias.
True.
Kasi kung hindi ka magiging bias, kung mapapakita mo sa amin ang sinasanggalang mong batas. Sinasanggalang mong batas, anong provision sa Constitution at anong provision sa international. Kasi hindi tayo po makaalis dun Nasa international law, nasa Constitution at nasa Republic Act 9851. Anong gusto mong gawin natin? Huwag nating respetuhin tong batas nating na ito.
Pero binanggit na ni Dean yung Constitution, RA 9851, Rome Statute. Bias pa din. Ayun, mahahalata mo talaga.
Sabi ni All Walks of Life, sabi niya, pang first year law student, yung paliwanag ni Dean Mel.
True, pero sadly, dahil may mga bulag pa rin. But of course, thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching. Sana po, ang inaasahan ko, malinawan kayo. Malinawan kayo. Wag nyo pong magdala ng bugso ng damdamin.
Kasi inuunahan nila ng sarado yung isip nila.
Wag niyo pong isarado ang isip ninyo. Wag niyo pong isarang isip ninyo. Tingnan niyo muna po ang mga angkop na batas.
Tama po.
Yung bang sinasabi ni Attorney Jen, ni Andrew at ni Dean Mel ay walang sanggalang sa batas ng Pilipinas?
True.
Yun po, kung wala, O surrender kami. Di ba? Kung nanghuhula lang kami dyan. O yan.
Eto pa si
Eto,
Jeremy.
si Jeremy, ang sabi niya, Sir, ibig sabihin mo ba ay walang kredibilidad ang mga korte dito sa Pilipinas?
Hindi po
That's
yan.
not the point.
Ito po ang sinasabi ko. Wala pong kabihasaan.
Yan.
Expertise ang mga korte dito sa Pilipinas. Nakakasigurado ako sa inyo, ni isang judge wala pang humawak ng crime against humanity. Para po sa akusado rin po iyan. Hindi po ibig sabihin na porket lalampasan natin ng korte dito, binababaan na natin ang integridad nila. Nagiging ano lang po tayo. Nakita na to nila Senator Ponce Enrile noong 2009, nung Republic Act 9851. Napakababaw naman po natin kung sasabihin natin na hindi to na-anticipate ng mga gumawa ng batas noon. Hindi to na-anticipate nung gumawa ng ating mga konstitusyon. Napakababaw naman po nun. Nakita na nila yon. Baka walang kabihasaan ng ating mga wes at mga prosecutor dito. Mas lalong manganib ang both accused and the victim. Mas mabuti na po ibigay natin doon. Kaya yung mga, okay, ano ka, it is a violation of our national sovereignty.
Mali po yun.
Maling-mali po yun sapagkat po ang isang ang protection ng isang national sovereignty ay ang protection rin ng ating batas. Huwag po natin i-confuse. Huwag po natin i-confuse na porket hindi natin ginagamit ang korte, talagang
hindi na nire-respeto.
Hinahamak natin sila. Hindi po. Palagay ko yung mga west natin, baka gustuin pa nila, ayoko humawak diyan.
Dahil wala silang expertise.
Baka magkamali ako. Di ba po? Baka At yun po, nakita nung mga nagbalangkas ng batas na matatalino po yung mga senador noon. Noon po, matatalino ang mga senador. Dinidiin ko po yan. Noon, matatalino ang mga senador. Ngayon.
At saka Jeremy, bibigyan lang kita ng sobrang simpleng analogy na lang. So, gusto mong pumunta ng Singapore, galing ka lang Pilipinas. Meron kang dalawang option, pwede kang lumangoy, pwede kang mag-eroplano. Anong pipiliin mo?
Ayan, Jeremy.
Oo. So bakit pwede ka naman lumangoy, wala mong nagbabawal dun sa'yo, pero hindi ka pinagbabawalan mag-eroplano. So alin yung mas gusto mo? Yung mapapagod ka, pag-aaralan mo pa kung paano ka pupunta, o dun ka sa way na mabilisan na lang?
Kaya Jeremy, linawin ulit namin, iba ang kredibilidad sa expertise.
Yes. Si judge ganito, hindi corrupt. Summa cum laude. Ano pa? Bar number 1 top notcher, etc. ng Philippine law.
Paano yan? Pag crimes against humanity.
Paano yan? First time niya.
Oo.
I mean, talaga i-risk mo ba ang fate ni akusado ni Duterte at saka ng mga biktima sa isang walang kabihasaan na wes?
Oo. The judge is credible but he or she is not an expert.
Correct. Yes.
Meron tayong, kasi ang ICC, tatandaan natin, nung naging member tayo na, hindi naman tayo basta naging member lang, di ba?
Yes.
So,
Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Bonjour.
Judge Motog. Hello again. Counsel, you can continue because we were interrupted by the pause. Over to you, legal representative for victim, please.
Thank you, Your Honors. I was in the process of explaining the spread of impunity in the Philippines, and I will resume, Your Honor. The plague of impunity has spread not only among Filipinos in the Philippines, but even among expatriate Filipinos in faraway lands like here in The Hague. When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives who avoid our own countrymen here in The Hague because chances are they are Duterte clones, they expressed their utmost concern that if we, their lawyers, feel threatened by mini Dutertes in a foreign country, we should imagine the far more intense fear they live with every day in their communities teeming with mini Dutertes. The victims also wish to convey that if the judges of this honorable chamber can be subjected to online harassment by Duterte clones, we should imagine the level of vulnerability the victims are exposed to in their poor villages. Your Honors, there is only one solution to stop the impunity propagated by Mr. Duterte from continuing to bring harm and suffering to the victims. And that is for this honorable chamber to confirm the charges so that witnesses can testify and evidence can be presented on the horrible crimes committed by Mr. Duterte. The testimonies and evidence presented will inoculate these mini Dutertes from the virus of impunity that has infected them. When they will see and hear the utter whose lives were violently taken, it will rekindle the embers of humanity that still remain in their hearts. Many of these mini Dutertes or Duterte clones are actually victims of massive doses of fake news widely circulated online. They need to be vaccinated with the truth, and the truth vaccine can only come from the testimonies of witness of victims and evidence presented in a trial before this court. Truth is the antidote to the virus of impunity, Your Honors. The victims dread a future where charges are not confirmed in this case. It will mean that the virus of impunity will continue to spread and infect many more. Victims fear that Duterte clones will become an even bigger group that can elect another apostle of impunity as the Philippines' next leader. If that happens, an even more serious condition of impunity can take place in the Philippines, possibly worse than the orgy of violence that happened from 2011 to 2019, and this time there will be no ICC to run to for assistance and help. The victims humbly beseech this honorable chamber to reaffirm the two crucial objectives of the ICC identified in the preamble of the Rome Statute. First, to prosecute and punish the most serious crimes that deeply shock the conscience of humanity. And second, to put an end to impunity and to contribute to the prevention of crimes of unimaginable atrocities. If this chamber confirms the charges, this court will achieve its first objective of prosecuting and, if convicted, punishing Mr. Duterte for the unspeakable crimes he is charged with. But achieving the first objective will not automatically make this court attain its second objective. Merely putting forward the evidence gathered and the theory of liability of the prosecution will not necessarily result to ending impunity and contributing to the prevention of further unimaginable crimes, which is the court's second objective. This court should allow victims to testify, and the record of the proceedings must reflect the harrowing experiences of those impacted by the crimes. They are the humanity referred to by Article 7's framework of crimes against humanity. It is the view of the victims that this court must allow them to narrate the gravity, the cruelty, and the brutality. In other words, the utter inhumanity of the crimes masterminded by Mr. Duterte, so that the people who adore and idolize him, the people who have become disciples of impunity, will see for themselves the inhumanity of the suspect. For this to happen, the charges should all be confirmed. The virus of impunity that has spread all over the Philippines is very grave and serious, Your Honors. Imagine a leader like Mr. Duterte, who proudly and publicly proclaimed his aspirations of following the footsteps of Adolf Hitler when he said, quote, Hitler massacred 3 million Jews. Now there are 3 million drug addicts. I'd be happy to slaughter them, unquote. And yet, he is worshipped by a huge number of Filipinos. In so many countries, you will need to hide your adoration of Hitler. Mr. Duterte flaunted it, and his fanatics are unaffected by it. Mr. Duterte has pronounced so many other horrible declarations meant to promote and encourage impunity, as it will be detailed tomorrow by my colleagues. And yet, he is idolized by a multitude of Filipinos. The defense will claim that he was merely bombastic and acerbic when he made these statements. But if he were merely being pompous and flippant, the people who were killed should be alive and laughing today at his supposed pranks and stunts. Mr. Duterte did not only order the mass killing of people suspected of being drug personalities, Your Honors. He smeared them with accusations of being rapists, murderers, and dangerous criminals. Mr. Duterte imposed an inflexible condemnation that if you are a drug personality, you are automatically a dangerous criminal who has engaged in unimaginable atrocities. The families of those killed did not only suffer the loss of a loved one, their families were even disgraced with being associated with a rapist, murderer, or dangerous criminal. Even after their loved ones were murdered, many families were subjected to deplorable injustices. Instead of gunshot wounds as cause of death in their death certificates, families were shocked to see pneumonia, heart attack, stroke, sepsis, and other false causes of death that were instead written down. Other families were charged substantial amounts. Some the impoverished families could not afford, just to retrieve the bodies of their loved ones from the funeral parlor who were suspected by the families of being in cahoots with the police officers. Some family members were even arrested and imprisoned by police officers on false charges and for the purpose of preventing them from complaining. In one particular incident, Your Honors, a young man and his common-law wife were sleeping in their shanty when men in civilian clothes knocked down the door to their house. The men dragged the wife out of the room. The husband was already surrendering, and he even started to strip naked to show he had no drugs or firearm on his body. He said in the Filipino language, "Sir, malinis po ako, maghuhubad ako, sir." Translation in English, "Sir, I am clean. I will strip naked, sir." Still without mercy, the men shot and killed him. After killing the husband, they arrested the wife and accused her with falsified and non-bailable charges. When the deceased mother and cousin went to the police station to find out what happened to the young man, because they were not in the scene of the crime when it happened, the two were also summarily arrested and charged with fabricated crimes. If the Honorable Chamber confirms the charges in this case, the witnesses and evidence will show that those who were smeared by Mr. Duterte before they were killed, they were inside their houses, sleeping peacefully with their families, eating meals with their loved ones, playing with their children, or hugging their wives. Others were merely walking along the street, having snacks at the roadside eatery, or plying the road, earning a poor man's living. They were all doing ordinary, peaceful, and plain human activities. Confirming the charges will restore the dignity of those who were killed and the honor of their families. The prejudice suffered by the families of those killed did not begin and end with the each killing set off a chain reaction that is continuously churning out a daily crucible of harm, damage, and loss. By masterminding the mass murder of mere suspects, Mr. Duterte has brought irreparable and endless harm to the families. An overwhelming majority of those killed were the sole breadwinners of poor families. These families were dependent on each day's wage for their daily sustenance. They were hand-to-mouth families. With the death of their breadwinners, the widowed spouses, a majority of whom are women, have had to take on the roles of two parents. On top of taking care of their children and maintaining the household, the widowed spouses now have the additional burden of being breadwinners for their families. Families have been driven to even far more serious destitution, Your Honors. The damage to the children is immeasurable. Their development and upbringing have been permanently compromised. They have been walking through life with one missing parental limb. Losing a parent under very dire economic conditions and under the most violent circumstances results in wounds that will never heal and that will absolutely render them handicapped for life. And then there's the indescribable anguish of parents who lost a child. No parent is supposed to outlive a child. Parents suffer a lifetime of grief when a child dies ahead of them, and the lifetime grief is unimaginably worse when a child dies under the most inhuman circumstances. The crimes masterminded by Mr. Duterte did not only affect individuals but whole communities. Across the Philippines, numerous urban communities of the most impoverished villages were scarred by the violence and abuses wrought by a lawless anti-drug campaign that further worsened the misery and trauma of residents in marginalized communities. In one illustrative instance, Your Honors, after the father of a family was killed inside his house by police officers, the entire neighborhood was so traumatized that for almost 3 months, and during the coldest months in the Philippines, they abandoned their houses at night and instead slept in the open public market. They did not feel secure inside their houses because there would be no witnesses if the police would just barge in and shoot at them. In the public market, the presence of many witnesses, they thought, will deter the police from shooting and killing them. It is also the victim's view, Your Honors, that the charges should be confirmed because the resulting presentation of witnesses and evidence during the trial will force police and other law enforcement officers to confront the brazen depravity of the killing of civilians that they either personally committed or allowed to be committed during the Duterte reign of terror. In one operation, the police summarily killed 3 men, 2 brothers and 1 friend, in the very early morning. The police declared that the 3 were nanlaban. They fought back. But the neighbors saw otherwise. The whole neighborhood was so horrified at the macabre treatment of one of the fatalities. The bullet-ridden body of one of the 3 men was brought out from the 2nd floor window and dropped to the ground because the police could not bring the body out through the doorway. When the body hit the ground, the neighbors recoiled at hearing the body emit a cry. Aray! Translation in English, ouch! The man was still alive when his body was thrown to the ground, and the police just left him to bleed to death. The trial will hold a mirror to the police force and compel them to see how they were turned into executioners and assassins, and their organization transformed into a gigantic criminal organization or turned into a killing machine by Mr. Duterte. The Philippine National Police and the drug enforcement agencies have not made any initiative to purify the corrupted minds of their officers and personnel to our knowledge. The trial in this case will be a tremendous teaching opportunity that can work to rectify the warped and depraved minds of Philippine security officers. The charges need to be confirmed, Your Honors, for the sake of the entire country, which has been desensitized or made numb by the massive incidents of impunity and the glorification of impunity promoted by Mr. Duterte. The whole Philippines needs to know the real story during those bloody years. There has been no opportunity for the entire country to really find out the whole truth of what happened. It has been hush-hush, tidbits of sporadic news, and always drowned out by trolls who mass produce and broadcast false, fake, and fabricated news. The victims also attach a very important historical significance to this case. If the Chamber confirms the charges, the trial proceedings will produce a historical record of the most bloody period of post-war Philippine history, a duty that the Philippine justice system has refused to perform. The historical account on the mass murder of so many Filipinos during the Duterte regime needs to be accessible to our future generations, just like the Nuremberg trials and the Tokyo trials, so that they will learn from it and not repeat the same mistake of selecting and glorifying leaders who preach and practice impunity. The prosecution has presented 78 instances of murder and attempted murder, clarifying that these incidents are only representatives of the extent of the crimes committed against thousands of civilians, Your Honors. The victims beseech the Honorable Chamber to remember that Mr. Duterte's bloody rule, both in Davao City and nationwide, resulted in as many as 30,000 victims of killings, more than 300,000 victims of arbitrary imprisonment, and unaccounted numbers of victims of torture, sexual assault, and other forms of crimes against humanity. For many families in the Philippines, the charges brought for confirmation in these proceedings represent only a fraction of the reality the victims have endured. The victims beseech the Honorable Chamber to remember the hundreds of thousands of victims are banking on vicarious justice from this case. Finally, Your Honors.
Excuse me, Counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you. Finally, Your Honors, the victims wish to humbly underline that what is ultimately at stake in these proceedings is the supreme of all forms of human rights, the right to life. The right to life is the very foundation of every civilized society. The ancestors of every nation fought against invaders, colonizers, despotic monarchs, and fascist leaders in order to secure the right to life of their families, their communities, and the future generations. The heroes of every country sacrificed their lives to defend the right to life of their people. We as citizens of modern societies are inheritors and beneficiaries of the sacrifices of our ancestors who bequeathed to us the right to life. We owe it to them to defend the supreme legacy for our generation and for the generations to come. For the past few years, Your Honors, we have seen an increasing number of nation leaders who time-traveled from the Dark Ages and now swagger in modern times as if they own people's lives. These brutal and cruel leaders must be held to account for their brazen disregard of humankind's right to life. Our ancestors fought in the battlefield to secure a right to life. In these modern times, the battleground for the fight to protect our right to life is within the four walls of this honorable court. May the God of life, the God of humanity, guide the honorable members of this chamber. Thank you, Your Honors.
Merci beaucoup, Maître.
Judge Motog, thank you very much, Counsel Buturian. Now over to the defence. Mr. Kaufman, please.
And I thank Mr. Buturian for his intervention, but I feel that I ought to remind him that this is a court of law which decides matters on the basis of evidence, not on the basis of political demagoguery, and not on the basis of a desire to effect regime change despite the democratic will. and certainly not on the basis of statements made by Ombudsman Jesus Crispin Remula, who professed that domestic justice will be denied, according to Mr. Butuyan, because of the lack of forensic reports and police reports. Now, I don't know which case Mr. Butuyan's metaphorical ship sailed into, but he clearly hasn't read the evidence. Whilst he was speaking, we examined the evidence, and out of that evidence we found at least 35 reports substantiating 49 of the incidents which are mentioned in a document containing the charges. Your Honours, Rodrigo Duterte was and will always remain a unique phenomenon. His style of statesmanship was novel and unpalatable to many. His expletives and hyperbole grated, while his honesty and wild popularity irritated. He spoke openly, from the heart, sincerely and truthfully. And what a contrast between him and his successor in the Malacanang. For President Rudy, his word was his word, and the people knew it. For President Bong Bong, his word is for the wind, and the people will not forget it. Let me remind everyone of the letter which President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed, it's on the screen, and in which he gave a cast-iron undertaking that his government, and I quote, will not assist the ICC in any way, shape or form. Well, as we know, he failed to keep that promise. Rodrigo Duterte was unconstitutionally hijacked and unceremoniously hauled off to The Hague. And when called upon to defend his master's actions and the said letter at a Senate committee hearing, the then Secretary for Justice, once again Mr. Jesus Crispin Remula, persisted with the same dishonest theme. And I quote his words, "We did not assist the ICC. We continue with the very tenor of the letter that we did not assist the ICC and we did not have any contact with them." So he said, but with a document emanating from the prosecution team opposite and disclosed to us a mere week ago, not as information material to the preparation of our defence, but as exonerating evidence, we can now substantiate what we have suspected for a long time. The document comprises a transcript of a telephone call covertly recorded between 4 parties who cannot be mentioned in public, and one of these parties was boasting about how he was acting as the silent partner of President BBM, managing a scheme to funnel witnesses to this court while all the time ensuring that he could guarantee President BBM's plausible deniability. So it is indeed the defence case that President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. set out to neutralise Rodrigo Duterte and his legacy. Yes, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor, I used that legendary word, neutralise, so central and so essential to your case theory, because you know just as well as me that I'm using the term metaphorically. And now I turn to the substance of the charges, but before I do, a word or two about the geopolitical context. The scourge of illegal narcotics is not unique to the Philippines. As we all know, it afflicts Latin America, where I can name 3 countries where the death rate at the hands of vigilantes and law enforcement agents per capita population is higher than it ever was under Duterte. And as you should know, and you will hear from the prosecution, at any rate, the Philippines as a country is uniquely positioned to act as a transit hub for the trafficking of narcotics emanating from the cartels in China, and with or without Duterte, so we argue, the death rate would have kept on rising. Indeed, as we will prove with statistics and reports, the death rate flowing from narcotics-related crime actually increased after Rodrigo Duterte left power. And where, I ask you, has the International Criminal Court been since? Now, a colleague of the victim's representative sitting opposite, a certain self-styled legal assistant to ICC counsel, rose up and famously stated in one of her many voluble interviews to the media that Rodrigo Duterte conducted not a war on drugs, but a war on the poor. A war on the poor, I ask you? If anything, the totally lawful Duterte campaign against illegal drugs and their suppliers took place when his administration was actively promoting some of the most important redistributive policies in years, all with the aim of alleviating poverty. Legislative reform in 2017 to reduce personal income taxes for workers, social protection expansion known as the 4Ps, designed to provide regular cash transfers to needy and multi-child families, universal health care, and need I say more, the Magna Carta of the poor, setting out the right to adequate food, decent shelter, education, and a highest standard of health. The fact that the majority of those who died as a result of drug-related crime were living in the most deprived areas is something which is endemic to every afflicted society. But can anyone seriously accuse this man, Rodrigo Duterte, who has lived such an openly frugal existence, of taking up arms against the needy? This is the man who at the age of 5 arrived in Davao to live in a modest shack where rain leaked through the roof, forcing him to crawl under the kitchen table to take shelter. This is not the man and groomed for the presidency from childhood. This is the man who was born to a lawyer and a governor who taught him discipline, values, and respect for the people by being one of the people. This is the man who, as president himself, shunned the luxuries and the privileges of high office, and like others before him, and even those after him, he slept not in the palatial grandeur of the Malacanang, but in Spartan quarters of his bodyguard's hut. His diet consisted not of prime cuts of imported Australian beef, but of dried fish and boiled rice. A man of simple indulgences, his pleasures were to be found not on the cocktail party circuit of Forbes Park, but on coastal roads where he roamed and cruised on his motorcycle, not looking for people to kill, Mr. Prosecutor, but almost killing himself because of his love for speed. This is the man who paid and paved his way through law school, passing his bar exam in 1972, more or less on the same day as Marcos Sr.'s tanks were grinding and rolling their way through the streets after the declaration of martial law. And it was on that significant day that Rodrigo Duterte was exposed to the tyranny of oppression and the abuse of power by the elite. And he took a decision. On that day, he chose to devote himself to a life of selfless public service. As a professor at the local police academy and as a public prosecutor in Davao, Rodrigo Duterte developed a lifelong passion, some would say an enduring obsession, for law and order, something for which he unapologetically enforced throughout his time as mayor of Davao City. Not, as the prosecution say, through sowing murder and mayhem, but through winning the love, respect, and admiration of his fellow citizens, the very same citizens who continued to re-elect him time after time, term after term, on no less than 7 occasions over more than 2 decades. And throughout his 20 or so years tenure as the mayor of Davao, Rodrigo Duterte and his family transformed that city from an outpost of communist insurgency and criminal violence into what is now one of the safest cities, not just in the Philippines, but in the entire world. This was indeed the so-called Davao model, which the prosecution wants to persuade you was code for unbridled criminal violence. And this was the type of leader that the Filipino nation wanted in 2016. So, Rodrigo Duterte was elected into power, not in spite of, but specifically because of his firm and uncompromising commitment to upholding law and order. And after his election as president, Rodrigo Duterte remained a man of the people, without seeking to patronize the people. Gung-ho in his ways and with a belligerent tone, he spoke the tough tongue of the street. not the dissembling discourse of international diplomacy. He said what the people wanted to hear, but he said it in a way that offended sensibilities of world leaders unaccustomed to hearing it, one in particular, and that was what set him on the slippery slope to a prison cell in The Hague. And let me tell you how it works. It starts with the media, controlled by the powerful and the politically influential. With a sensational headline and a twisted editorial slant, the moguls sell their papers while promoting the partisan agenda of their backers in power. They highlight the salacious content while ignoring the true context, because that is what captivates the reader. And so it was with Rodrigo Duterte, whose speeches were fertile fodder for his enemies and detractors, a man whose hyperbole, bluster and rhetoric, once published, became a natural target for privately funded NGOs and human rights activists, a loose collective more commonly known as civil society. These people descended upon the Philippines to advance an agenda even more lacking in objectivity than that of the media, and heavily funded by tycoons with even grander designs, they print their glossy reports, replete with iconic photographic images of grieving families and dead bodies in rain-swept, nighttime crime scenes, all dramatically illuminated with the fluorescent glow of neon. Images carefully crafted to shock the conscience and to sway the emotions, and, I may say, to be used by the prosecutor when they don't even relate to the charges. And they gave their slick reports bold titles lifted straight out of a James Bond movie, such as License to Kill, One Shot to the Head, You Can Die Any Time, or simply, They Just Kill. The photographers are feted and their shots exhibited as art all over the world, and the brave journalists who act as their sources win awards and Nobel Prizes. And slowly but surely, their narrative becomes the sacred, unchallengeable and unshakable truth. And so the pressure builds up, and the academics who haunt the corridors of the progressive left law faculties far away in the United States tweet their research and publish their articles pontificating about crimes against humanity, systematic attacks against the civilian population, and they point their finger at one man alone, and bandy about slogans such as accountability and the prevention of impunity. They give their gratuitous advice on what should be done, sometimes academics who formerly worked alongside the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Communications and complaints are filed, and the rest, as they say, is history. In any event, we're not gathered here today to judge a man on the basis of his coarse attitude or his vulgar language. This court has convened a confirmation hearing to verify whether substantial grounds exist to believe that Rodrigo Duterte, the people's president, together with various so-called co-perpetrators, over the years of his governance, devised a criminal policy of wholesale and wanton murder. And since we are in a court of law, it is worth stressing, although I should not have to, cases are decided on the basis of evidence, not supposition, not rumor, not spicy gossip, and certainly not on the basis of political rhetoric and bluster. Because at the end of the day, were it not for those belligerent and controversial speeches, there would have been no impetus to bring the people's president to The Hague. And when the prosecution's evidence is examined, I would ask you to keep an open mind and to question not just whether that evidence has been selectively presented, but whether there exists evidence which the prosecution has failed to produce. And I say this with justifiable cause, particularly with respect to the Duterte rhetoric, as we will prove during the substantive part of our submissions. The notorious speeches on which the prosecution relies have been cherry-picked to suit its narrative, while ignoring the many other speeches when the former president tempered his bombastic language by clear reference to the principle of lawful self-defense. We, the defense, have read as many of these speeches as we can find. In fact, in our poky little office on the top floor of the furthest building away in this complex, we have a counter which ticks and ticks. And whenever we come across a speech which contradicts the prosecution's murder theory by reference to self-defense, we give a cheer, and the counter goes up once more, and we celebrate one more nail in the coffin of the prosecution's case theory. As the statistics stand as of today, in contrast to the 20 speeches on which the prosecution relies to prove incitement to kill, we have found 35 more which say the complete opposite. Let me give you 2 examples from the very speeches that the Deputy Prosecutor himself cited today. Let's refer first of all to the famous Pietà speech, which the Deputy Prosecutor referred to. So, this is what the Deputy Prosecutor said. Those of you who are still sober, those who haven't tried illegal drugs, if you don't want to die or get hurt, don't rely on the priests, including human rights advocates. They won't be able to prevent deaths, and so it goes on. But if we look further on in the very same speech, something which maybe the Deputy Prosecutor didn't do, this is what he had to say. To our police officers and other officials, do your job, and you will have the unwavering support of the Office of the President. I will be with you all the way. Abuse your authority, and there will be hell to pay, for you will have become worse than criminality itself. Well, there you are. You have it straight in your face. PECSO, exonerating evidence within what is claimed to be the prosecution incriminating evidence. I won't take up my time by showing you the second speech, but there is one. If I have time at the end, I will show it to you. So if you add to that another 10 speeches out of the 20 speeches on which the prosecution rely in its document containing the charges, after all, we are in a court of law and we rely on evidence. And what is the evidence that's produced of these speeches? 20 of them. 10 of them, I submit, and we will show this in the substantive part of our submissions, contain exonerating evidence which support the defense case theory. In other words, if you add the 10 which we've identified in the prosecution's 20, to our total of 35, we come to 45 speeches versus 10, which we say support the use of force only in self-defense. That is 350% more speeches in favour of our defence and 354% more reasons not to confirm the charges. And you can bet your bottom dollar that at the end of today's proceedings, either the victim's self-styled legal assistant to ICC counsel or a prosecution intern will be tasked with scouring the web, looking for the means to prove Kaufman wrong. And I will declare it, and I'll declare it loudly and clearly, as if the prosecution didn't know it already. It's not enough to state that since the former president made those extremely inflammatory statements and deaths occurred, that he must, as a matter of course, be criminally responsible for those fatalities. At this stage of the proceedings, the prosecution needs to show substantial grounds to believe that the former president actually desired and foresaw that people would be killed as a result of his incendiary language. For the prosecution to assert that Rodrigo Duterte hoped for deaths to occur or was recklessly indifferent as to whether deaths would occur, which he was not, that's insufficient. So once more for the record, Rodrigo Duterte's language was aimed not at suspected drug pushers as the prosecution would have it, but directly at those poisoning society with their substances, and not, I stress, with lethal intent. His rhetoric was calculated to arouse fear and obedience, to instill fear in their hearts, and to inculcate a respect for the law in their minds. Nothing more, nothing less. That was his intent, and it was not criminal. And as many of these drug pushers demanded to enter prison, I remember seeing the images on the television, lining up to surrender and to enter prison. Now, I challenge my colleagues opposite to prove otherwise, because as we all know, in a criminal process, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. They brought this case and they need to prove it. Rodrigo Duterte need not convince the world of anything, and that is to his fortunate advantage given his current medical condition. He stands behind his legacy resolutely, and he maintains his innocence absolutely. Now, I turn to the general fairness and objectivity of the investigation, which, as we all know, is meant to be an impartial evidence-gathering exercise. As an ex-prosecutor myself, I'm used to investigating agencies pursuing all reasonable lines of inquiry, assimilating all testimonies, and digesting all documentation and forensic evidence, recommending who to target for prosecution, but not so with this prosecution. When we, the defence, study the course of the investigation in this case, one thing is plain as a pikestaff. The chief prosecutor of this court, Mr. Karim Khan, not only failed miserably to carry out his duties under the Rome Statute, requiring him to examine exonerating circumstances as well as incriminating, but he single-handedly contaminated it, so we alleged, by pursuing a one-track crusade with a view to a predetermined objective. Let me explain. Although the ICC officially authorized an investigation into the so-called Philippines situation in late 2021, it was deferred a few months later back to the Philippines for the official investigation to resume only in late 2023. But the real meat of the investigation into Count 1, relating to the activities of that fictitious construct, the Davao Death Squad, had effectively started way before then, with the sole objective of nailing Rodrigo Duterte. Indeed, all the way back in 2018, during its so-called preliminary examination, the prosecution had an individual who will be referred to as P1, handed to them on a silver platter. This P1 had been interviewed at an earlier date by none other than Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan, in his former capacity as a private lawyer, and the self-professed legal
Diyan marami tayong baka nga nagbayad pa tayo ng ng membership fee
parang
dyan.
ganon.
Oo, 'di ba? So bakit hindi natin gamitin?
Yes.
Pakinabangan natin sila.
Correct ka dyan.
Oo.
Tsaka yun talaga yung hindi ko mag-get sa kanila, Dean. Mas delikado pa actually kung dito yan
Yes.
kita try.
Imagine ninyo, sige sabihin na natin, maniwala tayo dun sa pinaniniwalaan ng mga followers niya. Totoong mga drug addict to. 'Di ba? Merong mga nakakulong din na drug addict, baka kilala nila. Paano kung pagtripan si president dun sa sa presinto? Sa presinto, sa kulungan.
Kulungan.
'Di ba?
Doon, napakaganda ng kalagayan ni former President Duterte.
Sobrang secured, 'di ba? Parang nakatira sa kondo.
Walang magbabanta sa buhay niya doon. Naka-aircon pa, may heater pa, parang condo unit. Ano pang gusto nyo?
May on-call pang nurse tsaka doktor.
Oo.
He is in a good spot.
Tapos puro
considering the situation.
Tama. Ang narrative nyo lang lagi, wala na bang batas dito sa Pilipinas? Blah, blah, blah.
Meron nga eh.
Yun nga yung mismong in-apply, yung Republic Act 9851. Mga tanga.
Ay, uy. Pero, bakit, isipin nyo po, bakit
fiction entitled Duterte Harry. Your Honours, the picture on the front cover of that book says it all. It really does scream objectivity, doesn't it? I say that sarcastically, of course. Fortunately for us, the defence, the appeals chamber, has now disqualified Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan from this case. A welcome development as a matter of ethical propriety, but in our opinion, too late in the day to salvage the integrity of the investigation that he had supervised. An investigation in the course of which he concealed his former role as the victim's counsel, who had deemed our client a suspected murderer as far back as 2018 and right up to the very day before this pre-trial chamber issued its arrest warrant. Your Honours, over the next few days, we hope to convince you of the wholly insufficient nature of the evidence against Rodrigo Duterte. We will show you that the paltry number of speeches on which the prosecution rely do not manifest criminal intent. We will also convince you that as hard as they tried, the prosecution's investigators couldn't get even one of its criminal cooperating witnesses, whose reliability is next to zero, to admit that they heard the former president, Rodrigo Duterte, give an order to kill at any time relevant to the charges, or with respect to any of the incidents. And we hope that when you conclude your deliberations, Your Honours, that you will dismiss these grievously misplaced and politically motivated charges. We will ask you to send Rodrigo Duterte back to his family, and we will ask you to give back to the Filipino people their tatay digong. Thank you, Your Honours.
The presiding judge. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaufman. We shall now suspend. This is the end of initial statements, and this is the end of this morning's hearings. We will take a 90-minute break and resume at 2 in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Senado, hanggang resolution lang sila ginagawa. Di kung ayaw nila yung batas na yan, di i-amyenda nila.
Ayan.
Amyenda nila, i-erase nila, abrogate nila yan.
Oo, gusto nyo, i-abolish nyo yan.
Abolish nyo na yung batas na yan.
Para wala na kayong, wala nang balakid sa pag-uwi.
Oo.
Pwede naman nila i-abolish, pero tatandaan nila na wala nang magagawa yung pag-abolish na. Ang magagawa nito, kung meron ulit na
prospective in application.
Kung kunwari ay meron ulit mag-commit ng crimes against humanity, sige, protektahan nyo yung magko-commit na yung nasusunod.
Kaya, pero ako naiintindihan ko kasi ang sentimiento ng mga taong sinasabing walang kredibilidad ang korte. Kasi at first blush talaga. Ganun ang dating. Pero basta a deeper thinking of the situation. Crime against humanity. No expertise in the Philippines. Di ba? Ano mong gagawin mo?
Hindi ito ordinaryong krimen po,
And then we have a law para statutory bridge para makatulay po tayo dun sa may expert. Bakit hindi natin pakikinabangan? Di ba po? Pakinabangan natin. Diba?
Maganda yung point nito.
Oo, sabi ni Bien. Ito daw ay protection para sa mga mamamayang Pilipino sa mga diktador at abusado sa kapangyarihan.
Tama.
Yes, with emphasis dun sa diktador at abusado.
Tama.
Sapagkat at yung makapangyarihan. Tandaan nyo po, mga makakapangyarihan tao ito. Kung dito po gawin dito yan, baka araw-araw may rally dyan sa korte. Lalong hindi makapag-umpisa.
Or lalo na din.
May magte-threaten pa ng mga bomb scare.
Ayan. Or lalo na din, hindi ko sinasabing ito gagawin ng kampo ni Duterte, pero may possibility, hypothetically, mai-intimidate yung mga witnesses. Baka bigla na lang wala nang maglakas loob na mag-testify.
In fact, yun nga yata yung nangyari dito sa kaso na ito. Kaya sila nag-file sa ICC. Kasi
Correct.
nga ang tingin nila wala nang na hindi na sila makakakuha ng hustisya dito sa Pilipinas.
Correct.
Oo.
Correct.
At kung pwede naman at pinapayagan naman sila ng batas natin ng Pilipinas na ipinasa ng mga senador, bakit hindi niyo payagan?
Tama.
Wag po nating maliitin ang mga pananaw ng mga senator natin noong gumawa ng balangkas na yan. Napaka-shallow po kasi sapagkat ako'y nakakasigurado nakita ng mga senador natin noon na magagaling itong consequence na ito. Di ba po itong consequence na ito, pati na nga po ang ating Korte Suprema nung tumiwalag ang Pilipinas sa ICC sapagkat po ilang utos ng Duterte nung March 2019. Sinabi po ng Korte Suprema pero yung mga
Alleged crimes.
Alleged crime bago mag 2019 ay pwedeng dinggin ng ICC. Kita nyo, yun ay isang desisyon ng katapangan. Alam ng president ng Supreme Court na naku, may magagalit sa atin dito. Pero ginawa po nila yan kasi wala silang magagawa sapagkat ang Korte Suprema is not above the law. Dapat sundin nila ang batas. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin ng Korte Suprema kahit may batas yan, hindi natin susundin kasi mga Pilipino tayo.
Hindi pwedeng ganon.
Hindi pwedeng ganon po yan.
Basahin nyo po yung Pangilinan versus Cayetano.
Roy, ikaw din yung nagsabi kanina na bias yung batas ni Dean Mel, no? So, sabi niya naman ngayon, doon tayo sa humanity. Paano naman yung mga biktima na innocent na biktima ng EJK? Ito yung exact point kung bakit nasa ICC yung kaso ni Duterte.
Yes, yun yung point.
Ang lumalaban po is yung mga biktima na inosente. Ng EJK.
Ang naghabla po ay yung mga biktima at ilan sa kanila ngayon nasa The Hague na para magtestigo.
Tatandaan po natin na ang gobyerno ng Pilipinas ay tumulong lang sa pag-aresto kay President Duterte. Pero ang nag-file po ng kaso ay yung mga biktima.
Mga biktima po ito. Oo.
Kaya dapat maliwanag na sa'yo, Roy.
Salamat, Roy.
Pero feeling ko naman naliliwanagan na siya. So,
sige, Roy, tanong ka lang ng tanong para makapag-explain pa
Salamat,
kami.
Salamat, Roy. Kasi sa iyong pagtatanong, Roy, napapaliwanag ulit namin para malinawagan yung ibang mga tao na merong batas na dito. Sound legal basis to. May sound legal basis tayo, may practical necessity basis tayo, at may common sense basis tayo.
Ayan. Kompleto recados.
Kompleto recados. At iyan po ang naisip ng mga matatalino nating senador.
Noon.
With emphasis, noon na nagbalangkas ng batas na iyan. Yung ating senador ngayon. Okay.
Ang resolution.
Hindi tayo magsalita dun sa ngayon. Okay.
Pero ayun, Roy, magtanong ka lang kung kailangan mo ng clarity. Open ang show na ito para
actually parang ang naka-clarify na sa kanya yung next question.
Salamat, Roy.
Ito si Bien, sabi niya, drug user dapat rehab, hindi pinapatay. Drug pusher, drug dealer, drug lord, pinaparusahan, kinukulong.
Tama.
Yun naman ang sabi
I agree.
ni Bien.
I agree.
Alam mo, Bien, pwede ka maging congressman. At sigurado mas magaling ka pa. Sapagkat yung sinabi mo, drug user dapat i-rehab, nasa batas natin yan. Di ba? Lahat ng mga basta drug user ka, hindi ka kagad kukulong. Nasa batas natin. I-rehabilitate ka. Kita mo, ikaw may common sense ka. Alam mo
yung batas.
Alam mo, dapat marunong ka lang kamukha ni Bianet. Hindi mahirap intindihin ng batas. Di ba?
At saka ang simple nung distinction niya, drug user, i-rehab nyo. Yung mga pusher, mga dealer, mga drug lord, yun ang parusahan.
At nasa batas na yan.
Oo.
So siguro dapat talagang makita nitong comment para paigtingin pa.
Pero syempre, kunwari, yung drug user, nag-commit din siya ng crime, of course, kailangan harapin niya din yung crime. Hindi naman sinasabi na binibaby natin or tinatanggalan na natin ng criminal liability yung mga drug user.
Oo. At saka, yun na nga. So, kung yung mga drug user na meron ding criminal na dapat investigahan. At yun po yung nangyari kasi nung EJK. Walang investigasyon na nangyari, pinatay na lang bigla.
Kasi
at may mga nadamay, di umano, na inosente talaga.
Yes.
Kasi nanlaban daw. So yun po, papatunayan nila Duterte doon nanlaban, pero hindi porket naglaban excuse ka na. So yun po. So bukas ang mangyayari po, makikita nyo ang pagtatalumpate ng mga taga-usig. Bibigay po nila ang buod ng kanilang kaso, theory, argumento. At magbibigay po sila ng halimbawa sa atin ng mga ilalatag nilang ebidensya. Ganun na rin po ang kabilang panig. Makinig po tayo. Ako po'y interesado kasi baka si President Duterte meron talagang maganda at magaling na mga depensa.
Yung 5 abogado niya, di.
5 abogado niya doon. Tsaka si Attorney Kaufman, magaling yun. Magaling yun. Magaling siguro maningil.
Dapat lang galingan niya din. Malaki yata yung
magaling yun. Magaling po yun. Kaya tignan natin, hindi naman po namin sinasabing guilty na si Duterte. Ang sinasabi po natin, may nagsampa ng kaso, merong nagdedepensa, pakinggan po natin.
Ito sabi ni Nick, Nika Dennis Vargas, sabi niya, it may be our courts lost their credibility as the judiciary are appointed by politicians that dictates them not to judge according to the truth but by numbers. Yun ang perception ni Nika.
Hindi natin masisisi si Nika.
Alam mo kung bakit hindi natin masisisi si Nika? Sapagkat madami dyan na kailangan pa ng padrinong politiko para maging judge. May utang na loob. May utang na loob tuloy. Insulated ba dyan ng judiciary? Naku, kailangan mong kausapin si congressman. Gusto po mo lang maging judge na ganyan. O ikaw naman, gusto mong maging judge. Kinausap mo nga.
Wala kang choice. Kailangan.
Eto si Jeffrey Soriano. Forthwith nga, hindi alam yung meaning ng mga senador. Impeachment na nga, hinarang sa Senado, yan pa kayang crimes against humanity.
Kita mo?
Kita mo, Jeffrey? Buti pa tong si Jeffrey, may common sense eh. Diba? Yung word nga lang na forthwith, buwan ang ginugol.
Kaya nga diba? Forthwith, hindi sila magkasundo. Itong crime against humanity for murder and attempted murder. Sa tingin mo magkakasundo sila dito.
At tapos, Jeffrey, tandaan mo, yung forthwith, nasa search yung meaning. Pwede mong i-google ang meaning ng forthwith.
Yes.
Paano
usad-usad?
Paano pa yung thorough na investigasyon ng crimes against humanity?
So, yung pag-aralan mo yung buong Rome Statute, yung rules ng ICC.
Ito Article 28. Article 28 of the Rome Statute. Etong sinasabi. Makinig po kayo maigi. With respect to superior and subordinate relationship not described in paragraph A. Yung mga military po yun. Iba yun. A superior shall be criminally responsible for crimes within the jurisdiction of the court committed by subordinates under his or her effective authority and control as a result of his or her failure to exercise control properly over such subordinate, where letter A, the superior either knew or consciously disregarded information which clearly indicated that the subordinates were committing or about to commit such crime. Kita nyo? Kahit wala siyang actual na ginawa. Diba?
Kasama siya.
Siya isang mataas na opisyal at alam niya na may nangyayaring ganon at wala siyang ginawa. sangkot ka rin. Ito pa isa. The crime concerned activities that were within the effective responsibility and control of the superior. Kahit nang wala kang ginawa. Pero crimes concerned activities na within the effective responsibility and control of the superior. Kuha ka. Ito pa pangatlo. The superior failed to take all necessary and reasonable measures within his or her power to prevent or repress their commission or to submit the matter to the competent authorities for investigation and prosecution. At ang ebidensya po niya, nakikita-kita ko na, yung failed to prevent. Paulit-ulit po. Di ba? Paulit-ulit talagang bawat buwan siguro meron na silang listahan ng mga namamatay.
Yes. And may di umanong reward system din.
Yun ang sinabi nila. I-prove nila. I-prove nila yun. So, kita nyo, pati po ang Article 28 ng Rome Statute. Kaya po hindi kami nag-iimbento. Hindi po kami nag-iimbento, nag-haka-haka, bias, kuro-kuro. Wala po dito. Wala. Mas nagsasalita po kami, may base po yan. At yung base, ang dali naman kasing intindihin.
Tama. Din ang bias, yung wala kang legal basis.
Walang legal basis. Nagdadal-dal lang.
Parang opinion mo lang. Parang ganon.
Ako parating, basta sa mga estudyante ko, basta sinabing nagtanong ako, ang una kong warning sa kanila, huwag mong sagutin based on your feelings.
Yes.
Huwag mong sasagutin based on your feelings. Dapat nakatakda ang feeling mo ay dapat ang sagot mo base sa
batas.
Halimbawa,
Hindi pwede yung I think, ganito.
I believe.
I
feel, ganyan.
Kasi halimbawa ganito, kung may promissory note ka nakalagay sa batas, at kasi ang promissory note po, basta hindi pa nagbabayad yung may utang, yung promissory note po, hawak-hawak nung kreditor para pinapakita niya sa may utang basta takdang araw na ng pagbabayad. So basta't binayaran po ng debtor yung creditor, binibigay po ng creditor yung promissory note dun sa may utang. Para yung may utang, pwede nang punitin yon, baka kasi po gamitin ulit. Pero sinabi po ng batas natin, kung hindi natin alam ang dahilan at nasa kamay na ng debtor, yung promissory note, may dalawa pong pagpapalagay. Unang pagpapalagay, o presumption, binigay po ng libre ng kreditor. Malayang binigay, walang pagpipilit. Ito second tanong ko sa mga estudyante ko. Meron bang presumption na bayad na? Sasabihin nila, yes sir! Wrong! Kasi feelings kasi. Nakalagay sa batas, may presumption ng condonation.
Ayan.
Ibang-iba
Not
yun.
payment. Condonation.
Correct. O, kita nyo? Eh, kung hindi nyo nababasa ang batas, magkakamali talaga kayo.
True.
Ayan, ito sabi ni Paulo, anong walang inosente dun sa EJK cases? Sabihin niyo yan sa batang nadamay at tinawag ni Bato, shit happens.
Shit happens.
Yan ba yung si Kian ba yun?
Si Kian de los Santos.
Oo. And marami pang iba, actually.
Kaya ayan po. Kaya yan po ang aasahan natin bukas. Uulitin ko po, maglalatag po ng kanilang mga talumpati para po pakita ang buod ng kanilang papatunayan at saka po para sabihin sa mga ebidensyang yan, walang kaduda-duda na at least merong substantial evidence.
Ayan.
Ang kabilang panig naman, sasabihin, maaaring sabihin nilang walang jurisdiction ulit ang korte, na si Duterte ay kinidnap, at saka po wala pong nangyaring hindi dumaan sa korte dito, walang nangyaring extrajudicial alam na organizational or
policy?
State policy, iyan po ang mapapakinggan nyo. So depende na po kung ano ang paniniwalaan ng mga Wes. Diba? Ayan. Yun.
Ito si Bernie Garcia, sabi niya, the only thing more dangerous than ignorance is arrogance. Sabi daw ni Albert Einstein. The most dangerous if one Lawyer senator expected to know the law, does not know the law, yet arrogates himself as law expert.
Sapol!
sapol.
Sino kaya ang masasapol?
Sapol si Nicanor. Diba?
Sino kaya ang masasapol, Bernie?
So, yan po yan.
Ayan.
Ayan
Ito,
po yan.
sabi naman, may tanong naman si Roniel Barrio. Sabi niya, neutral question lang, attorney. May batas ba na kung may intervention and international court like warrant of arrest, wala bang process talaga or papel ang sino mang bansa na i-verify ang warrant muna?
Madali naman pong i-verify yan. Ang International Criminal Court ko, laki-laki ng building yan sa Dahig.
Kukontakin lang.
Tsaka po ang communication po ngayon, napaka-reliable na po. Baka isang sulatan lang yan, mamayang 30 minutes, meron ng authentication yan.
Email.
Email. Madami pong pamamaraan para i-verify kung tunay nga ang warrant of arrest.
Yes.
Oo. And yun nga kasi kung meron naman tayong batas dito na, for example, yun nga, sinasabi na mauna muna dapat dito sa Pilipinas. Dapat hindi muna, kahit may warrant of arrest sila, kung walang nangyaring pagpa-file ng kaso dito sa Pilipinas. Kung may ganun po tayong batas, hindi nyo po kami maririnig na dinedefend yung nangyari dun sa, sa pag-aaresto kay former president.
Yan pa yung isang aspeto, no, Drew and Dean, kasi nga, yan yung pinagpipilitan din ng karamihan na, okay, ganito, dapat muna ay dumaan muna raw sa local courts din, sa Philippine courts before isurrender doon sa ICC. And ito na nga po, nababalitaan natin na magkakaroon or mag-aakda sila ng Senate resolution, ang minority, na kung pwede ay dito muna padaanin. Anong opinion nyo doon din?
Hindi na, well, bahala sila sa gusto nila. Wala naman tayong magagawa eh. Pero ang tanong, sa opinion ko, wala pong silbi yan. Bakit po walang silbi yan? Ulitin po natin kung bakit hindi pinayagan si Duterte magkaroon ng pansamantalang kalayaan. Sapagkat po sinabi ng ICC na malakas pa ang impluensya politikal at pinansyal ni Duterte dito sa Pilipinas. At ito'y baka umabot pa sa ibang bansa. Kaya nga po sabi nila mahirap bigyan ng pansamantalang kalayaan kasi baka hindi na bumalik sa
Pilipinas.
Hindi na bumalik sa ICC. Baka hindi na bumalik sa ICC. So, kung yung resolution po, bibigyan na naman nila ng pruweba na tama ang sinasabi ng ICC. Na itong mga senador dito sa Pilipinas pala, talagang medyo influence pa. O hindi lang influence. Kahit na po hindi influence, kaibigan pa noong akusado doon. At kung di ba po, kaya that resolution will be the ultimate proof of the very reason why the ICC did not allow provisional interim release. Di ba po? So yun.
Tsaka lagi kasi ring sinasabi nila, wala na bang due process? Bakit hindi bibigyan ng due process before isurrender doon? Yung due process po kasi napaka-flexible concept po niyan no? And napaka-broad. Hindi po ibig sabihin ng due process kailangan may notice and hearing before arrest. Right, Dean? Kasi po pwede rin naman na magkaroon ng due process na arrest muna and then subsequent opportunity to be heard. So, wag po tayong malilito doon.
Tandaan po natin, uulitin ko, malinaw sa international law na crime against humanity ay pwedeng dinggin ng kahit anumang bansa. Malinaw ang ating konstitusyon na ang international law ay inadapt na po ng Pilipinas na bilang law also of our land. At pangatlo, ang statutory bridge po ang Republic Act 9851 po para maitupad ang international law dito sa Pilipinas at madala doon sa ibang bansa. Ibig sabihin po, sound na sound po ang ating legal basis. Kaya po itong mga pulis na dadakip, ginagawa lang po nila ang kanilang tungkulin sa ilalim ng batas ng Pilipinas. So therefore, ano po ang nangyayari kung hindi natin pahihuntulutan ang may mga otoridad dito na ayon naman sa batas ay may tungkulin silang magdakip? We are not respecting the law if we are obstructing justice. Ano mangyayari doon? Obstruction yun di ba?
Yes. Which is also a crime.
Yes. We are, do not confuse respect respect with observance of the law.
Oh.
We are observing precisely international law, the Constitution, Republic Act 9851, and the authorities have sound legal basis. They will now enforce the law. They will enforce the law and somebody will obstruct it. That is obstruction. O,
Sana
diba?
naaarok na po ng ating mga utak ha.
Si Roy parang
We do not respect. We do not respect our court and the law if we are obstructing the process.
Yan.
Ayun.
Ganda nun na.
Ganda nun,
We
ah.
are not respecting the
law
court
and the
law
courts,
if we are obstructing
the process.
the process. Ayan.
Na ayon sa batas.
Pwede niyong i-quote si Dean dyan.
Quote niyo ko dyan. Sige, mga kaibigan. Si Bam Aquino, baluktot ang mga katwiran. Well,
Ano masasabi mo doon, Dean? Estudyante niyo yan.
si Bam Aquino po, ako po para sa akin, no, si Bam Aquino po ay mapapagkatiwalaan kong isang senador. Magaling po iyan, maayos, at wala naman po yung maitim na balak. Kaya lang siyempre, meron pong nakakatanggap rin niya ng kritisismo.
Yes.
Kaya nung sinabi niya na ideally daw, dapat dito sa Pilipinas ang dinggin ang mga kasong EJK, yun ang kanyang ideal, pero nire-respeto niya ang International Court of Justice. Ang aking pananaw lang po diyan, makinig po kayo, gumawa po siya ng isang comfortable middle ground na pwede niyang sabihin that he can avoid the name tag of being a traitor, a backslider in relation to his mga loyal civil society, but at the same time he creates or he can make his advocacy to human rights intact by saying I respect the process of the International Court of Justice. Kaya parati kong sinasabi, kung napanood niyo po yung aking interview kay Christian Isguera, kung nakita ko si Senator Aquino, ang tatanong ko sa kanya, kung dumating ang araw na isa-serve na yung
Warrant
of arrest, anong igigiit mo? Igigiit mo ba na you respect the International Criminal Court so that you will step aside and allow the arrest? Or igigiit mo ba that ideally dito, so sasarado namin ang pinto, hindi nyo masaserve yan? Saan ka papaling?
Ayan. Kumbaga ngayon, parang nag-playing safe siya.
Oo. Pero alam ko si Senator Aquino, I mean, politicians can commit mistake. I don't
Yes.
think naman he intends anything bad doon or ill motive doon. He was just expressing a thought. No? Kasi talaga namang, I mean, the ideal talaga, sino ba ang makakasabing mali yung kung dito ang problema, lutasin dito? Sino ba makakasabi? Kaya lang dapat it should be said in the proper context. So I give Senator Bamba Aquino the benefit of that. As a matter of fact, kung magkakaroon tayo ng election ngayon, siyang kandidato, buboto ko yan. Ay, compare mo sa iba.
Na walang namang nagagawa.
Oh, di
Mas maraming ginagawa si Bam.
Okay, approve. Okay, Bam.
ayan.
Senator Bam.
Si Plutus Striker. Sabi niya, the greatest problem sa ibang nagko-comment is they don't listen to understand but to react. And worst of all, beforehand committed already to misunderstand.
True ka dyan, Plutus Riker.
I like
True ka dyan.
I like the explanation
Yeah.
of Pluto Striker 2353
So,
holding a guitar. Diba?
ayan, thank you. Ito si Jeremy, sabi niya, Sir, paano kung napatunayan nila na walang nangyayaring kapag napatunayan nila na walang nangyayaring hustisya kung saan mang bansa yon. Actually, eto Jeremy at saka dun sa ibang mga supporters ni President Duterte. Ang hindi ko kasi magets dun sa mga nagko-comment is bakit ang default mode ninyo is hahatulan kaagad ng guilty si President Duterte sa ICC.
Correct.
Dapat you are hoping na walang mapatunayan dun sa mga inaasa sa kanya kung confident kayo na wala siyang kinalaman dito, kung confident kayo na wala namang nangyaring crimes against humanity, then dapat ang hinihiling ninyo is mapatunayan niya sa korte na wala siyang kinalaman or na wala namang ganong nangyari sa Pilipinas. Kasi kung ganun po yung mangyari, hindi siya makukulong. Makakabalik siya ng Pilipinas with an open conscience.
Heroes
Baka
welcome pa.
i-welcome pa natin siya. Sumama pa tayo sa
mag-apologize ang buong Pilipinas sa pag-aakusa sa kanya.
Totoo, tignan mo. Ang abogado niya dyan, si Attorney Kaufman, isang balitang magaling na abogado. O, kita mo, saan ka naman makakakita nun? He is now being handled by a famous, according to them, capable lawyer with high knowledge of international law. Ayaw mo nun?
Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, hindi ka pwedeng basta-basta lang maging lawyer sa ICC.
Kailangan parang accredited ka nila.
Yes. Kaya pwede pa ma-acquit yan si Duterte.
Kaya nga
Pwede
hindi
pa ma-acquit yan.
Tama hindi ko mag-gets yung kung saan nanggagaling yung takot.
Yes.
Oo.
Actually nga po, hindi nyo ba naiisip kung dito yan, aminin na natin, kalaban ng mga Duterte yung nasa administrasyon, di ba mas delikado dito?
Yes.
Kung dito ililitis yan?
Oo. At saka, yun na nga, katulad ng sinabi mo, Attorney John, kung imagine niyo po kung dito sa Pilipinas nangyayari yung hearing na yan, yung trial, di ba? Maliban sa mga Marcoses, kalaban din ng mga Duterte yung nasa oposisyon. Sila Bam Aquino, sila Risa Ontiveros. Yan po yung merong bias against the Duterte. So mas gusto nyo po ba na sila yung naglilitis over dun sa mga taga-ICC na walang kilala dito sa Pilipinas?
Na hindi naman nila kaaway personally ang mga Duterte?
Exactly.
Diba?
Suma total. Kaya may advantage na doon because of two reasons. Yung ICC, geographical and non-political.
Diba?
Yon ang advantage ng ICC. Geographical, malayo, and non-political. They cannot be swayed by whispers.
Kaya hindi ko nagigets yung mga sinasabi nila na nagko-connive daw yung ICC tsaka yung Philippines.
Connive daw.
Diyos ko naman, mag-isip-isip naman po muna.
Oo nga eh.
Huwag pong manood sa mga fake news and vloggers.
Ayan, sinagot tuloy ni Soap Scandals and Ceramics. Yung isang nag-comment, sabi niya, dude, batas yan. Nang ginawa ng batas na yan, wala pang nangyayari na katulad kay Digong. Nagkataong sumakto yung actions ni Digong na international court ang nilapitan ng mga victims. Walang bias yan.
Very good, Soaps.
In short, yung mga victims, ginagamit lang, pinapakinabangan lang ang ginawang batas ng Kongreso na pinirma ng Presidente. Wala silang ginagawang masama.
Tama din. And tama yung point ni Soaps Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na yung RA 9851 biased against Duterte kasi nga, napirmahan yan, wala pa naman yung mga death squad and crimes against humanity allegation sa kanya na yan. In fact, malapit niya pang ang kaibigan yung pumirma na presidente, si GMA nga po
Yun nga eh.
Diba?
Very good ka, Soap.
Nung ginawa yung batas, nung pinirma, for sure, taon ang binilang niyan. Nung ginawa yung batas, nung pinirmahan niyang batas, hindi pa po nako-commit yung alleged crimes ni President Duterte. Kaya hindi natin masasabi na bias yung batas against the Dutertes kasi wala pa nga yung ginagawa nilang alleged crimes.
Hindi pa po nun nawawarak yung unit team. In fact, wala pang unit team nun.
Oo. In fact, si President Duterte noon ay taga-Liberal Party pa.
Diba?
Oo.
So,
under siya ni Noynoy before.
Guys, isip-isip din pag may time.
Yung Republic Act 9851 po ay 2009. 2009 po iyan. Uulitin ko. Ang gagaling po ng mga senador na gumawa nun. Meron po silang transcendent vision. Talagang
May foresight.
May foresight, may transcendent vision na dapat ang mga tao malaman na may batas na ganito para ang mga makapangyarihan na nag-aabuso kayo'y mananagot hindi lang dito sa Pilipinas kundi sa ibang bansa sapagkat nakita rin po nila na baka kung ano man ang mangyari na naganap nga po yan baka wala pong expertise pa. ang ating mga wes at ating mga prosecutor. Baka po forthwith lang, hindi pa maintindihan crime against humanity pa. Yung forthwith, isang katagalang po yun, yung crime against humanity for murder. 5 po yun 5 iintindihin dun
Baka 2 taon pa, hindi pa umuusad yan.
Kaya nga ano ba yan, nakita nyo na po. Tsaka, yun, sige.
Ayan, ito si Reynaldo de Palma. Medyo maganda yung sinabi niya. Sabi niya, tama lang na hindi binigyan ng interim release si Digong. Bukas nga lang hindi siya a-attend sa hearing ng ICC. Imagine niyo po kung nabigyan siya ng interim release, mas lalo hindi siya pupunta.
True. Ang gandang point nun, Reynaldo.
Gandang point, Reynaldo. Very good point, Mr. Reynaldo. Makinig sana sa yung mga senador.
True. Tsaka yung mga yung mga nandyan.
Yung nasa comment natin. No?
May common sense si Reynaldo.
Susugurin nyo rin si Reynaldo.
Galing ang talim nung...
Hindi, totoo naman Di ba?
Galing ng logic niya
Alam naman natin na nagsasabi na ngayon si President na hindi siya pupunta
hindi siya pupunta. Ayoko pumunta doon, sabi ni President.
Na kine-question nila ngayon yung jurisdiction. Imagine niyo na wala pa siya doon sa ICC.
Kung pinauwi pala siya dito, tapos may confirmation of charges hearing, malaki yung possibility hindi siya umattend.
Hindi na babalik yun doon. Di ba?
Ito si Sulky Choi, sabi niya, nakakapagtakal na yung mga supporters ni PRRD ay nag-aalala na parang guilty ang verdict while si PRRD ay condition ng nandoon na daw siya for the rest of his life. Diba? Yun naman yung sinasabi natin kanina na bakit parang ang mindset ng mga followers mahahatulan kagad siya ng guilty. Pwede kasing hindi. Kapag napatunayan naman nila Attorney Kaufman na wala talaga siyang ginawa, di papalayain yan siya. Diba?
Actually, to be honest, dun sa ibang supporters na diehard ni former President Duterte, kayo pa kadalasan yung nagiging reason ng pagkapahamak ni Duterte. Sa totoo lang.
Kaya eto ang hamon ko kay Senator Go at saka kay Senator Bato. Kung sa tingin-tingin nyo, ang inyong testimonya ay kinakailangan ng inyong idolong si President Duterte, pumunta kayo doon. Pumunta kayo doon at sabihin nyo na hahanda kayong magbigay ng sinumpaang salaysay para sa kapakanan ni Duterte. Huwag na kayong magtago. Huwag na kayong mag-alinlangan pa. Kung siya talaga ay gusto nyong tulungan, ang testimonya nyo ay napakahalaga sa kanya. Napakahalaga sa kanya, lalong-lalo na si Senator Go na malapit kay President Duterte. Pwede niyang sabihin, halos araw-araw po kasama ko yan at wala po yung ginawa kundi mag-alala sa ating inang bayang Pilipinas. Okay,
gandang statement.
Tapos si Bato naman, ako po ang kanyang hepe noon. At ako'y nakakasigurado na wala po siyang inuutos sa akin. Bakit hindi niyo po gawin yan? Humarap kayo sa ICC, mag-under oath kayo at inyong ideklara ang pagka-inosente ni President Duterte. Kaya hinahamon kayo ngayon ng kaya bahala kayo. Bahala na sila.
Yung mga supporters ni Duterte.
Mahal nyo ba ang inyong presidente? Handa ba kayong pumunta doon para siya ay tulungan? O yung pagsasabi nyo na tutulungan nyo siya pero nahandito naman kayo, anong magagawa nyong tulong? Daldalang po. Mas mabuting pumunta na kayo doon at tulungan nyo sila. At kung mawawarrant of arrest kayo, kasama nyo siya at sasabihin nyo, akong bahala sa inyo, Mr. Presidente. Ako ang magpapatunay na wala kayong kasalanan.
Ang ganda.
Alam ko ang katotohanan.
Alam ko ang katotohanan.
Nakakaantig naman.
Sapagkat mula po nung bata ako, ayun, istorya na siya.
Ano na ito?
Tapos iiyak pa siya sa korte. Luluha pa siya. Mahal na mahal ko po. Translation, please.
Nag-misericordiam na dun.
Kita nyo. Alam nyo, kaya isang hamon to kay Senator Bato at Senator Go. Hamon talaga po sa inyo. Dito mapapatunayan kung hanggang saan nyo matutulungan ang inyong presidente.
True.
Tignan natin, meron walk the talk.
Hindi puro salita lamang.
Hindi puro salita. Okay, di ba?
Ito si Oli Nano.
At isa pa, sandali.
Sige.
Ngayon po kayo kinakailangan ni President Duterte. Ito na ang panahon na ang pangangailangan ni President Duterte sa inyo ay napakataas. Pupunta ba kayo doon? Yan ang tanong sa inyo.
Pakisagot.
Pakisagot lang po.
Kung sasamahan nyo ba si President?
O tumawag po kayo sa amin ngayon.
Tumawag po kayo sa aming himpilan kung anong sagot ninyo, senators.
Ito si Oli Nano, sabi niya, Dean, sa tingin niyo po, alin ang mas advantageous para sa atin? Yung bumalik na tayo sa ICC ngayon habang wala pang hatol si Duterte, o after na mahatulan po si Duterte, lalo na kung ma-convict? Kapag po ba nakabalik tayo sa ICC, pwedeng hilingin ni Duterte na dito na siya ikulong kung sakaling guilty siya?
Hindi po nakalagay po sa ICC na hindi siya pwedeng kulong sa sarili niyang bansa. So sa tingin ko po yun ang nakalagay kung hindi po ako nagkakamali. At ang pangalawang punto nyo, opo, dapat sumali na ulit tayo sa ICC. Kasi po talagang para po ang ganda ng experience na ito para makita ng ating mga susunod na henerasyong mga liderato na merong umaabang dyan sa dahig.
Na literal na no one is above the law.
No one is above the law. At uulitin po namin, si Duterte po pwedeng ma-acquit. Tandaan nyo, pwede po siyang ma-acquit. He can be acquitted. At kung ma-acquit siya, we take it on the chin. Lahat po tayo, that's how the cookie crumble. Di ba?
And you may not believe it, but ako personally, I will be happy for him. Kasi ibig sabihin lang nun, mali yung mga sinasabi ng iba. Wala pala siyang kasalanan.
Kita nyo?
Thank you, Ollie. Thank you, Ollie. Nano.
Ayan. Kaya...
Ito si Dominado Dadal. Sabi niya, yung nag-comment na bias daw ang ating batas, paki-educate ninyo si... Sino yan? Dominado. Pero yun nga, tatandaan niyo po.
Sana nakikinig siya, no, kanina.
Tatandaan niyo po, hindi si Dean Mel ang nagsulat ng batas.
Opo.
Paano naman ang batas magiging bias?
Kaya nga din.
Letra lang yun, black and white.
At saka nakakaloka pa, existing na po yung batas na yun.
Oo nga
Before tong mga allegations na to. Before nangyari to.
Labas mo nga ulit yung batas.
RA 9851.
Sa ating wika po.
Alam.
Para sa kapakanan ng katarungan, ang mga angkop na otoridad ng Pilipinas ay pwede nang hindi imbestigahan o iusig ng krimen laban sa batas na ito.
Sa ilalim ng batas na ito.
Ibig sabihin, crime against humanity. Kung meron ng isang korte o isang internasyonal na tribunal na dumidinig na o gumagawa na ng investigasyon o prosecution doon sa krimen na yun. O ano bias doon? Hindi ko malaman kung anong bias doon. Yung pangalawa, imbes ang mga otoridad ay maaaring isuko o i-extradite ang nasususpetsang mga taong iyan sa mga appropriate na international court. Anong
bias doon?
Hindi ko malaman kung ano yung bakit bias yung batas na yan. Napakadaling intindihin. Di ba? Yan. Okay.
Ayan po, Republic Act 9851. Actually, kung wala po yung batas na yan, wala tayong pag-uusapan.
Yes.
Kampi po tayo na kami pa po magsasabi na walang karapatan yung ICC na dakpin or what do you call that? Arestuhin si former President
Tayo ang
Duterte.
sisigaw na walang jurisdiction ng ICC sa Pilipinas. Kaso itong specific...
May batas po
Itong specific na section na to ng RA 9851 yung nagbigay kasi ng karapatan sa ICC.
Tapos kami yung bias.
Kanino bang batas yan?
Ulitin natin. Malinaw ang batas at ang mga otoridad na magpapatupad ng batas kasama ng mga kapulisan, meron silang katungkulan at obligasyon ito ay ganapin o tuparin. At lahat ng mga taong na nanggugulo at pinipigilan gawin ang dapat gawin ng mga otoridad ay obstruction of justice.
Gaya nga ng sinabi mo din.
You do not respect the law,
and the
the
court,
Constitution, and the court if in the process you are advocating an obstruction of justice.
Ayan. Eto. Si Pocholo Pocho, sabi niya, anong tulong ang magagawa ng mga DDS senators para kay Rodrigo? Alam naman nilang guilty sila sa crime against humanity na ikinaso sa kanila ng ICC. Actually,
Yun po ang issue ngayon.
Oo.
Issue ngayon sa ano.
oo, pero para naman dun sa mga supporters ni ni President Duterte, 'di ba? Actually, ang tulong po na may gagawa nyo ngayon is hindi sumigaw pa ng kalayaan para sa kanya. Tulungan nyo po siya na maghanap ng mga ebidensya na magsasabi na hindi siya kasama.
Yes,
Doon
tulungan
sa
niya.
na hindi totoo itong crimes against humanity na na-commit
Yes.
down niya.
Correct.
So, yun po ang tulong na magagawa nyo. Kasi naghahanap po sila ng 'di ba? Parehong panig naghahanap po ng mga ebidensya ngayon.
Oo.
So kung meron kayo na proof na hindi siya sasangkot dito or wala talagang ginawang krimen, yun po ang magagawa nyo. Kasi itong pagsigaw ninyo ng kalayaan tapos fina-flood nyo pa yung ICC, hindi po nakakatulong sa kanya.
Gawin nyo po, himukin nyo si Senator Go at si Senator Bato na saklolohan si President Duterte doon.
At pumunta po doon. Imagine niyo, 2 senador ng Republika ng Pilipinas ay tutungo sa The Hague para magbigay ng pagsasaksi o salaysay para patunayan na si Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat, mga kapatid, mga kaibigan. At kung hindi nyo po alam, katatapos lang na magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Ito po si Dean Mel Santa Maria at sumasa inyo ng biglaan para po magbigay ng ulat sa mga nangyari doon sa The Hague sa International Criminal Court kasi katatapos lang po ng confirmation hearing ng kaso ni dating Pangulong Presidente Duterte on crime against humanity for murder and attempted murder. Ang nangyari po ngayong gabi ay binasa sa kanya ang mga paratang sa kanya, akusasyon, at pagkatapos po pinahintulutan magsalita ang prosecution at ang prosecution po ay pinangungunahan ni Prosecutor Mame Manjahe Niyang, isang black lawyer po at prosecutor, at saka naman pagkatapos niya nagsalita naman po ang legal representative ng mga victim na si Attorney Buluyan ba yun? Andrew? Attorney, tingnan nga natin yung pangalan. Attorney Butuyan. Attorney Butuyan. At pagkatapos po nagsalita naman for the defense si Attorney Kaufman. Okay po, yan po ang nangyari ngayon. Narinig po natin ang kanilang mga pagbibigay buod ng ng teorya o direksyon ng kanilang mga ebidensya. Siyempre po ang prosecution, ang direksyon ay patungo para po ma-convict si dating Presidente Duterte. Ang depensa naman po para po ma-absuelto si dating Presidente Duterte. Kung gusto niyo pong malaman kung anong aking pananaw sa aking napanood, yung black prosecutor po na si Mami Manjahe Niyang, malumanay po siyang magsalita at syempre may diction po kasi hindi naman siya Ingles, hindi naman siya Amerikano. So hindi niya natural language ang Ingles, pero kanya pong na ipahiwatig ng malinaw ang mga factual at saka mga evidentiary potential o anticipation na makikita natin sa susunod na araw. Malinaw po ang pagkakakwento niya mula umpisa hanggang katapusan. Si Attorney Kaufman naman, siya naman po ay magaling magsalita. English po kasi siya, magaling magsalita. May personality. Pero sa tingin ko po, hindi niya talaga nagbigay ng pagpapasinungaling o depensa doon sa mga factual na binanggit ni Prosecutor Niyang. Although maganda po ang salita niya, parang nakaka-convince, pero kung tutuusin niyo po, medyo may mga generalities. Kaya po, aking paliliwanag po kung bakit. Okay po? Sapagkat po si Prosecutor Mami Manjahe Niyang, siya po ay evidence-based. Ano po? Siya po ay evidence-based at hindi lang siya nag-rely sa mga human rights data. Sinabi niya po, nag-rely sila mismo sa mga government documents at mga internal police structure policy. So, bukod po sa mga NGO, meron silang government data at saka mga internal document policy. At pangalawa po, siya po ay may mga testigo na mismong magkakaroon ng salaysay na ipapatunayan ang mga sinabi. Nabanggit niya po yung reward system, halimbawa, na ginawa noong araw ni Duterte. Ang alegasyon po ay may reward up to 1 million na dinidistribute for high-value targets. O yan po, papakita po daw nila yan. Very specific po ang kanyang kwento. At nagbigay po siya ng kwenta ng 78 victims. So ibig sabihin, hindi lang siya nag-generalities na madaming pinatay. Ang sinabi niya, magpapakita siya at ang ebidensya niya ay 78 victims. Hindi niya lang sinabing thousands o hundreds. Talagang he dealt with the bodies. 78 victims at saka iyan po ay nangyari ng mga clearance operation at saka yung modus operandi na nananaglaban. Parating may naglaban. Yun po yung kanyang mga kwento. Talagang makikita nyo facts, detalye at may pinatutunguhan. Ano po ha? At pagkatapos po, syempre, yung power structure. Pinakita niya yung structure ng Philippine government at yung mga di umano'y kasangkot na mga tao na may kinalaman dito. Sapagkat po sa international law, sa alintuntunin ng ICC, hindi naman kailangan ikaw ay aktual na pumatay, kundi maaaring ikaw ay isang mataas na opisyal, alam mo ang nangyayari, either wala kang ginawa o pabaya kang walang ginawa. Sakop na po kayo. Implicated na po kayo. Yan po. At yan ang, so, sinasabi niya may 1,300 plus pieces of evidence siya. Yan po ang kanyang kwento. At nagbigay pa nga po siya ng mga larawan at hinighlight niya po yung mga binigkas. Sinabi ni Presidente Duterte tungkol sa pagpatay. Di ba po? Tungkol sa Parang sinabi niya rin, o babakapin ko kayo, mga pulis, kung may naghahabla sa inyo. Something like that. So makikita nyo, yung kanyang kwento po ay factual specific. Walang generalities. Alam natin yung may panatatanguan. Pinuprove niya po yung systematic sapagkat po inulit-ulit niya na may tinag-urian daw nila Duterte na may mga taong hindi human. Basta't ginawa niyo na po yan para kayong nagsesegregate ng mga group of people na hindi human, yung mga addict. Basta't ginawa niyo po yan, may insinuation na therefore targeted and focused in a certain sector of our civilian population. So, he was very smart. I think he was very smart kasi po merong kaso na dinicide ang criminal courts, yung tinatawag na kasong words that can kill. Ito po yung Nahimana case, no? Ito po yung ang pagsasaad lang ng mga bigkasing nakakapag-inspire sa mga taong pumatay maaari pong pruweba ng intensyon. Medyo inano niya po yan, niligyan niya ng nuance patungkol dun sa kasong yon, no po, kung alam niyo yung kaso niyo, although hindi niya binigkas, no? Ngayon po, ano naman ang ginawa ng depensa? Unang-una po, nagkwento siya tungkol sa ibang klaseng politician si Duterte. Yon. Nagkwento siya tungkol sa ibang klaseng politician si Duterte. Unique ang kanyang style at saka po madalas siyang magbigkas ng mga exaggeration. Yan at saka po pinatahimik niya ang Davao at sa mga polisiya niya ay pinapatahimik niya ang Pilipinas at saka mahal niya ang Pilipinas. And so therefore wala namang sa mga binigkas niya wala naman daw makikitang intensyon na talagang pagpatay at iyon ay sinabi para lang daw matakot ang mga kriminal. Yan po ang sinabi niya. Pero hindi po ako nakakita ng pinapasinungalingan yung body count na sinabi ng prosecutor, yung 78 bodies. Wala rin po akong nakitang pinasinungalingan niya yung reward system. Wala rin po ako nakitang o narinig na pinasinungalingan niya yung promotion system. Wala rin po akong nakitang pinasinungalingan niya o napanood tungkol sa sinasabing clearance, yung barangay clearance na nagkaroon ng mga pagpapatay doon. Hindi niya po diniretsyong pasinungalingan yan at hindi niya nga po ni-refer sa kanyang defense. Bagkus, ang sinasabi niya nang umpisa pa daw yung original prosecutor ay madaya na. Talagang kinontaminate yung investigasyon.
Parang
at saka
puro personal attacks yung ginawa.
At saka as usual the kidnapping thing, 'di ba? At saka ano pang sabi niya 80 years old na daw tong si Duterte. Ibang klase lang daw siyang politician. Ito sabi, hyperbolic street talk. Yan. Ganun daw ang gawi ni Presidente Duterte at yun nga kinontaminate tsaka si Duterte daw ay kinidnap at tsaka si Marcos iyon ang kwento niya. In short, pinupuntirya niya yung procedural defect at saka yung he is glorifying Duterte as a person. And also, may ugali siyang talagang parang nag-exaggerate. Parang ganon, okay? So, pero yung mga specificong sinabi ng prosecution, kasi po ang prosecution, sila ang may pasanin kasi na i-prove yung mga nangyari. So, yung prosecution, nagbigay sila ng mga body count. Nagbigay sila ng reward system. Nagbigay sila ng promotion. In short, makikita niyo po yung detalye. Lahat ng yun po, hindi ko narinig sa depensa. Pero bagamat, ako po ay talagang humanga rin kay Attorney Kaufman sapagkat magaling magsalita. 'Di ba talagang magaling magsalita, may charm siya at saka at ang sa kabilang panig siya ay isang black lawyer na hindi natural language ang English, 'di ba po? At therefore may konting diction siya pero Very clear po ang direksyon ng kanyang pagtatalumpati. So, ang verdict ko po talaga, si prosecutor, he dealt with Duterte as the leader and official of a country who oversaw all this what is happening. Yung defense naman dealt with Duterte as a unique politician and person. Kung ibabalansin niyo po yan, sa tingin ko, mas mabigat yung yung sa prosecution kasi dinidescribe niya yung sistema. Ito dinidescribe niya lang ang pagkatao. Di ba po? So kasi ang punto po sa crime against humanity is it is an attack on the civilian population, systematic and extensive and pursuant to a public or organizational policy. At may mga binanggit na nga pong ilang mga pangalan dyan na baka nga yung mga binanggit po ma-warrant of arrest na. Sa tingin ko lang, hindi po ako sigurado doon. So yan po ang nangyari kanina at pinagsalita rin po si Attorney Butuyan tungkol po doon sa mga victims no po. Nung unang party po, ito with all due respect naman kay Attorney Butuyan, I know he did his best. But yung unang party po, sa tingin ko, ang tawag ko dun sa mga estudyante ko, basta't sinasabi yon, JJ Jibber Jabber, hindi ho, yung mga punto niya tungkol sa mga clone Duterte. Narinig mo ba yon? Parang sa tingin ko ang hina nun. Sana ginamit niya lang yung oras niya para sabihin niya, ito po ang sinabi sa akin ng isang biktima. Ito po yung nakita. Ito po yung karanasan ng isang biktima. Pero nung second part, well, nagligay naman siya ng detalye. In short, ang tingin ko kay Attorney Butuyan is good enough yung ginawa niya. Pero he should have been the highlight kasi He should have been the highlight of the proceeding because he is the emotional part of the proceeding. Pero ang narinig po natin yung konting jibber-jabber na yung may mga ano ba yun Andrew? Duterte clones na daw sa Pilipinas. Kakano naman yun? Tapos pero with all due respect to him naman, naman po siya, naging medyo a little bit more serious nung second part niya. Doon na nagsabi na siya kung ilan ang namatay, natatakot ang mga witness, etc. Pero he should have been the heart of that proceeding. But he did not, no? Pero ang nakita ko po, ang matingkad talaga yung prosecutor. He was very simple, definitive, straight to the fact. At saka very hindi siya masyadong nagge-gesture. Hindi kamukha po si Kaufman, pinasaringan pa nga ang mga academics, ang media, ang NGO, pati na rin po, hindi niya pinangalanan, pero sinabi niya may mga media na nanalo pa ng Nobel Peace Prize. Sino yun? Si Maria Ressa yun di ba? So in short, parang media-induced, parang ganun po ang kaniyang statement kanina. It's a statement ng, with all due respect to Kaufman, parang naririnig ko, Andrew, wala si Andrew, parang naririnig ko parang DDS na rin. Pero yun po. Pero I give him credit. He was very good speaker. Talagang he could, if you do not know the case at hindi ka metikuloso sa pagbabalanse kung anong sinabi nito at sinabi niya, hahanga ka. Di ba, Andrew?
Kung hindi mo din masyadong alam kung ano yung nangyayari dito sa Pilipinas, maniniwala ka sa kanya may ganung factor
Oo, yes.
Nakakadala din kasi yung speech ni ni Kaufman In fairness naman to him. Yun naman siguro yung advantage na over dun sa prosecution dahil siya yung natural language na is English. Kaya kaya niya talagang dalhin yung mga tao.
Natural language niya English. Saka, I'm giving him credit for his charm. Diba? For his charm. Pero itong si prosecutor talaga, parang pure business-like. Diba? Stoic talaga. These are the facts, these are the case, these are the talagang iba. So makikita niyo po talaga yung contrast doon sa dalawa. Pero po ang verdict ko talaga this day is that it was the prosecution's day. It was the prosecution day if you will only look at what was the content of what was said. No po? Ako lang nangihinayang lang po ako, pero I just want to say that Attorney Butuyan did his best. He was fairly good, very good enough, but he should have been the heart of that day. Kasi po I thought that he should be the emotional part kasi po nire-representa niya ang mga victims. Di ba po? Pero ata medyo humalang yung kanyang Duterte clone eh. Madami na daw Duterte clone sa Pilipinas, baka talagang nakakatakot na. But I think he said that in a way na that it was the chilling effect of the example made by the last administration.
Siguro din ito ay more on parang kumbaga justification and giving context lang para dun sa mga hindi masyado nakakaalam ng nangyayari sa Pilipinas para makuha nila yung gravity kung ano na ba talaga yung nangyayari dito.
At sabi pa nga ni Butuyan kung kailangan maituloy itong kasong ito sapagkat ito na lang ang pag-asa na ng mga biktima. Ayun, magandang point 'yon. Ito na lang ang pag-asa ng mga biktima sapagkat nga sa Pilipinas parang hindi na sila makakakuha ng justice, no. So
sabi din ni Cindy Maling, sabi niya, well, I thought Attorney Butuyan did great. He did. No?
He did. Don't get us wrong, he did.
Maganda yung yung presentation ni Attorney Butuyan, walang problema doon. Parang may mga konting lang, sana alam mo yun, parang sayang yung point eh. May ganun.
In church, sayang yung oras. Ibig sabihin ko yung first part niya dapat binawasan niya ng mga generalities, no? Tinanggal niya na sana yung mga. Although I got the point, but I think if you could just say that there are now people mimicking and imitating that Duterte style of doing things, ang dali namang maintindihan yun. Pero parang paulit-ulit yung sinasabi yung neophyte Duterte na minsan it's not good to talk too much about things you have already made a point. Diba? So, but anyway, I don't get us wrong. Attorney Butuyan was good. Was good. Was fair.
So,
he was good.
Din yung the rest of his speech, 'di ba? Sobrang bawing-bawi niya yung yung
the rest of his speech naman nagdetalye na siya. 3,000 dead, etc. Ako lang ang tingin ko lang po, sana kasi he should have been the heart of that he could have been more a little bit emotional about these things. 'Di ba? Kasi pabayaan mo na si prosecutor, he will be the stoic one. Pabayaan mo na si defense, he will be the charming one, but you will be the emotional one. 'Di ba? Well, anyway, but he did his best and I think he did well naman. He did well naman. Meron lang akong napansin ko lang po kasi 'yon, but he did very well. But for today's hearing, I think in matters of content and direction and giving a clear picture, prosecution wins.
Yes.
Prosecution wins.
Additional comment niya, tapos si Kaufman naman daw sinisi na lahat except daw kay Duterte.
Sinisi niya media, NGO, academic, pinasaringan niya si Maria Ressa. Sabi na wag niyang pagkailayon. Sinabi niya, may nananalo pang Nobel Prize. Di ba? Sino pa yon?
Si Maria Ressa lang naman ang nag-iisang tumitira kay Duterte na nanalo ng Nobel Peace Prize.
Hinuli niya yung academics. Ang dami mga academics rin daw, mga academics. Lahat na may kasalanan, talagang the first part of his speech was glorifying Duterte. That he was a unique, special man who loves the country. Di ba?
Ito si Luis Susada, sabi niya, parang ang yabang ni Kaufman nang gugulat lang sa mga narrative niya.
Kung nakita mo ito, ang pangalan, Luis? Kung nakita mo, Luis, walang laman. Ibig sabihin, kasi pasanin ng prosecution ang patunayan ang kaso at sabihin ang mga factual basis nila. At si prosecutor, ginawa naman yon. 78 bodies, yung sistema may promotion, may reward, at sinamahan niya pa yung nung mga pagsasalita ni Duterte to prove the policy at pinakita niya pa yung lawak ng organizational setup. Iyon sana ang nakita natin kay Kaufman. Papaano niyang pinabulaan yung mga sinabing factual allegations na iyon. Medyo wala tayong nakita doon. Pero ang ganda ng pananalita niya, 'di ba? Yung unang pagsabog niya na si ano lang daw si Duterte is ang word niya ano ba yung word, colorful language, yun lang talaga.
Kumbaga din parang kung follower ka ni President Duterte, sobrang papalakpakan mo si Kaufman.
Yes.
Oo.
Yes.
Itong words ni Kaufman, itong sinabi niya doon sa speech niya, these are directed doon sa followers ni Duterte.
Yeah. Yep. Correct. So you heard the words like kidnapping.
Yung narrative ng mga ng mga Duterte, 'di ba? Kidnapping.
Yung unfair investigation. So he is a different politician. Ang kanya populist style. Ganyan. And ang huli niya pa nga ni Kaufman, Filipino. I hope the Filipino will meet again their tatay. Tatay pa sinabi nung bandang huli, tatay. Kita mo. I mean for the judges that's nothing. But for the people, sinabi mo nga Andrew, yung mga taong nakikinig sa kanya, sarap noon papalakpak 'yon. 'Di ba? So yan. Yan ang nangyari po kanina ay talagang
it's interesting.
It is interesting. It is interesting. Nakita po natin ngayon ang mga personality ng mga abogado at nag-warning pa nga yung nag-warning pa nga yung judge na wag daw magsasalita at magre-reveal ng mga pangalan ng mga witnesses muna, 'di ba? Kaya hindi na naman sumunod naman yung tao, no? So therefore yung defense was fighting on a jurisdictional and procedural level. And ano man tawag mo doon? On Duterte as a person, as a good person, as a good politician. But the other was talking about Duterte as a head of a system. Di ba? Parang it capsulizes everything. Hindi niya magagawa to kung hindi siya ang leader. He was talking about Duterte as a commander-in-chief. Duterte being able to pardon. Duterte being able to promote people. Duterte being able to reward people. Diba? Duterte being able to stop a proceeding if he wants to. Yun ang mga sinasabi ni And Duterte and hindi imposible namang hindi niya makikita yung 78 dead bodies at yung mga tuloy-tuloy in all parts of the Philippines. Iyon dapat ang pinabulaanan ng defense.
Parang ang nangyari kasi din doon sa mga speech nila, itong prosecution at saka yun nga, katulad ng sinabi mo din, they're basically stating facts tapos pinapakita talaga nila na si Duterte ay isang head ng isang sistema. Sistema na nangyari sa Pilipinas. Pero si Kaufman, ang ginagawa niya, binibenta niya si Duterte as a person. Binibenta niya yung personality ni Duterte. Binibenta niya yung wala siyang kinwestiyon dun sa sinabi ng prosecution. Ang ginawa niya is, tinry niyang i-win yung hearts ng mga viewers. Na sinasabi niya na mabuting tao si Duterte. Ito ganito lang siya. Ganyan lang talaga siya magsalita, pero hindi niya sinabi na hindi niya dinebunk yung mga claims ng kabilang kampo.
Hindi niya sinabi, bakit hindi totoo yung 78 na namatay? Bakit hindi totoo yung reward system? Bakit hindi totoo yung promotional system? Dapat yun ang sinabi niya. Diba? Diba? So, wala bias
well, yun naman kasi din yung niya, yung trabaho niya bilang siya ang defense ni President Duterte, no? So yun yung siguro sa tingin niya way para maipanalo niya yung kaso.
Yes, correct para maipanalo niya yung kaso. Ayan nako. So yan po ang nangyari kanina. Very interesting at saka nakita mo Andrew, napaka-prompt ng mga huwes. Talagang kinakat ka kung tapos ka na. Nagsasalita pa ka pero hindi ka pa tapos ay kakatin ka. Talagang kakatin ka, no? So iyan po ang nangyari kanina at sana ano pa na ano mo diyan na ano mo. Kasi ito pa yung magandang nangyari. Yung prosecution hindi na nagsasabing ganito eh. Thousands were killed. Hindi. At least 78 were killed. I'm sure may ebidensya sila doon.
Oo. Hindi sila nagbigay ng vague. Binigay nila yung kung ano yung sigurado sila.
Correct.
Oo,
Correct.
pero ang hindi ko lang din isa sa pasensya na pero hindi ko po nagustuhan kasi na parang medyo may konting demonization nung mga journalist yung katulad nung yung famous na litrato nung nanay na nag-umiiyak, 'di ba? Na parang imbis na him empathizing dun sa biktima, parang sinabi na eto mga journalist na to ginamit nyo, nanalo kayo ng awards. Parang
pinicture niyo pa parang lapyeta.
Oo, parang ang ginagawa ba natin ngayon is tinatanggal natin yung fact na merong namatay just because maganda yung picture at nanalo yung picture ng mga awards.
Yes.
Diba? Medyo hindi maganda yung targeting na ginawa ni ano doon. Though, again, siguro yun ang nakikita niyang way para ma-ilehis yung issue pero hindi maganda yung hindi maganda yung tono nung na yun.
Yes, correct. Oo, may madaming maiilang doon. Madaming maiilang doon. So, ayan, no. So yan po ang nangyari. At alam niyo po ang tatlong counts kay Duterte, number 1 yung sa Davao, yung Davao Squad. Number 2 yung high profile targeted people nung kanyang term as president. At yung pang-anim, yung so-called barangay clearance. I think ito yung ano ba yun?
Ito din. Inakusahan ng pagpatay sa 43 na individual at attempted murder sa 2 pang iba sa ilalim ng village-level drug operation.
O yung number 3. Yun yung number 3. Oo. So, yun ba yung ano? Ano ba yung tokwang ba yun? Yun ba yung tokhang? Yun ba yung tokhang?
I think so, Dino.
Baka yun, no? Baka yun yung operation tokhang. Alam, kung iyon nga yun, hindi naman pwedeng sabihin hindi alam ni Bato yan, di ba?
Ay, sa kanila mismo nanggagaling yun. At saka, kung hindi ako nagkakamali din, ang tokhang is operations talaga ng PNP, di ba? Oplan tokhang nga ang tawag dyan.
Yes. I think what Kaufman did was to dismantle the context and the credibility of the proceedings. Parang in a way, parang inang subtle message niya, hindi talaga pasinungalingan yung mga factual statements ng mga prosecution, no? Kasi siniraan niya yung nag-investiga, 'di ba? Siniraan niya NGO, media, academics, 'di ba? At nadala lang daw ito ng mga political enemies niya na kasama na doon si Bongbong Marcos. So in short, parang talagang the classic political parang nakikinig ng rally.
Yes. Ito din si John Cruz nag-comment, sabi niya, Dean, paano mag-fly ang reason na joke, hyperbole, hindi naman siya comedian. Abogado po siya. Alam niya ang consequences ng statements made under oath.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. I mean, yung si Duterte nag-testify sa House of Representative, no? At sabi ng prosecution, may present daw sila mga video at mga clippings. Nako, ano yun?
For sure, lahat ng mga lahat ng mga nandun sa Congress na hearings, 'di ba? For sure lahat 'yan lalabas kasi doon marami talagang mga kumbaga pronouncement si former president doon sa
Yes.
Ito naman din ang napansin ni Jojo Shalabas, sabi niya, pati daw si James Bond binanggit ni Kaufman.
Pati alam mo talagang he has a way of catching your attention.
Yes.
But the question is, in so catching your attention, did he say something with content? No? With content. So, yun ang problema doon di ba? Parang walang masyadong content yung kanyang sabagay opening statement lang naman. Titignan pa natin kasi bukas ilalatag ng prosecution yung ebidensya nila, at yung naman sa pagdating sa 25, medyo day off nila. Tama ba? 23, 24, 25, tapos 26, yung si Kaufman naman ang magpe-present, at saka 27 doon magtatapos.
Ito din, sabi ni Lloyd Arca, sabi ng isang attorney, naging last bastion ng prime time drama yung ICC sa nilabas ng prosecution. Ginamit pa si Remulla na walang makuhang witness at ebidensya.
Okay, ganito. Tanggalin nyo yung statement kay Remulla. Pero totoo yung 74 people killed. Di ba? Alam mo, ewan ko kung si Kaufman play into the cards of the prosecution. I think the prosecution put those stories for Kaufman to waste his time dealing with nothing. Probably the prosecution knew that it was nothing. And Kaufman siguro was irked. He dealt with it during the first part. But even if you take away those Remulla statements, nahandoon pa rin yung reward system, yung promotion, yung 74 killed, 'di ba? Yung system, yung organizational chart. Yun ang hindi na pabulaanan eh. Ibig sabihin, you have to know what you have to deny and what you just have to shrug away. Huwag ko nang pag-usapan to, immaterial to. Maybe, I'm just speculating, maybe the prosecution outsmarted Kaufman, di ba? By injecting things which will irk him, things which are really nothing, di ba? And so Kaufman dealt with it actually during the first part of his speech, siguro mga 5-10 minutes. And it took time of his 30 minutes. Di ba, by the huli na nga, nagmamadali na nga siya. Maybe that was the strategy of that prosecutor. Magaling pala yung prosecutor na yon. May mga, baka inisip ng prosecutor to, siguro mahilig mag-grandstanding to. Let's give him the theater. Si Deputy Prosecutor Mame Madyanme niyang siguro tinignan na nila. O sige, basta sinabi natin to, mag-a-access siya ng panahon diyan. So okay lang, we could stand that. We could that's nothing for us anyway, di ba? Oh, I do not know, baka Kaufman played into the baka sinadya ng prosecution.
Parang kumbaga, ito yung patibong ng prosecution kay Kaufman.
Ito ang patibong namin siya, magsalita ka. Kasi wala naman talagang kwenta yung patibong na yan. Diba?
Magsayang ka na lang dyan ng laway, kumbaga.
Correct, kasi crime against humanity is a systematic attack on the civilian population by multiple acts pursuant to a public or organizational policy. It is directed on a certain sector of the civilian population. Yung certain sector doon identify na. Kasi parating sinasabi ni prosecutor yung categorization na hindi human yung mga iyan. Nakita mo na yon, nakita mo na. That was the certain sector of the population. Yung mga sinasabi niyang hindi human yung mga taong yan. And so therefore it was there. Tapos kung paulit-ulit doon sa sektor na yon, then it becomes systemic. Di ba? Ang galing talaga ni prosecutor, bilib ako, kay Deputy Prosecutor Mame Menjahin niyang. He was subtle in his speech, di ba? I think you really have to get the nuance kasi andaling pakinggan nung kay Kaufman. Maano ka lang ha. Una, you will be seductive talaga yung kanyang speech. Wow, man, galing di ba?
Ito sabi nga din ni Jos Jablos, parang appealing daw sa jury yung ginawa ni Kaufman. Oo,
appealing to the jury. Actually, hindi lang sa jury. I don't think he will convince the judges I think he was, as you were saying, Andrew, he was talking to the followers of DDE.
He was talking to the people of the Philippines.
Yes.
Wala siyang pakialam doon sa audience niya doon sa ICC.
Not even he was talking to the people of the Philippines. He was talking to the chorus. 'Di ba? He was 'di ba yung yung gustong marinig yung sinabi niya. Yun lang po ang aking perception kasi kung tutuusin niyo po at i-juxtapose niyo, talagang walang masyadong laman as to details, as to facts, no po. Wala po talaga kasi. Although baka meron, pero yung mga direct points na sinabi ni prosecutor, wala talaga po kayong makikitang pinasinungalingan niya man lamang. Hindi man lamang niya sinabing, hindi totoo yan. Hindi niya po sinabi yun eh. Basta sinasabi niya ang may pasanin daw na i-prove yung mga aligasyon na yan, yung defense. So nag-ad hominem siya. Ginglorify niya yung unique politician si Duterte, that he was loved by the Filipino people, that he was just fierce because gusto niyang to instill fear on the criminals. Para atang sounds familiar na yun ah. Di ba? Tapos that he was kidnapped, that he was victim of political vendetta, something like that. So that it is all politics, but that the factors that gave him a bad image was the media, the journalists who even there was who even won a Nobel Peace Prize. Ay, nako, nagpasaring na.
Alam mo na kagad
kay Maria Ressa. Tapos ang hinuli niya, well, medyo tayo dun eh. I belong to that group. Hindi naman I belong actually to that group. Ibig sabihin, the demographics of his last statement, ang hinuli niya, academics. So lahat na merong kasalanan. 'Di ba?
Maliban kay President Duterte.
Maliban kay President Duterte.
Ang kasalanan lang daw ni President Duterte ay colorful ang kanyang mga words.
Colorful ang kanyang mga hinahanap ko ulit yung words na sinabi niya eh. Colorful yung mga words. Teka ha. Colorful yung mga words.
Ito, Dean, ang sabi naman ni Asad Ula Lazaro, sabi niya, so Kaufman won in form while the prosecution won in substance.
That's correct. Ay parang ganoon na nga. Ayun, hyperbolic street talk. Oh, wow. Sabi he is used to hyperbolic street talk. Yun ang sabi, hyperbolic. Hindi na lang sinabi exaggerated eh. Hyperbolic street talk. Kung marinig mo naman yun, wow. How deep, man. Mabibigla ka talaga. He is quote unquote, he is a different kind of politician. Kita nyo, ano ba yan, di ba? So talagang, the original investigation was, quote unquote, one-sided and contaminated. Parang virus. Kita mo mga wordings niya talagang, wow, pero itong si prosecutor wala talagang parang walang embellishment yung mga salita kung wala diretso.
Kung si Kaufman mabulaklak siya, puro damo yung kanya. Puro lupa at damo yung kay wala hindi niya pinaganda, hindi niya all facts basically.
All facts.
Sabi nga kanina, 'di ba? Puro substance lang yung binigay ng prosecution.
Puro substance. He was straight to the point. He was straight. He talked about they have inside evidence, not only the evidence of coming from the government, but internal police structures to prove the policy. The prosecutor presented evidence yung the Davao Corps of Police Officers, which were promoted to national position in 2016. Naku, si Bato yun siguro, di ba? Na-promote, di ba? Specifically to replicate the Davao Death Squad model. Kita mo yun. The reward
isa pa pala
system.
Yan din sa sinabi kanina ni Kaufman, no, na parang ang Davao daw ay ang safest city in the whole world. Yung mga ganong pronouncement ni kanina ni Kaufman.
Yes. But maybe, yun nga there was peace. There was peace in Davao. Ang sa tingin-tingin ko lang, baka peace of the grave. pero iba yun. May namamatay dun So yun, no? Pero high value target, law enforcement action. clearance operation, yan, nanlaban, yung modus operandi, riding in tandem, shooters, nanlaban. Kita nyo, very very specific kasi. Ito pa, ang ganda, sinabi ng power structure. Si Duterte daw ginamit yung apparatus of power. Diretso! Apparatus of power.
Tsaka parang kanina nabanggit din na yung mga mga kausap daw ng prosecution ay ang sinabi ay hindi posibleng tumanggi doon sa mga utos ni Duterte.
Oo,
Ganon
may
daw
mga
kalakas
witness.
yung power niya. Alam nila kung gaano siya kalakas. So yun yung mga yun yung mga hindi dinebunk ni Kaufman doon sa statements niya, 'di ba?
In short, yung prosecution was focused on the 1,300 pieces of evidence, while the defense was focused on the character of Duterte, the style, the age, the tough talk. Diba? The prosecution built a case for specific number of murder, mga 74, 78 ata ang nasabi, ganon, no? Si Duterte, he said that ICC had no jurisdiction, parang yun ang ini-insinuate niya. So, yan, no? There you are. Ayan, iba talaga ang direksyon nilang dalawa, no? I think the prosecution did its job very well in terms of charisma, probably, or the delivery of the form lang, yung sinabi nga ng natin, the form, the delivery, di ba? There was charm, there was mga mga magagandang salita, no? Yung isa naman, very stoic, very business-like, no? Hindi na siya nagpaligoy-ligol pa. Wala siyang adlib. Kung ano yung makikita nyo, kung anong sinasabi ko, yun bibigay namin sa iyo. Yun ang sabi ni prosecutor.
Yung mga nagko-comment sa atin ngayon, kung meron kayong mga napansin pa na iba, no, mag-comment lang kayo para mabasa natin dito sa...
mag-comment kayo, no? So, kasi napaka
Ang dami din na nakaabang kanina pa. Actually, simula nung nag-live stream tayo kaninang alas 5 ng hapon, consistent sila. Ang daming mga nandito, yung mga regular viewers natin. Yan, sila Menchu, yan. Sila Georgia Internet Cafe, nakaabang yan dito sa atin. Diba? So kaya kung meron kayo din napansin, mag-comment lang kayo at babasahin din natin yan.
Kumbaga si Kaufman dealt with the fate of Duterte. Ito lang sa akin, ha. The fate of Duterte was as a result of political tragedy. Pero yung prosecution naman, the fate of Duterte, he brought it out to himself. It's crime against humanity. Tapos si Nicanor,
yun lang yun,
napakadiretso, di ba? Ito, kaya lang, kasi he was a victim of persecution and vendetta. It is politically motivated. Parang political tragedy si a unique person who gave the Philippines a unique kind of governance and was envied, and therefore he was the subject of a political tragedy in the end. Parang ganun ang story. Ito namang isa, si prosecutor, maybe he was a unique president, not in the right way, because through the double death squad, the promotion, and the reward system, and ang dami mga fake, etong nangyari, proven by videos and newspapers, ibang salita ni prosecutor, evidentiary based, di ba? All the elements of crime against humanity are present. Yun ang sinasabi niya. Well, sabi naman ni Kaufman, this is not a crime against humanity. This is political tragedy. But in the process, walang laman yung nasabi.
Ayan,
diba?
sabi
Walang masyadong laman, kung may laman man.
Sabi tuloy ni Flicky Flakes, kwentong barbedo lang daw yan. Si Kaufman. Eto din may tanong si Bobby Ocampo. Ayan.
Ano sabi ni Bobby?
Ni Bobby, we want to speed up trial for conviction or acquittal. Ito ba din na nilabas na schedule na parang one whole week na schedule ay ano ba yung mga kasama dito?
Okay. From February 23 to February 27 po to, meron silang day off sa 25, and after February 27 the judges will have 60 days to determine whether tatlo po ang posibilidad nito. The judges will say, okay, maganda, may substantial evidence, diretso nyo na for trial. Pangalawa, okay, may kulang pa, dagdagan nyo ebidensya nyo. Kayong dalawang partido kayo, dagdagan nyo ebidensya nyo. Pangatlo, walang ebidensya, tapon yan. Yun po ang pwedeng tatlong mangyayari. Ayan, so 60 days from February 27, March, April. Mga April po yan. Mga April 25, 23, dun lalabas siguro yan. Yun.
Okay, ayan. Thank you so much, Bobby. Ito naman, ang sabi naman ni Lloyd Arca, attorney, sinabi ni Kaufman na selective daw ang prosecution sa mga salita ni Duterte. Ipinakita lang na ang masamang intention at binabaliwala ang bahagi tungkol sa pagsunod sa batas.
Alam mo, you have to look at the prosecution in the context of what they are proving. Kasi po sa crime against humanity, you have to prove the body of the crime na may namatay. May mga namatay, not necessarily yung katawan, kundi the fact na may mga namatay na tao. Number 2, there is intention. And number 3, the context. Ano po yung context? Dapat po prove nila yung it's a policy and organizational system. So isa doon sa sinasabi nilang makikita nyo yung intent at policy, doon sa mga words niya na binigkas, at madami po iyon. At hindi lang po doon nakikita kasi ang policy. Isa lang po yung parte ng ebidensya, sapagkat po ang policy ayon sa alituntunin ng ICC ay makikita mo rin sa iba't ibang mga pamamaraan. Madalas bang nangyayari yan? Bakit pare-pareho ba ang modus operandi? Pare-pareho ba ang nature ng lugar kung saan nangyayari yan? Sa urban areas lang ba yan? O sa mga rural areas? O sa mga liblib? Diyan po nakikita yung organizational system. Isa lang po yung kasi po sa international law, meron pong decision yung Rwanda na Hayama na yung mga taong nagsasalita, kahit na po parang pagkatapos sinasabi nila na para in good ang layunin lang naman dito ay para matakot ang tao. Sinasabi po ng decision na yon, ang pagsasalita rin po ay powerful na nakapag-i-inspire hindi lang sa mga taong opisyal na military kundi sa mga vigilantes, at kasama rin po iyon doon sa pagdetermine ng organizational and policy setup. Ayan po yun. Ganun po yan. Kaya alam mo Andrew, talagang dapat talaga nasa ICC to no? Kasi iba ang mga alituntunin doon sa ICC para patunayan ng isang crime against humanity. Diba?
Yung nabanggit nga natin kahapon, hindi na pinag-usapan. Kung dito sa Pilipinas yan ginawa, yung korte, yung prosecution, yung defense, sabay-sabay tayong mag-aaral kung paano natin ina-navigate itong kaso na to. At least with the ICC, alam na nila kung paano nila gagawin.
Yes, alam na nila kung anong gagawin. Palagi ko alam na ng mga judge, sa mautak nila hinihiwalay na ito irrelevant yung sinasabi niya yan. Ito relevant yan. Ito irrelevant yan. 'Di ba? Sa kanilang talaga itong mga opening statement, it's not anyway the presentation of evidence. Bukas pa po 'yun eh. Very interesting po ang presentation of evidence na tsaka pinasaringan pa yung isang, siguro sino ba yung star witness diyan? So I think pinasaringan pa ni Kaufman, pero hindi ko lang matandaan. Pero kasi ang tumatak sa ulo ko yung Nobel Peace Prize eh.
Yes,
si
ako
Maria
din.
Ressa.
Sobrang specific nun. Hindi pinangalanan pero sobrang specific. So, alam mo kung sino yung pinaparinggan niya dun eh. Ito din sabi ni Jos Jablo sa niya, discredit the media, create a common villain, weaken the academe, give more power to uniformed personnel. Yan ang authoritarian playbook. Yan papaliwanag ko sa mga DDS. Matuto na sana sa history.
Boy, ang galing nito Gusto ko yan. Ano ito yan? Si Jos
Jablos.
Jos Jablos. Alam mo, authoritarian, itong mga unang kinukulong nila eh. Yung mga journalists, yung mga media, at saka yung mga academics. Nagja-jibe. Tama siya, no? Good observation. I love that observation.
Discredit
therefore,
the media din, di ba? Dalawa, ABS-CBN
yes.
at Rappler. Pinasara ang
Okay.
ABS-CBN, sinubukang ipasara ang Rappler, hindi na ipasara. So, pinakulong na lang yung CEO ng Rappler.
Oo.
Unang-una di ba? Yun ang pinakaunang action niya
Yes.
Patahimikin ang media na tumitira sa kanya.
Yes. And that was the language of Kaufman. Kaufman, sinisi niya, kaya daw nagkaroon ng bad personality si Duterte because of the media, the academe, at saka because of the NGO and the human rights people. Exactly the same lingo. Wow, that's a good observation. Exactly the same lingo as President Duterte. Diba?
Saktong-sakto
Saktong-sakto si Nicanor. Diba? Sana i-juxtapose nila. This is Kaufman's statement. This is Duterte's statement. Sakto rin eh. Tinira yung Nobel Peace Prize si Maria Ressa.
Oo.
Kahit na doon ka sa parehong-pareho. Diba? Tama. Sinong pangalan niyan? Si Gios Giablos. Very good, Gios Giablos. Ganda ng observation niya. Wow, that's good That's good. That's very good. So Kaufman followed the language of Duterte. Siguro si Duterte gumawa ng affidavit. Maganda yung paggagawa ng affidavit niya Tapos siguro sabi niya kay Kaufman, speculation lang. You say this. He said it. Diba? Nice observation. I like that. I like that observation. Ano pa?
Ito, si JC Hinde, when Kaufman says it's not his intended, it shows the negligence in control and killing still happens.
There you are, tama. At hindi niya dapat kalimutan na ang mga sangkot sa mga crime against humanity, hindi lang yung mga taong actual na gumawa ng pagpapatay, kundi yung mga superior officers na merong supervisory power sa mga tao sa ubaba na gumawa ng pagpapatay at either negligent sila na wala silang ginawa o alam nila na hindi sila ginawa. Walang kwenta yon. It's the same effect. Sangkot kayo. Diba? Sangkot kayo. Yun. So I think that's your article 27 ng 27 o 127 ng
27.
Rome Statute. 'Di ba 127 nata ng Rome Statute 'yun.
Withdrawal ba 'yun din?
Hindi yung withdrawal. Ito yun nga yung sino ang pwedeng ma-include sa mga accusation. Titingnan ko nga just to make sure. Babasahin ko. Just to make sure. Okay, let me see. ICC desktop. Tingnan natin po para babasahin ko sa inyo Kaufman ICC connection.
So habang hinahanap mo yan din, siguro sa ilang sandali na lang mag-uumpisa na ulit yung afternoon session ng ICC, no.
Ano naman ang gagawin sa afternoon session na yan? Paglalatag na ba ng ebidensya ng prosecution?
Tingnan natin din kung ano ang
Ito nga ang nakalagay, Andrew, sa Article 28, with respect to superior and subordinate relationship not described in paragraph A, which refers to the military officers, a superior shall be criminally responsible for crimes within the jurisdiction of the court committed by subordinates under his or her effective authority and control as a result of his or her failure to exercise control properly over such subordinates where the superior either knew or consciously disregarded information which clearly indicated that subordinates were committing or about to commit such crime. Yun, kita nyo? Yun, kahit hindi na siyang actual. Tapos isa pa.
Di nag-uumpisa na po yung...
Okay.
Sige, ililipat na natin ang feed. Ito na
Sige.
yata din yung submission on the merits ng prosecution.
Okay.
So, sige, punta na tayo sa feed ng ICC.
Bonjour à tous à nouveau.
Once again, good day, everyone. We will now move on to submissions on the merits. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed. You have 1 hour today.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Your Honors. My name is Julian Nichols, and good afternoon to you and to my colleagues on the other side and to everybody in the courtroom. Your Honors, we're here today because the evidence shows, despite what we heard for the last 30 minutes before the break, that Mr. Duterte murdered thousands of his own people, Filipino men, women, and children. He was at the center of a common plan, which included the murder of alleged criminals throughout the Philippines. The plan was first implemented in Mr. Duterte's hometown of Davao. While mayor, he promised to clean up the city by killing alleged criminals. He kept that promise, and he murdered hundreds through so-called liquidation squads, death squads. These liquidation squads became notoriously known colloquially as the Davao Death Squad, or DDS. After years, 2 decades, of murdering alleged criminals as mayor of Davao, it became clear to him that this political strategy could be leveraged for higher office and for more power, the presidency. And that is exactly what he did. During his campaign to be president, Mr. Duterte expressly promised many times that he would kill criminals if elected. He claimed that Davao was Exhibit A in why he should be elected, and he pledged that if he won, he would expand the killings nationwide. He won, and that is what he did. And as you will hear tomorrow from Mr. Jeremy and Ms. Croft, the murders skyrocketed in the months immediately after Mr. Duterte became president in June 2016. And that was no coincidence. That was him fulfilling his campaign pledge. As president, he murdered thousands using many of the same co-perpetrators and methods from his time as mayor of Davao. So he moved the method and some of the co-perpetrators to Manila in order to expand the crimes. The victims in this case ranged from powerful individuals to predominantly the poorest citizens of the Philippines. Now, why were the poor selected and victimized? Well, it was often because they were the most vulnerable, and they didn't have the families and the power to make police reports, and they were the most afraid. Mr. Duterte boasted about the killings that resulted in thousands of deaths at his order, and not once at any time has he shown any remorse. He promised also, you will hear, to take responsibility, personal responsibility, for the killings, if need be. Well, that time has come. We are confident that if your honors confirm the charges in this case, that we will prevail and Mr. Duterte will be convicted at trial. We talk a little bit about what my friend, one of the things he said during his 30 minutes. In our presentation today, you will hear Mr. Duterte, in his own words, calling for killings, bragging about killings, and as I said, vowing to take responsibility for those killings if necessary. And the defense, I have in my outline, may claim, but they already have, the defense claimed that this is hyperbole, bluster, exaggeration, part of his blunt or direct, strongman political speech, which had brought him political success in Davao and then nationwide. And the defense will also point, Your Honors, to many instances where Mr. Duterte and his allies tried to build a veneer, a kind of fig leaf of plausible deniability by sprinkling in references to the effect that the police should only shoot to kill in self-defense. Those references to self-defense appear throughout Mr. Duterte's speeches. They're all over the place. We don't run away from that. We don't shy away from that. That's part of our theory. So the defense will say, and again, they already have, that we've cherry-picked the statements we show you, but we have not. We acknowledge these many references to self-defense in Mr. Duterte's speeches. But the evidence which is in our pre-confirmation brief, and some of which will lead today, overwhelmingly shows that those references to self-defense and following the law and to due process are nothing but nonsense. Keep in mind, as mayor, he created a death squad, a leader who creates, leads, arms at my direction, and I will protect you, I will pay you, I will promote you. And that's what happened. And I'll say this as well, Your Honors. For purposes of this confirmation hearing, disregard every speech ever made by Mr. Duterte. Throw them all out. There is still ample evidence of substantial grounds based on the other evidence which we have put on our list of evidence. And the evidence as a whole, when you weigh it together, will show that what my friend said is not correct, that Mr. Duterte intended for his subordinates to follow the law, and that he was interested, and that his speeches were simply bluster. I'll talk briefly now about the charges in the case. As the deputy prosecutor stated, we have 49 incidents, totaling 76 murder victims and 2 victims of attempted murder. And of course, those are expanded upon in our pretrial brief, or PCB. Now, as my friends said in the LRV, while there are countless victims who've experienced harm as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes, we have focused the charges in this case to these 49 incidents and these number of victims in order to ensure that this trial can be expeditious and that it can be efficient and that it won't go on for years and years. So these charged murders are emblematic. They're representative of Mr. Duterte's larger killing campaign. I was going to talk about the legal standard for today, but Your Honors explained it extremely clearly in the beginning of the introduction, so I won't go into it, other than to say, of course, the standard we have to meet is substantial grounds, which I am confident we will. The only thing I would add is that this stage of the proceedings, in addition to not being of witnesses, that can only properly be addressed at trial. I would point, Your Honors, to the Said confirmation decision, 9 December 2021, at paragraph 39. I'll move on now. We can go to talk a little bit about, and he prides himself, or portrays himself at least, as someone who understands the problems of the poor. But as my friend stated, he actually comes from a very privileged family. His father was a lawyer, a politician, even a provincial governor. And as a young man, Mr. Duterte became a lawyer. He went to law school, practiced as a prosecutor in Davao City for almost a decade, from 1977 to 1986. And you find that in our pre-confirmation brief at paragraph 2. While he was a prosecutor, excuse me, he taught criminal law and procedure to police officers in Davao City. And despite this privileged background, despite his deep familiarity with the law and criminal law, Mr. Duterte embraced criminality from the beginning of his career. It's just one example. As a prosecutor, the evidence shows he taught police officers to plant evidence. We can go to the next slide, please, James. I won't read the whole slide out, Your Honors. This is tab 57, PHL OTP 000-15506 R01. But this witness with direct knowledge stated, quote, "He's like planting of evidence. It is necessary," and the he is Duterte. He called it necessary evil. So they said that there are times in police work that you have to do the necessary evil for the sake of the common good, end quote. And I think you'll see, Your Honors, that that's a theme that runs through Mr. Duterte's career. He's willing to do whatever he considers the necessary evil, either for the common good or for in 2024, when being questioned under oath as mayor. Now, at first he denied it in this hearing, but then he admitted to planting evidence in this exchange. If we can go to the next slide. This is tab 46.1, Your Honors. Chairperson, quote, so you really did plant evidence. Mr. Duterte's answer, well, that was part of the strategy as a mayor and as a leader of the law enforcement agency in the city, end quote. His privilege, his legal background makes this betrayal of the law and embrace of murder even more inexcusable. He knew, as a lawyer, as a former prosecutor, that his so-called crackdown on crime was a criminal attack on civilians of the Philippines. And overwhelmingly, the evidence shows, on poor civilians. The poorest of the poor were his victims. He knew his conduct, at its core, was criminal. And not only did Mr. Duterte clearly intend his criminality, he openly bragged about it. Right up until his arrest, and we'll get to that later, but right up until his arrest, he bragged about it. He thrives on a tough guy persona or image that he's tried to create for himself. My friend talked about him riding motorcycles. Well, one example I'll show you is from 2007 now, if we could play that, James. And I should say this is tab 18.
Elite, never losing an election.
So, riding a Harley Davidson, shooting a semi-automatic pistol, this is the image he's trying to create from the beginning. He likes to pose with weapons. If we can go to the next one, James. This is tab 80. And here in this photo, which was published in a newspaper, you can see Mr. Duterte holding an assault rifle. And I'll just note that we also see in this photo, to the immediate left of the photo, Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Bato is the nickname. And to Mr. Duterte's immediate right, Isidro La Peña. And we'll hear more about them later. Even days before he was arrested, 3 days before he was transferred to The Hague, this tough guy persona was on display again during a speech in Hong Kong. He brushed off the possibility of an ICC arrest warrant, and he referred to the ICC, quote, as motherfuckers who have been after him for a long time, end quote. This is him on March 9th, 2025. If you could play that, James. This is tab 136.
Sa totoo lang, baka ang balita ko may warrant daw ako pag... Hindi, totoo. Yung sa ICC or something. Matagal na akong hinahabol ng mga
That's him 3 days before coming to The Hague. Of course, after arriving in the Hague, his lawyers very soon began arguing that Mr. Duterte was not fit enough for these proceedings. He wasn't physically or mentally fit enough to be put on trial or for his charges to be confirmed. But fortunately, a panel of 3 medical experts that Your Honors appointed found unanimously that he is. The point is that despite what the defense may say, here or to the press, Mr. Duterte is perfectly fine. He's able to attend the proceedings today. There is nothing stopping him except that he doesn't want to be here. He chose not to face the court, not to face the victims. There is no reason for him not to be here other than his request and choice. I'll move on now briefly to his time as mayor in Davao, Your Honors. If we can quickly bring up the map, James. There we see Davao in the south. We can zoom in. I don't think there's any dispute where Davao is. He was first elected mayor of Davao City in 1988 and served as mayor for more than 20 years, between 88 and 2016. And as the deputy prosecutor has noted, jurisdiction for this case is 1st November 2011 to 16 March 2019. We're limited to that jurisdiction. So that is the period we will concentrate on today, although, of course, before and after may be relevant. As mayor of Davao, Mr. Duterte promised a crackdown on crime. To quote, crackdown, end quote, on crime and drugs, Mr. Duterte created liquidation squads, death squads, made up both of Davao City police officers as well as non-police officers who were essentially hired hitmen, hired killers. And this system of his became known as the Davao model. The Davao model was murder, not being tough on crime legally, as my friend said. And you have to think, it's a little strange cracking down on crime by committing the crime of murder. Of course, Mr. Duterte did not commit these crimes alone. We discussed the co-perpetrators, including during the mayoral period, in our pre-confirmation brief, Your Honors. And you'll find that at paragraphs 8 to 23. I'll talk about just a few of them now, just to introduce them. First, if we go to the slide, thank you, Ronald Bato de la Rosa, who was a chief of the Davao City Police Office, or DCPO, from 2012 to 2013. Next, Vicente Danao, another police chief in Davao during the period. Next, Christopher Bong Go, who was Mr. Duterte's aide, special assistant, and important advisor from 1998 to 2016 for the Davao period, and then continued later in the presidency. Mr. Dante Guiran, regional director of the National Bureau of Investigation. And finally, Italiano Aguirre, who is a lawyer for Mr. Duterte and for some of the DDS members during the mayoral period. And Ms. Croft will discuss these co-perpetrators and their roles in more depth in her presentation, which will be tomorrow. Let me talk now a little bit about the structure of the Davao Death Squad, or DDS. And as we say in our brief, it's a pyramidal structure. If we go, James, to the next one. Again, this colloquially became known as the Davao Death Squad, and it had a hierarchical pyramid-like structure. At the very top, as mayor, police, and the evidence shows, para 34, we talk about this in our brief, he also had de facto control. Under him were co-perpetrators, some of whom I have mentioned. The co-perpetrators had different roles, but one of them was to relay orders and instructions down from Mr. Duterte to the DDS handlers, and also to relay reports back up to Mr. Duterte. So a typical chain of command. The instructions go down, the reports go up. And the handlers were responsible for the different death squads, or DDS members. And at the very bottom, the lowest rung, the DDS members who actually perpetrated the killings, who carried out physically the murders. And they were made up of both police officers, who were generally lower level police officers, as well as non-police persons who were hired. These members at the bottom were often recruited because they had a debt or owed something to Mr. Duterte or the police, and they could therefore be controlled. And those members at the very bottom were at risk themselves, because if they did not follow orders, or if they tried to leave the DDS, they could be tortured or killed, or both. And there is evidence of that in this case. I'll talk now just for a few moments about the founding of the DDS, Duterte's death squad, the genesis of the death squads. One witness described his initiation into the DDS. He described it happening in 1988 at a dinner meeting in a hotel in Davao City. And this was a huge deal for this witness. I mean, it was almost unimaginable being invited to a dinner in a hotel in the center of Davao where he was going to meet the mayor. Mr. Duterte was present, and he openly told the new members of the death squad he was forming that their job was to kill criminals. If we can go to the next slide, James. This is tab 50, Your Honors. This is what the witness recalls of the meeting. Quote, he, Duterte, told us that your and the holduppers. That's what our job is going to be, end quote. And in private, with his paid killers, Mr. Duterte didn't say anything about self-defense. He then provided these death squad members with guns and ammunition, and again, in a festive way, members could pull one out, like getting a prize, so they would each have a weapon for their new job. It was a celebratory event for Mr. Duterte. The witness explained Mr. Duterte was the next slide, James. Recalled of this event, quote, he, Duterte again, said it was like a baptismal, like a launching. He was very happy at that moment, end quote. That's tab 51. Mr. Duterte was very happy at the birth of the DDS. It's important to note, Your Honors, Mr. Duterte has freely admitted his role in the Davao death squad. He doesn't deny it. Well, now he does, but he did not before he came here. During an interview with a local news station in 2015, he admitted that he is the Davao death squad. And if we could play that now, please, James. This is tab 11.
So how do you react to that?
Tinod. Tinod na.
They say I'm the death squad. True. That's true. You know, Your Honors, in some ways, this case is not exactly complicated. That's not the only time Mr. Duterte admitted his role with the death squad. He repeated under oath that he had a death squad at the Blue Ribbon Committee in the Philippine Senate in 2024, about 10 years after the clip we just saw. However, in this exchange, he denied that the death squad included police officers in some type of apparent effort to protect them. This is tab 41.1, if you could bring it up, please. Mr. Duterte, under oath, quote, I can make the confession now if you want. I really took care of it. But please don't involve the police. They're the ones who suffer, sir. I have a death squad, but not the police. These were gangsters. He says it again. In the same hearing, he confirms this admission. We go to the next one, please. Tab 41.1. The senator asks, quote, so what the former president dropped earlier, that they have a death squad, was a bombshell. Whatever name it goes by, whether police or non-police. Because it looks like what we are investigating now is the instrument used for the war on drugs, which led to numerous extrajudicial killings. For the record, Mr. Chair. End quote. Mr. Duterte's response, quote, you are correct, ma'am. You are absolutely right. End quote. It's not on a slide, but he also stated bluntly, same ERN, same tab, 41.1, same hearing, quote, my death squad, ma'am, is of course, it is organized. That's all I can say, end quote. So that is 4 times, 3 of them under oath, that he admitted having a death squad in Davao, including saying he is the death squad. That's not hyperbole. That's not bluster. That's him telling the truth when he feels safe. And that he can bank on his continued impunity. Talk just for a few moments now, Your Honors, about how the Davao Death Squad operated under its architect, Mr. Duterte. Victims were usually targeted in one of two ways. Sometimes an informant would provide information on a target, and the handler would then get clearance from Mr. Duterte through one of the co-perpetrators in the pyramid we saw earlier to kill the target. Sometimes Mr. Duterte himself would give the target's name, would say who to kill, which would be communicated by one of the co-perpetrators to a handler, and then down to the DDS member tasked with actually carrying out the killing. But whichever way it took place, Mr. Duterte's clearance, his approval was required, his permission was required for DDS members to conduct these murders. And several witnesses confirmed that, and I'll go through them in a minute. But first, Your Honor, just to react to something my friend said in the previous session. This was at I think 12:22 onwards on the transcript. He stated to the effect, the prosecution couldn't even get one witness to admit they heard Rodrigo Duterte give an order to kill. Here's where it gets a little bit cute. At any time relevant to the charges or with respect to any of the incidents. So my friend didn't say the prosecution doesn't have any witness who heard Mr. Duterte give an order to kill. He's saying during this time period. I'd point Your Honors and my friend to PHL OTP 000-15517 at page 0002, lines 18 to 21, where a witness is asked, now did you ever hear Sarah, this is Sarah Duterte, give any instructions for killings to take place? Witness, personally no. Interviewer, okay. Witness, but the father, of course, many times. But this was before 2011. I would suggest that doesn't make much difference. Going back to the confirmations of his clearance, if we could go to next slide. Yes. This is tab 35, Your Honors. A witness stated, quote, only one person was making the decisions. You had to ask Duterte, because if we didn't make that request, if we didn't ask for authorization, we would be chased or we would be pursued, end quote. Another witness stated, if we go to the next one, please, tab 58, quote, we cannot conduct a clearing or killing operations without his clearance. Speaking of Mr. Duterte, we called it clearance, end quote. Finally, on the next slide, perhaps the simplest, the witness recalled, quote, a different witness recalled, quote, you cannot just kill anyone in Davao City without Duterte's approval. Otherwise, you will be charged. And in exchange for carrying out the murders as directed, the DDS members would be paid reward money. One witness stated, if we go to the next one, please, James, he recalled, this is tab 56, quote, every kill, the first reward money, to my recall, it was $10,000 per kill, end quote. And in addition to paying rewards for specific murders to the person who carried out the murder, Mr. Duterte also paid some of the DDS hitmen who were not police officers salaries by making them false employees of City Hall that he ran as mayor. These were so-called ghost employees. They got ID, they received salaries from the city of Davao, they were put on the books, but it was all a ruse because their only job was to kill. So it was Mr. Duterte using the city government and the apparatus to fund his death squad. He also, I'll just note quickly, provided death squad members with firearms, as I talked about earlier at the beginning of the DDS, but also with vehicles and ammunition so that they could carry out their crimes. We'll go to count one now, and I'll talk just a little bit about count one. And Mr. Jeremy will talk about counts 2 and 3 tomorrow. Count one is in relation to murders in and around Davao City during the mayoral period by the DDS. It encompasses 9 incidents of murder by Mr. Duterte's death squad of 19 victims in total. 3 of those 19 victims were children. I'll go to just one quick example. Incident 3 in our pre-confirmation brief, murders in Agdao Market. I'm just going to go through one of them. Your Honors, this is at paragraphs 91 to 92 of our pre-confirmation brief and page 36 of the notebook we passed around this morning. Incident 3 is about the murders, or what happened in Incident 3 is the murder of 3 people in that market on or about 4 December 2013. Before carrying out the murders, 3 DDS members who we'll see received instructions from their handler that there was a job to be done. And the victims in this crime were 3 alleged thieves. So we have 3 hitmen and 3 victims. The informant helped the DDS hitmen to locate the targets, the victims, who were at a shop in Agdao Market that day. And when the hitmen reached the shop, each one shot and killed one of the targets and murdered them in broad daylight. After the killing, the hitmen reported back to their handler up the pyramid chain that the job was done. And their handler, in this case, then informed Sonny Buenaventura, who at that time was one of Mr. Duterte's most trusted men. The reward for this incident, for these 3 murders, was 90,000 pesos total. That's at our brief at para 91. Now, what's interesting about this incident is that a few weeks later, after the murders, a video of Mr. Duterte watching the crime on CCTV was posted to YouTube. And I'll show that video, Your Honors, in a minute. But in the video, you'll see Mr. Duterte standing in the CCTV room looking at a bank of television screens. The video then zooms in on the CCTV footage of the crime, and you see 3 DDS members walking up the street in the market. You see them turn to the right, pull out their guns, their pistols, shoot the 3 victims who are off the screen, and then they walk and jog away, and they don't look very worried. And the video then zooms out, and you see different people running to see what has happened because they've heard the shots. Okay, can we play that, please?
Sa Makati, ganito din.
At most 1 week sa gagawin. Katong patay sa Agdao. Sige, tanawin mo yun. Tanawin mo kalakaw. Kanawa. Fiskal, pasin pamot ka sa imo. Morder mo kini klaro. Tanawa na. Kaya, rupada. May pagkita ni Esa Rosales. Sana ka. Gawa na. Sabihin na lang mo. Sana ka. Gagana. Lara, tutulog. Ano ba? Tanong reaction sa mga tao. Dito, pa tayo na. Ito.
And you have to wonder if what my friend said is true, that Mr. Duterte is an honest mayor trying to solve crime. You have to wonder, Mr. Duterte portrayed himself as tough on crime, law and order enforcer. This triple murder was filmed. Mayor Duterte watched it himself. You can see the perpetrators shooting, committing the crime. Yet, Mr. Duterte, the former prosecutor, Mr. Tough on Crime, could not get this triple murder committed in a market in broad daylight with multiple eyewitnesses solved? Of course not, because it was his murder. And that brings me to the next point, which is clear. DDS members did not fear punishment because they were committed at Mr. Duterte's orders or direction. He authorized this Incident 3 killing and the others in Davao City. That's at our PCB, our brief, 71 to 72. And that's why, of course, the death squad members were not being arrested, worried about being arrested for the murders they carried out. And if we go to the next slide, James, one of them says very simply, quote, when asked if he's worried about being prosecuted for the killings he committed, his answer was, quote, no. As long as it has been cleared, I wouldn't worry. End quote. Tab 30. And it's highly understandable that the DDS members were not worried about being prosecuted for the murders they committed, because Mayor Duterte took pride in these killings. He was interviewed as mayor in late 2015, and a reporter put a question to him, asked him about a human rights group report which suggested that he had killed 700 people in Davao. I'll play the video and we'll see his response. You'll also see, just before we play that, Mr. Christopher Bongo is in this video to Mr. Duterte's right. Look at the question, look at Mr. Duterte's answer.
700 na, pinatay ko. Nagkulang ho sila sa kwenta. Medyo mga 1,700.
No denial. Instead, he takes credit for 1,000 more killings. That isn't bluster. That's not hyperbole. That's the truth. I'll move on now, Your Honors, coming to the end, and talk a little bit about his road to the presidency. He saw that the political success of his Davao model, as my friend said, he kept getting reelected. It was working. He saw that the political success of the Davao model of killing alleged criminals could be leveraged for more power, higher office. As I said in the beginning, that's exactly what he did. During his presidential campaign, he campaigned on a promise, a pledge to implement the common plan to kill alleged criminals nationwide if elected. I'm going to play a video now, Your Honors, that are just some of the speeches he made. It's a compilation of four. This is at tab 12 of 4 videos. It's about 4 minutes, but it gives an idea. These are not all the statements, but it gives an idea of the man who ran for president in 2016. If we can play that, James.
3 to 6 months, sabi ko, I will eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs. If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. Tell me what my credentials to the presidency? Then I'd say Davao is Exhibit A. Ngayon, dito sa Davao, hindi sabihin ito malinis itong bayan na to. It's not perfect. So that maybe I said, kung dating ako doon sa Pasig, I can promise you, not heaven, but I will promise you a comfortable life. Corruption has to stop. Criminality has to stop. Either makuha ko ang gusto ko, or you perish. Magprangkahan na lang tayo. Anong ibig sabihin yan? Patayan yan. I promise you, hindi naman believe yung ibang tao. Sabi ko, I would stop drugs and crime, criminality in 3 to 6 months. Sabi nila, that's too ambitious. My God, subukan ninyo ako. That's what I told the Davao criminals before. Pinapatawag ko pa, do you want to go out of the city? Gusto mong pumunta ng Manila, maganda ang buhay doon. Doon ka na lang, gusto mo? Di, yung hindi naniwala, di patay. Anong pag-usapan natin dyan? Bakit para sa akin? Did I do it for my own? For my own benefit? To enrich myself? What does the life of a criminal have to do with your pocket? Labi ko lang, I want a peaceful city. Umalis kayo, pag hindi, papatayin ko talaga kayo. Di, pinatay ko. Huwag na tayo magtagot-tagot pa. Papangkaprang ka na lang. Ngayon ako, I have this, kung ako ang presidente, huwag muna kayo mag-demonstrate. Give me time. Give me time kasi mag-hearit talaga ako. At sa kung gusto naman siya, hindi ka talagang gagawin ko. Hihirit ako. Ang sabi ko sa military pati police, only criminals, drug-related offenses. I will tell the police and the military, go out and kill them. Period. Alam naman nila. Alam mo ito, pag ako ang na-presidente, I would warn you, I do not covet the position. Pag na-presidente ako, magtago na kayo. Yung 1,000 it would reach 50,000. I would kill all you making the life of the Filipino miserable. Napatayin ko talaga kayo. Kasi manalo ako dahil nga yung breakdown sa law and order. I do not want to commit a crime. But if by chance, per chance, God would place me there, magbantay kayo, kasi itong 1,000 na ito maging 100,000. Diyan mo makita tataba yung isda dyan sa Manila Bay. Diyan ko kayo itapon. I do not want to be president. I do not want to kill people. So do not elect me as president.
If I become the president, I will order the military and
3 to 6 months.
Oops. Sorry. So, if I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. Tell me, what is my credentials to the presidency? Then I'll say, Davao is Exhibit A. Either I get what I want or you perish. Let's be straightforward. What does that mean? That means killings. You should get out. If not, I will really kill you. So I killed them. Let's not play hide and seek anymore. Let's just be frank. I will tell the police and the military, go out and kill them, period. I will really kill you. I do not want to kill people, so do not elect me as president. That's the man before you for this hearing, even if he's not in court today. He repeatedly promised to kill people, his own people, if elected president. He said it, he did it, that's who he is. He won the election, became president on 30 June 2016, and did exactly as he said he would. He murdered thousands of people by taking the DeVal model nationwide. I'm finished, Your Honor, and perhaps I would suggest that the next presentation start tomorrow, if you don't mind, because we only have 5 minutes.
Judge Motok, thank you, Mr. Prosecutor, your presentation and your suggestion. We have now come to the end of this first day of hearings. I would like to thank all the parties and participants, as well as our interpreters, the registry, and the technical staff, as well as all those who contributed towards the success of this hearing. The hearing is adjourned, and we will resume tomorrow according to our schedule. See you tomorrow.
Mga kapatid, mga kaibigan, narinig nyo ba ang statement ni Attorney Julian Nichols? Riveting po. Grabe ang kanyang ending. Interview ni Duterte, 1,000, 100,000. Yan po, bago siya maging presidente, kung ano ang pinangako niya sa Pilipinas. At hindi lang po isa o dalawang beses, 3 beses ata o 4 na beses sa interview, sa ambush interview, at saka sa kanyang kampanya. Iyan po ang intent, palagay ko na ang gusto pong ipahiwatig ni Julian Nichols sa tingin ko. Kung paulit-ulit pong sinasabi yan ng isang gustong maging presidente at sinabi niya na wag siyang botohing presidente sapagkat kung gagawin niyo yan ay makakamatay ng tao, hindi po joke yon, hindi po nagbibiro yon. Kaya titignan natin ang sagot ng ano dyan. Ang sagot ng, ang sagot ng ano dyan, ng defense dyan. Matindi po ang pangtatapos ng prosecution ngayong araw at magpapatuloy po bukas. Manood po tayo bukas. Wow, talagang bombshell. My God, napakadetalye ng kwento kung papaanong ginawa ang Davao Death Squad, kung papaanong paulit-ulit ang mga pagsasalita ng isang tao tungkol sa pagpapabatay. Alam niyo po kasi, merong tinatawag na kaso sa international law. May kaso po ng ang tawag sa kasong yan po yung prosecutor versus Nahimana case. Ano po? Diyan po unang sinabi sa tingin ko ng International Court that the power of the human voice, the power of spoken word, in that case, were used to mobilize a population to kill. At yung mga nagsalita pong yun, nahatulan ng genocide. Kita nyo? Nako! Ang kailangan lang po dito, substantial evidence. Hindi po proof beyond reasonable doubt. Hindi po probable cause, substantial evidence lang po ba? At uulitin ko kung anong ibig sabihin ng substantial evidence. Kung ikaw ay isang reasonabling tao at nilatag sa iyo ang mga ebidensya, maaari bang humantong ka sa isang determinasyon na maaari ngang yung taong inaakusa ay ginawa ang pinaparatang sa kanya? Reasonable lang sa nilatag na ebidensya habang kayo'y nakikinig. Sa tingin nyo, makakapagbigay kayo ng determinasyon na, mukhang totoo yun ah. Kasi kung iyan ang sagot ninyo, iyan po yung kaso ay may substantial evidence na. Ay nako, talagang matindi kung kayo ay nakikinig. Nakikinig po kayo, tama, meron at yung ating, sino ba yan, Andrew? Sabi ni, tek mo na, malayo kasi yung screen sa akin. Sabi ni Ilocana Ma'am Denmark, his mouth is the reason he's buried alive. Hambog pa more. You know, sometimes po talaga yung mga pananalita, yan ang makakapagpahamak sa inyo eh. Kaya minsan wag na magsalita, di ba? Sa yabang. Alam mo, sometimes ang isang taong nagsasalita ng spontaneous, iyon talagang iyon talaga ang parang nilalayon niya, ika nga. Nako, nakinig po ba kayo? Doon sa nakarang isang oras, nakinig kayo. Ay sana nakinig kayo. Hanapin niyo po yan sa YouTube. Si attorney, Julian
Nichols.
Julian Nichols, my God. He was very good. Akala ko po, magaling manalita yung defense counsel kanina, si Kaufman. At may charm pa. Nung narinig ko ito, all business, meron pang facility in the language of the English language. At saka po, ini-interrupt niya ang sarili niya kung may naaalala siyang sinabi ni Kaufman at tumutukoy sa ebidensya. Di ba? Andun lang halata mo?
Yes. At saka kung mapapansin mo din, hindi siya scripted eh. Meron siyang bulleted points, pero mapapansin mo wala siyang script. Hindi siya nagbabasa, hindi siya nag-aano. Meron siyang sinusundan ng mga eto susunod mong etong next mo na pag-uusapan, itong ganito. Pero hindi mo makikita sa kanya na meron siyang binabasang script. Halata mo alam niya kung ano yung mga sasabihin niya.
Oo nga eh. Andrew, si Jess Falsis, pwede nating makuha, pwede mo bang iligay sa Zoom sa aking messenger? Inano ko siya. Minessage ko siya. Si Jess, Jesus Falsis. Si Jess, kaibigan ko po yan si Jess eh. Makinig tayo.
Din sabihin niyo po i-connect natin siya sa Twitter. Mag-message po sa kanya sa Twitter.
Alam mo ba yung Twitter niya?
Apo. Ayan din. Pero ayan, sige, magbasa muna tayo ng mga comments habang kino-comment natin
Nagtatanong siya, sasabihin ko lang.
Ito, ang comment naman ni Jerry Moro, sabi niya, smoke screen drug war. Tapos piyesta ng korupsyon sa gobyerno, walang pinalampas na palahon ng kurakutan kahit pandemic pa. Ayan naman ang sabi ni
Grabe si Julian Kaufman, no? Ang tindi ng sinabi niya, mga kababayan. Grabe.
At saka isa din sa mga gusto ko talaga na na sinabi, hindi niya alam mo yung parang politely dinedebunk niya yung mga sinabi ni Attorney Kaufman kanina. For example, yung sabi yung mga pag-amin ni Duterte na siya yung death squad, siya yung hindi niya dinedeny na siya yon. Tapos ang sinabi ni Nichols, that's the truth. That's not hyperbole. That's what he said when he feels safe. Tapos bigla niya sinabi na pero ngayon dito, sabi niya hindi naman daw siya eh. So sobrang strong ng statement na yun kasi basically dinebunk niya yung sinabi ni Kaufman na dito nilang naman sinasabi na hindi siya, pero way back no nasa Pilipinas siya, never naman yan dinenay na hindi siya death squad.
Yes, so mukhang pwede mo nang i-connect kay sa Twitter ni Jess.
Sige po.
Oo nga grabe. Sinabi ni Kaufman po, eto po sasabihin, naglilista rin ako kung anong sinabi ni Kaufman. Kaufman, eto, teka ha. Matindi po, matindi. Paano yan? Ito po, nilista niya. 49 distinct incidents, 76 murder victims, 2 attempted murder. Factual po yan. Paano sasagutin yan yan, no? Kaufman, si Julian Nichols pala ang nagsabi, si Julian Nichols. No, tapos exposing tapos yung the Davao Core, kung papaano pong inilunsad ang Davao ang Davao at masaya pa daw siya. Tsaka yung nanglaban, di ba? Tsaka yung mga mura niya, nako. Sobra po yung mura niya, no? Talagang biniblip na nga po eh. Ang ginawa talagang, ano kaya? What could Kaufman say about this? Hindi pa po tapos. Pagpapatuloy pa bukas. Naku, I was so riveted. I was so riveted when listening to the harrowing incidents of killings at meron pa pong mga tapes. Grabe, ano ha? At nagpangalan na po siya. Pinangalan niya si Senator Go, tsaka si Senator Bato. Nako, pinangalanan na. Paano yan? Baka maano yan? Maano na yan? Ma-warrant of arrest. Oh my God. So, that's it. Talagang the evidence, no? He presented autopsy reports of victim, trajectories, kneeling down, lying down. Ano ba yan? Masyadong detalye po. At alam nyo, ang kailangan lang dito, substantial evidence, no? Substantial evidence. Wow, nakakalula. Sa tingin nyo mga kapatid, mga kaibigan, yung klaseng pagpepresentang iyan pwedeng mangyari sa Pilipinas? Pwedeng mangyari. Baka yung mga huwes dito matakot. O di ba? With all due respect to our judiciary, anything you say can and will be used against you. Yun. So there is, sabi ni Gio si Gablos, grabe po. So it was just sinabi niya yung mga sinasabi daw na yon hindi pwedeng sabihin exaggeration or hyperbole lang. Yun daw ay seryoso yun. Paano yun? Di ba sa tingin ko nga po kung paulit-ulit ginagawa sa ano po kasi paulit-ulit ginagawa siyempre nakakalula po yung pinapakinggan natin yun. Nakakalula po talaga at ang maganda nito tuwing may dinadaanan siya at naaalala niya na siguro sa pagdadaan niya doon sa narration of facts niya, naaalala niya yung sinabi nung si Attorney Kaufman kanina, tumitigil siya at pumupunta siya sa ebidensya at sinasabi niya, yung sinabi niya walang ebidensya, hindi po totoo yun. Eto po ang ebidensya. Nako. Tapos i-quote niya pa kung saang tab. Ibig sabihin kung saan nakaligay. Pwede mang pabasa, pwede mang papindot yan. Di ba po? So, hindi, sa tingin ko, as of now po, may substantial evidence na. Meron na pong substantial evidence na talagang pwede na talagang ipasa na sa trial chamber. Pero, subject to depensa ni Attorney Kaufman tsaka yung kanyang mga abogado. Titignan naman natin bukas kung ano ang mga okay. Basahin natin tong si William Mapula. Siga lang sa bibig yan si Duterte. Sa totoo pala, bahag buntot di nga sumipot. Matapang lang kung may mga nauto niyang alam niyo po ba, yun nga rin ang ginigiit nitong si Julian Nichols. Sayang wala siya dito at makaharap niya yung mga relatives ng biktima at marinig niya kung papaanong ginawa niya at nangyari na at may tape pa. Bakit wala siya dito? Sinabi nga ni Attorney Julian sinabi niya nga kung gugustuhin niya, pwede siyang pumunta dito. O, di ba? Yun po ang sinabi. Kung gugustuhin niya, pwede siyang pumunta dito. So yan. Yan ang mga mga sinabi ni Julian Nichols. O ano pa sinabi? Andrew, meron pa ba? Palitan na natin yan. Ano pa ba? Okay. Yan. Debunk lahat ng statement ng prosecution ni Kaufman. Hindi nga po wala nga po sinabi si Kaufman Walang detalye, puro generalities. Hindi man lang pong pinasinungalingan yung reward system. Hindi po pinasinungalingan yung promotion system. Hindi po pinasinungalingan yung 79 murder victims. Wala po wala pong sinabi. Ang sinabi niya, isang unique politician si Duterte at gawa-gawa ito ng mga NGO, ng mga media, ng mga academics ang pananira sa kanyang karapatan o sa kanyang imahe at sabi hindi naman daw lahat ng mga sinabi ni Duterte ganoon talaga, tsaka ganun lang daw si Duterte, ang tawag niya yun, hyperbolic statement, something like that. With all due respect, tingin tayo TV, hindi po na-debunk ni Kaufman. Wala po. Si Kaufman po dealt with personalities. Itong prosecutor, yung nauna, dealt with the system. Iba po yun Kasi po nga may sistema, yun ang sinasabi nila, may sistema ng EJK. Pero titignan pa po, kaya nga po nag-lay down ng story. So far po sa tingin ko talaga, wala pong laman pa ang depensa. Ang tad po ng facts yun, ang prosecution. Manahin nyo naman po, 49 distinct incidents, 76 murder victims, 2 attempted murders. Facts po. Papasinungalingan ba yan ni Kwan? Yung kaninang sinabing 76 or 74 hindi man lamang nabanggit ni Kaufman. Yung sinabing reward system hindi man lamang nabanggit ni Kaufman. Yung sinabing may promotional reward daw, hindi man lamang nabanggit ni Kaufman. Ano po ang pinasinungalingan niya? Wala kahit na po wala talaga anong masasabi ko? Wala po kung may masasabi lang nga ako wala nga kasi. So debunk lahat ng statement ng prosecution ni Kaufman. Ewan ko kung anong pinapanood ninyo. Tingnan nyo po yung replay. Talaga, pero I give credit to Kaufman. Kaufman has a charm, is a good speaker. Pero nung narinig ko itong si Julian Nichols, ganun rin pala, ang galing. Kaya naman pala may pambato. Diba, Andrew?
Oo din. Okay, so ngayon makakasama na po natin si Attorney Jess Falsis. Nasa kabilang linya na po siya. Hi, Attorney.
Alam mo si Jess. Ayan, si Jess. Kamusta, Jess?
Ayan.
Riveted ka ba, Jess?
Can you hear me?
Clear. Very clear, Jess. At ang linaw-linaw mo pa sa ating YouTube. Ito. Alam mo, Jess, kanina pa tayo nagme-message dyan, alam mo, si Kaufman may charm. May charm talaga. Talagang he has a facility in English kasi English siya. And talagang kung pakikinggan mo, wow, parang okay galing niya magsalita. Pero narinig natin tong si Julian Nichols tad ng facts Jesse, sobre. I was so riveted. 49 distinct incidents, 76 murders, 2 attempted murders. Paano mapapasinungalingan yan? Tapos yung mga video pa. Alam mo, hindi pa ako magtataka. Ilalabas niya pa siguro bukas yung mga newspapers all over the world. At tingin mo?
Ang na-cover pa lang ni Julian Nichols, di ba din, today is Davao Death Squad, which is the first count. I think bukas, mako-cover niya yung second or third count. Ang makikita natin dyan, so far parang yung mga witnesses, di ba, hindi naman nakapangalan, no? Pero we all know before si Las Cañas and Matubato, they have already given their statements about the Davao Death Squad. And mostly, parang yun yung nangyayari ngayon. Davao Death Squad yung na-focus kanina. Bukas, baka marinig natin yung mga ibang witnesses na nakapagsalita na about the national killing or national structure. Like si Roy Nagarma, baka meron tayong makita bukas tungkol dun sa mga paymaster or yung quota and system reward for the killing. So nakaka-goosebumps talaga, like yung excitement and yung adrenaline rush, but also disgust, anger, but inspiration na the ICC can do something like that. Yan pala yung global justice and international law at work. Nakaka-amaze din.
Alam mo, kaya ako Jess, I really take exception dun sa mga nagsasabi na yung mga narrative na sinasabi na somewhat like na if we cooperate with international justice, we are somehow surrendering our national sovereignty or disrespecting our legal system. It's wrong, di ba? Totally wrong. Now we are witness to justice at work. Di ba, Jess?
Maling-mali, Prof. Di ba? The Constitution says we have to cooperate. Lagi nilang sinasabi, sovereignty. Sa ano bang source ng sovereignty din? Di ba the Constitution says we adopt the generally accepted principles of international law as part of the law of the land. So kung ano yung batas sa international law na generally accepted, like alam naman natin ito, medyo technical, di ba? Jus cogens ang norm against crime against humanity. So it is very fundamental. So it's part of the law of our land, mandated by the Constitution. Kung ayaw nila nun, baguhin muna nila yung Constitution.
Totoo yan eh. Ang punto ngayon we are in a global world now where the paradigm is legal integration of all the system, especially when we're talking about the crime against humanity. Grabe, di ba, Jess? Alam mo, natutuwa rin ako eh. Natutuwa rin ako dito sa napapanood natin. I mean, I hope people are listening and people are looking at it. Because dito nakikita na, ako, Jess, nakikita ko na yung picture na hindi natin nakita noon. Pati yung mga video, yung mga tungkol sa kampanya, yung 100,000 people, may kulang nakita yan ah.
Parang bagong-bago din yung may CCTV na Command Operation Center, tapos si Duterte tinuturo yung parang tatlong DDS hitmen. Never ko pa yun na syempre alam mo naman tayo, nagmo-monitor tayo ng mga ganon, pero never ko pa yun nakita.
Oo nga. Talagang full revelation to, no? And ano pang expectation natin bukas? The national level na yan. Second count na yan bukas.
Prosecution day pa din, no? Yung sa defense kasi, wag natin naman i-discount. Although I agree with you, right now, so far, it looks like may substantial evidence to believe na the charges should be confirmed. Ang araw kasi ng defense sa Thursday pa eh. Bukas, prosecution day. Buong araw bukas is prosecution day. We will hear count 2, which is yung high value targets ng Oplan Tokhang at Oplan Double Barrel. And the third is yung barangay
clearance.
Ako, by the way din, barangay kagawad ako, alam ko yan. Sobrang institutionalized ng Anti-Drug Abuse Council sa barangay, which is very good, no? That's good. Pero nung panahon ni Duterte, nagamit yung BADAC, tinatawag na Barangay Anti-Drug Clearing Operations, BADAC or KADAC pag city. Nagamit yan in terms of mga watch list, in terms of invasion of the right to privacy, and as a list para magkaroon ng mga killings. Sino yung mga papatayin? Yan talaga yung nakakagimbal nung panahon ni Duterte, yung mga barangay na transform or na convert para maging killing list or killing machines ng state apparatus.
Alam mo, comparing the statement of Ngay, no, yung first prosecutor, si Kaufman, ang nahalata ko, I mean, distilling the essence of what they said. Si prosecutor was talking about Duterte as a leader within a system, commander-in-chief, di ba, yung mga leader of the nation. Pero itong si Kaufman, he was talking about Duterte as a person who is a unique politician. Iniisip-isip ko, kung ang crime against humanity yung puprove mo, what's the point of proving that he is a unique politician kung hindi mo naman mapapasinungalingan yung mga aligasyon ng pagpatay? Diba? Parang ang layo. And yet, no, si Kaufman, you will be taken by way of his charm, no? Talagang facility of English, parang here, there, ganon, wow, parang, pero when you settle down, Mabuti nga nag-break eh. Nag-break, naisip ko, tingnan mo na, ano nga bang pinasinungalingan nito? Wala! Sabi ko.
When he was accusing the counsel for the victims of political demagoguery, which is wala daw legal arguments, yung opening statement ng kabila, 'di ba? Ang opening statement ni Joel Butuyan medyo emotional, which understandably tama kasi victims naman ang wini-represent niya. Pero may legal arguments din si Joel Butuyan.
Yeah, yung second part.
Yeah, ang nakakatawa, ito si Kaufman, he was accusing the lawyer of the counsel for the victims of political demagoguery na walang legal arguments, and yet siya mismo yung first half ng ni Kaufman, din demagoguery and din hypocrisy. So wala namang legal rebuttal na si BBM daw i-neutralize si President Duterte. Wala namang legal argument sa yung mga pinagsasabi niya nung umpisa. Parang hindi niya makita na he's doing what he's accusing the others of doing.
Ang tanong ko sa iyo, Jess, ito. Ngayon iniisip ko, was that part of the strategy of the prosecution to talk about something like that so that Kaufman will be mapiprick yung yung kanyang feelings, magde-deviate siya doon para maubos yung first 10 minutes niya saying nothing which is useless, 'di ba? Sabi ko, what a great strategy, 'di ba?
Ang tawag diyan sa Gen Z, debated. He was baited. Oo. Hindi niya nalaman na patibong pala yun na sige, kailangan kong patulan kasi yung first 5 sentences, wala yun sa speech niya. If you notice din, if you look at his body language, meron siyang prepared speech, which is proper naman, tama naman yun. Pero yung first 3 to 5 sentences niya, spontaneous rebuttal niya yun doon sa narinig niyang bait or patibong ni Attorney Joel Butuyan. Wala yun sa plano niya, pero he had to rebut because he's the lawyer of Duterte and the DDS or the supporters of Duterte, syempre, they want to hear a strong defense from Kaufman.
Alam mo, Jess, no? Look at this. If you look at an authoritarian system, sino ang unang pinupunti rin ng diktador? Press, NGO, media at academics. Tignan mo yung linya ni Kaufman. Sinabi niya, itong bad imaging kay Duterte kagagawa ng press, media, academic, at saka pinasiringan pa si Maria Ressa di ba? So makikita mo talaga, wow, that's the mindset of a dictatorship, di ba? Parang gano'n,
parang hindi pang lawyer, parang pang siya mismo, DDS propaganda. Parang siyang naging propagandist. With, in fairness, kunwari, ako din, syempre tayo natatawa. But on his side, I think he was pressured. Or talagang yun yung baka utos sa kanya. Kasi sabi niya, kinakausap niya yung mga Pilipinong lawyers ni Duterte. Yun naman yung mga, kung ano yung sinabi ni Kaufman, parang yun din yung sasabihin ni Sal Panelo or ni Medjaldea. Di ba?
Yeah. You're correct, ha? You're correct. Baka na-pressure siya, no? Baka, why are you not saying this? Why are you not saying that? Why are you not saying this? This is highly political. Don't you know that? Baka kinagaroon siya, di ba? Siya naman siguro na-overwhelm.
Remember din, he was threatened to be fired once before. Di ba? Parang nagka-issue na yan na dapat si Santi na yan, walang kwenta yung hindi naman maganda magdepensa kay Tatay Digong. Galit na galit yung mga DDS para hindi daw die hard. So ngayon, pinatunayan niya, die hard siya.
At ang huling binanggit niya si Tatay Digong. Sabi niya, di ba si Tatay? Si Tatay. Gosh, no? It's talagang makikita mo talaga yung kaibahan, Tapos biglang sumulpot naman tong si Julian Nichols. Wow, what a story. 'Di ba? Talagang loaded parang hindi ka na makahinga dun sa habang pinapanood mo. Kung gusto kong lumabas, pinigil ko ang jingle ko. Baka may makaligtaan ako. So ganoon Jess, 'di ba?
Stand out sa akin din yung yung dinner meeting, 'di ba? In a fancy dinner na restaurant na hindi daw ma-imagine ng isang ordinaryong tao, itong witness na nagkwento, hindi niya ma-imagine na he would be invited to a dinner meeting with the mayor of Davao. Pero pagdating daw doon, ano pala, ang utos pala or parang kaya pala sila ini-invite was to tell them that their job is to kill drug pushers, snatchers, and mga ganong-ganong tao, no? Which totally contradicts yung opening statement ni Kaufman, which you pointed out kanina, na si Julian Nichols, ang tinitira niya, may direct, may personal, may clear statement from Duterte ordering the killings. Hindi yung sinasabi ni Kaufman, which is parang gaslighting na wala daw direct order from Duterte. So ito, may direct order among other things, hindi lang naman ito.
Ang galing, ang galing ni ang Nichols, no? Parang kinakat niya yung kanyang prepared speech just to, kung pupunta siya sa punto na timing na ito pwedeng pang-rebat ito kay Kaufman, tumitigil siya at tsaka nagre-refer siya sa it's tab number so and so. Talagang may evidence di ba? Alam mo,
diba,
Jess,
Dean? Yung sa stub number, makikita natin yung how the ICC is careful and the prosecutors are careful in terms of revealing the identities of the witnesses or the victims. Kasi they have to refer to the evidence without naming the witness, without revealing the identity of the witness. Kaya yung sinasabi niya, baka nagugulat yung iba, ano ba tong number na ito na sinasite niya? Ganun annex siya. It's like sinasite niya yung part ng evidence that the ICC judges have to look at so that they are convinced that the charges should be confirmed.
alam mo, isa pang tingin ko dito, no, isang tingin ko yung nag-refer yung first prosecutor, yung statement ni Duterte na these are not human beings, parang ganon, they're human. Alam mo, exactly I know what he was doing He was already para bang filling up the elements of crime against humanity, that there is an attack on a particular sector of the civil population, di ba? Ito na yung sector If you say people are not human, then you are referring to a sector, a group of people which turns out to be addicts or drug addicts, di ba? That was the point of that statement. Kaya pinapaulit-ulit niya. Sabi ko, he was brilliant. That guy was brilliant because now he laid the foundation of attack on a particular sector of the society, which is one of the elements in crime against humanity.
Yung function niya talaga, di ba, Dean? Pag prosecutor ka, kahit sa Pilipinas, you look at the elements of the crime and you have to connect and prove each and every element. So, yung sa crime against humanity, number one dyan yung dehumanization. Inaalis mo yung pagkatao ng mga yan para ma-justify mo yung pagpapatay na malawakan or systemic to a group or to a certain sector.
That's correct. That's the point, diba? That's the point. Parang amoral ka na you don't see the value of human beings already. That's crime again. Kaya nga it's the yung sabi nila, the most obnoxious crime ever to be committed, diba? So yan. Grabe,
that is why, diba, Dean? That is why it is prosecutable anywhere in the world. Kasi ano kinakagalit ng mga DDS? Bakit sa ICC? Alam mo, I'm talking about to the DDS, alam nyo mga DDS, hindi porket ginawa sa Pilipinas, hindi na yan pwedeng hatulan or husgahan ng ibang bansa because a crime against humanity is a crime against all jurisdictions, against all people. It can be prosecuted anywhere. Kaya kailangan ng mga tinatanong nyo, yung mga nag-aral talaga ng international law, hindi yung mga DDS lang na kuno-kuno, may propaganda para lituhin kayo. Lituhin kayo.
Alam mo, there's really a very, very, very remarkable advantage kung sa ICC One is geography, ang layo sa atin. And second, it's non-political. Talagang makikita mo, it's an ideal setting. Kasi kung dito yan, baka araw-araw sa harapan ng korte, may mga rally dyan. At hindi na matutuloy talaga yung kaso. At isa pa, kaya malayo, na-objectify mo. Hindi nyo maaabot yan. Dahil mga non-political mga tao dyan, wala yung kinikilingan, tinitignan lang yan, ebidensya. Diba?
Hindi nila kilala si Duterte, si Bato, si Bongo, si Aguirre, mga na-mention na kanina din sa presentation na Julian Nichols. Hindi nila iba-ibang mga bansa to din, 'di ba? Hindi naman to iba-ibang mga lahi. So hindi to parang magiging bias for or against just because narinig nila sa balita, sa Philippine media, sa mga bias tulad natin, or let's say, kung sino mang mga propagandista daw dito sa Pilipinas. Both sides, wala silang pakialam. DDS ka, Marcos loyalist, Pinklawan, independent, wala silang pake. Hindi nila yan alam. They are from different countries with different backgrounds. So, objective talaga yan.
Yes, yes. Kaya ako kaya ako may naaasiwa ako yung mga narrative na people are getting confused na yung notion na they are confusing the fact that you are trying to say 2-3 people would already mean denigrating our national sovereignty. Parang sabi ko, what the hell? Di ba? Sabi ko, saan mo naman nakuha yan? Di ba? That's not that doesn't follow, 'di ba? At nakikita natin ngayon to sa ICC, ang ganda ng setup nila doon, Talagang magalang ang dalawang mga abogado at bagamat sinasabi ng isa, "Oy, mali ka." 'Di ba? Etong ebidensya, tignan mo, nasa tab yan, hindi mo ba nabasa? 'Di ba? Parang ganoon eh.
Tsaka din grabing efficiency. Grabing direct to the point. Parang naiinggit ako para sa Philippine system, sa court system natin. It's something that is inspiring or something that we should aspire for. Na tingnan mo tong ICC prosecutor na to, sabi, let's adjourn early kahit may 5 minutes pa ako kasi pang second count or third count na i-discuss ko. Bukas na lang. So that's one. Tapos yung ICC naman, judges, walang anything. Talagang, okay, yan na, ito, bukas, adjourned. Dismiss. Talagang ang bilis.
Ang bilis talaga, no? Ang bilis talaga, no? Talagang napaka-inspiring makita yung mga ganong mga procedure, ano? Parang walang keme-keme. Why are you asking for a postponement? There's still 5 minutes. Make use of the 5 minutes. Sa ating siguro ganun doon.
And walang nagde-dare mag-overtime. Kahit 1 minute, di ba? Kahit 1 minute din. Walang nag-overtime doon eh. Laging sinasabihan, may taga-remind sa tabi kasi, you only have 5 minutes left. So si Attorney Butuyan naman, okay. Minamanage na yan. A good lawyer naman will fit yung kanyang prepared speech doon sa time. Tsaka yung sabi mo kanina, si Julian Nichols nag-a-adjust. I think may speech talaga siya, may presentation siyang prepared. Pero hindi niya yun sinundan 100%. So may mga deviation siya, depende sa naging opening statement ni Kaufman. So, ang galing.
Talagang talagang yung pang isa kung bakit maganda sa ICC at hindi dito, because dito I could bet against anybody, wala pang isang prosecutor dito at isang judge na nakapag-handle ng crime against humanity. There is no expertise in the Philippines, kaya mas mabuti pang doon na lang natin dinigin for both parties, to be able to really give them due process under the international standard, kasi may mga dalubhasa na magdidinig dyan at mga abogado na alam yan. Pero kung dito, wala namang prosecutor, wala namang judge na nakahawak pa siguro ng crime against humanity. Delikado. Diba? So it's really better in sa ICC.
Oh yes, and that's the wisdom behind RA 9851, di ba din? Ang dami kasing nagrereklamo, wala daw batas, nag-deny ng due process, bakit daw sinurrender or give up. Hindi kasi nila binabalikan yung RA 9851, ang number one sponsor niyan, Miriam Defensor Santiago. We also have to note din, baka hindi kasi alam ng iba, madaming DDS senators ngayon na pumirma noon. Andon si Chis Escudero, pinirmahan niya yung RA 9851. Andon si Jinggoy, si Mig Zubiri naman, tsaka si Pinoy and other senators, andun naman, pumirma din tsaka nag-support, But ang point, they saw the wisdom na magkaroon itong Section 18 or Section 7 na in the interest of justice and expediency. Kasi yan yung problema ng crimes against humanity. Kailangan malutasan yan agad. In the interest of justice, the Philippines, the Republic, can surrender or extradite or itry mo dito. So, merong 3 options yung Estado. So yan, titingnan mo kung ano yung pinakamagandang option, and it seems because ang ICC ang may expertise, meron na silang investigation. Tayo, hindi pa tayo nag-start, wala pa nag-file against Duterte, Bongo, Bato. There is no case, sasabihin nila, ang dami ng kaso against the war on drugs sa Pilipinas, but there is no specific criminal charges or cases against Duterte and Bongo. So sa ICC meron na, sinurrender na, doon na lang.
Oh, tsaka actually Republic Act 9851 in fact is the statutory bridge linking that international crime against humanity with the enforcement mechanism dito sa Pilipinas para magkaroon nga ng legal integration at magtulungan ng countries in the whole world, di ba? That's the point of the universal jurisdiction, di ba?
Legal integration, not just with international law. Ano muna?
Yes.
Constitution din, di ba? Kasi
Correct.
sasabihin niya, sovereignty, etc. Ito, may batas, may constitution, nag-interact and nag-interlink yung kanilang mga sinasabi na the Philippines adopts international law as part of the law of the land because we support the community of nations. We love peace, we love the rule of law. Tapos sabi naman ni RA 9851, crimes against humanity is a jus cogens norm. Napaka-importante niyang norm na kailangan masolusyonan or ma-prevent, ma-mitigate. So ito na ang batas at ito na ang mga mekanismo para sagutin kung magkaroon man ng crimes against humanity sa Pilipinas.
Yan. At bukas, Jess, ano expectation natin bukas? Ito na yung count 2. Or continuation pa ng a little bit siguro ng count 1 pero tutungo na sa count 2 ano ito na yung during his presidency yung transmittal of that Davao model to in the national level, no?
Count 2 at saka count 3 I think baka matapos na bukas yon din kasi sa Thursday merong part doon I think ang counsel for the victims. So hindi lang si prosecutor. So matatapos na I think si prosecutor, definitely he should be finished by tomorrow. Count 2, count 3, the national model that replicated the Davao Death Squad, ginawang national. Count 2 is Oplan double barrel, yung mga high value targets. And then count 3 is the barangay drug clearing operations.
Ayan, okay. Jess, gabi na. Maraming salamat at sana bukas masagabal ka ulit namin kung walang magi-interview sa'yo. Kasi kami sumisingit talaga.
Predictable naman ang schedule ng ICC eh. It is 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Philippine time kaya pwede ka lagi mag-live by 11.
Correct. And I always do that basta't may ganito ganito at ang dami ring nanonood sa atin eh. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Jess. Thank you very much sa pag-iistorbo sa iyo.
Thank you for having me and regards, Dean.
Thank you. Ayan po. Kinausap natin si Jess, no? Maganda yung mga explanation niya tungkol sa Republic Act 9851, jus cogens. So jus cogens yun, parang peremptory norm in customary international law. Talagang ibig sabihin may obligatory force lahat talaga ang mga ganong klaseng norm sa international law. At nakita rin natin yung the enforcement of how it works in the ICC. Parang business, it's business like talaga. It's business like talaga. Your Honor, I've only 5 minutes. Can we just continue tomorrow? Adjourn. Tapos na, wala na salitaan, tapos. Kasi sabi nga ni Jess, mahirap ang overtime doon because time is of the essence doon. Ayan, mga kaibigan. Maraming salamat at sinubaybayan nyo kami. Andrew, anong oras na ba? 11:08 na.
11:08 na, Dean. Yes.
11:08. Wow.
Currently, tayo ay 6 hours and 30 minutes na naka-live stream sa Facebook at saka sa YouTube.
Wow. Talagang nakikinig lang.
Yes, so sobrang consistent yung mga viewers natin. So, bukas, meron pa rin tayong live stream, no? Straight from the ICC.
Anong oras mo bukas?
Titingnan natin yan din, i-announce din natin sa Facebook at saka sa YouTube.
Yes. Siguro mag-uumpisa yan mga naman. Well, I will be at Billionario tomorrow at 4, I think 5 o'clock. Pero makakarating ako dito to have this kind of program again, no?
Yes.
Okay,
basta
yung
umpisa din ng ng live stream mag-uumpisa yan sa yung umpisa ng live stream natin mag-uumpisa yan sa live ng ICC and kapag available na si Dean Meld saka po natin siya mapapanood ng live during the breaks ng ICC. Yes, at
baka maimbitahan ulit natin si Jess Falsis. Ang galing ng mga analysis ni Jess. Di ba? Tsaka, o kaya si Professor Irene Aguila, o si Jen Reyes,
Kung
Constitutional
kaya
Law.
din na mag-panel siguro tayo ng puro lawyers yung kasama natin.
Yes,
bakit hindi,
oo.
diba?
Siguro minsan si Jess Falsi, kahit na hindi lawyer, si Christian Esguerra.
Esguerra, yes. Oo,
Si Christian Esguerra, si Jess Palsis, ako, magra-round table kami dito at pag-usapan namin kung ano nang nangyayari dyan sa ICC na yan. Oy, madami nagpapasalamat. Watching from Kuwait din. Yan na, madami na naman ang ating mga suki pumapasok na ulit. Bukas ulit din. Tama. Okay, sige. Si Cindy Maling, ito ba yung Cindy ko ba yung sa tiga Japan? Si
Siya
ba
yung
yan?
taga Netherlands din.
Tiga Netherlands. Oy, Cindy, ano bang balita dyan?
Straight from The Hague yata.
Oo, ano ba Cindy balita dyan? Nakapunta ka na ba dyan sa restaurant na Pinoy dyan? O, di ba? Naku. Sige, Cindy, kita tayo dyan sa Netherlands. Siguro sa June or July. Oy, hi po, late ako. Si Why Do You Care 6503. Well, tingnan mo 6503 yung ating pinag-usapan tungkol sa ICC. No? Pinakamagandang coverage nyo din. Oy, maraming salamat, Espler Reyes 737. Oh, yan. Salamat. Basta po kami nag-a-analyze dito ay talagang hindi naman po kami sa nagyayabang pero madali kaming intindihin at may base naman. Di ba, Andrew? Good night po sa inyong dalawa.
Minimake sure natin na yung lahat ng discussion natin ay maiintindihan and at the same time hindi natin ina-exclude yung mga nagko-comment sa atin, syempre.
Correct. At wag po kayong wag niyo kalimutan mag-subscribe kayo sa dito po sa Dinmel on Air sa YouTube, Facebook at saka sa Spotify at sa Apple Podcast. Ayan. All right. Okay, magandang paalam ka na, Andrew.
Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng tumutok sa ating 6-hour-long live stream. No? Bukas ulit, magkita-kita po tayo.
At ako po naman, kagaya po ng sinasabi ko, bukas po muli, ang kritiko ay nagmamahal rin sa ating inang bayang Pilipinas. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.